Hey, okay, yeah, we're live. What's up? So David is just playing a game, I guess. So we'll focus on Luna.
No.
Yeah. We finally got you. You're not running away this time, I hope. We got you to stay. So how was your week, Luna?
Um, Better than last week.
Better than last week.
I'm trying to work on being less procrastinating with my studies. So better.
Oh, yeah, right. I know what that's like. David, you don't know what that's like, right? Procrastinating with your studies?
Oh man, am I doing that right now? I feel like I'm doing that
No.
right now.
Are you supposed to be studying now?
Yeah, I have a test on Monday.
Uh,
That's all right. I'm committed to this.
what's your test?
Management. Yeah, not super exciting.
You're doing like a business minor or a second degree?
Yeah, minor in business.
Minor in business.
Yeah,
There you
or
go.
minor in management specifically. Yeah.
In management. I mean, aren't you a 4?
I love managing people. What do you mean?
Hey, Alan,
Um,
you're on mute.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? I was wondering if it was you. We'll see if there's static and if you actually talk this time. How was your week?
I am currently working.
Working.
yeah, this
All right. There you go. Short answer. All right, David.
Why
How's
you
your?
guys hate me so much?
What's that?
Why you guys hate me so much?
Sorry.
Oh, Luna Mayora wants to ask you if you eat meat, if you're vegetarian or you eat meat.
No, I'm vegan.
Vegan.
Ooh.
She's happy. She approves.
I'm vegetarian.
She's
My
vegetarian.
dad
She
is
says.
too.
Okay.
And he doesn't eat sugar.
Yeah, I was vegetarian.
Any sugar.
Thank you. You want to tell them anything else about my diet? Here, but you can't see her because of the background. There you go. Mwah.
Got her. Oh, she's gone now.
She's here. We got to get rid of the back. I don't know how I'll get rid of the background. I don't know how the.
Settings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's only used to seeing one person.
There you go.
Look at her.
No, I think it sees 2 people, but it doesn't care if it's just the sleeve. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah. Do you know why she's? Do you know about why she would be vegan? Yeah.
Yeah, e mami ni mbedese ke kone samot. Kahamori.
She's saying from her own what they're telling her. She says it's because you believe in reincarnation, so you don't eat animals.
So you think that it's like maybe it's someone that you know this?
It's someone that. What if it's someone that you don't know? You can't eat people you don't know either. Would you rather eat someone you know or someone you don't know?
Someone I don't know.
You don't.
Of course.
Of course. Okay.
All right.
How about you, David? Would you rather eat someone you know or someone you don't know?
What is this?
Someone I don't know.
Yeah, really? Okay. Would you want to get to know them first?
No, I don't want them to be. I don't want to have any conscious with that. No, I'm good.
All right. Alan, would you like to eat someone you know? Hey, how's it going? What is this name? Rebecca La Reine Madre de Mexico. Okay. Panel and chat. What's up? Yeah, it's no. Reina is not French. Reina would be like either Spanish or Italian, one of the two, I think. Yeah. Rebecca Bex. Yeah, so there's a link in the thing if you want to jump on and talk. So is that's the reason why you think you believe in reincarnation, Luna, or like your culture does at least?
I think it's no. It's because we believe in not harming animals.
They believe in not harming animals. It has nothing to do with reincarnation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, like me.
Yeah, like you. Yep.
So you haven't ate any meat at all in your life?
Yeah, I was vegetarian before before 3 years.
For 3 years, you were vegetarian.
Since 3 years, I'm vegan. Before that, I have been vegetarian.
Vegetarian. So she had milk or eggs, but she didn't eat meat.
Wow. And wow.
Yeah. Whose shirt is this? Why did you steal my shirt? It's an old shirt. She just got a report card. She just showed me a report card.
Oh.
Yeah. And she got good grades.
Wow, congratulations.
I'm going to tell them more.
No.
No. You got like, what did you get in English? 95?
94.
94. And then your math was the lowest, 75, but you have a reason.
Yeah.
You have a reason, yeah. You got 85 on your final exam.
Yeah.
Yeah. She let me know that she's taking the advanced math like for you have to decide what you're going to take for like high school. So she decided she's going to take the advanced math class.
No, it's not. You can like if you want, you can.
I got the sensory wrong. Well, no, keep going, keep correcting.
Okay. I would die. He's now laughing with me. Okay. So if you want, I can just go back like down. But
Oh, so you don't have to stay in the advanced math.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just like not if everybody can be there. Just people get כאילו יש כזה מבחן.
Oh, you have to do an exam.
Yeah.
You can stay there.
Yeah.
But anyway, so when she decided she did that, I was like, oh God, I'm gonna have a lot of homework. Yeah. A lot of homework for me. It's gonna be fun.
Oh, and I have food this summer too.
For the summer?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They gave me a lot of homework. Like
homework for the summer?
In Hebrew, a lot of things. In Hebrew, English, and well, all of it.
And you have to turn it in when you get back? Really? All right.
I don't know if I should do it because I don't think that it's really going to get in my grades.
It's not going to go in your grades, so you don't have to do it?
Yeah.
Well, you told me you have homework now, so I'm going to make you do it.
Okay, so and you remember the sentences that you said last time?
What did I say last time? Are you going to burn me?
What?
What did I say last time?
You said that you're doing the homework. Like, not really, but like all the questions that I'm asking you, like it's like you're doing it.
Yeah, but you do a lot. You do a lot on your own. You only come to me when you can't figure it out. But math, you come to me for everything. Yeah.
It's great that she's able to do advanced maths this early.
Yeah. She says it's great that you can do advanced math so far.
Like I got
You got a page.
Paper.
Page.
אוקיי, שכאילו אני התקבלתי למשהו נבחר כזה, לאיזה קבוצה נבחרת.
You got accepted to a special group?
can't give 이라든 것을 хахамим.
Oh, for smart kids?
Yeah. Like
So are you flexing now? Nice, grats. You're getting into a thing for smart kids. All right.
So,
How are you at math, Luna?
I used to be good in school. Now, not so great.
Yeah, this is my daughter.
Hi.
She got her looks from not me.
What?
Nothing.
No, we have the same eyes.
Ah, okay, we have the
the
same eyes.
same nose.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I hope not, because you see.
It's crooked, yes, I know.
Yeah, like if you see it in the mirror, it's really.
Well,
funny.
everyone looks crooked in the mirror. See, this is not the mirror. So if I made you big, you would look crooked to yourself. Watch this. No one else would think you're crooked, but just you think you're crooked to yourself.
No.
No? Here, this is my left hand. Yeah? That's the left hand. So this isn't a mirror. See? This is not a mirror. You should look crooked to yourself. Here, get close.
No.
No? Maybe you're just symmetrical.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like your nose is like.
Yeah. A crooked nose. It's because I got punched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Look at pictures when I was younger. I didn't have a crooked nose.
With pictures, you can see if you have crooked nose.
Yeah. You're right. So what, you're done school then?
So, does she have a vacation?
Yeah.
Oh,
2
2 months.
She didn't really go to school much though this year.
It's not true.
It is true.
It's not.
You
Okay. So, yeah.
because of the war, right? So you had to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And you didn't have
3.
school.
Yeah. But I learned like all the.
And then before that you didn't have school because of COVID.
Yeah, but it's all around the world, so it's okay. And it's okay.
And then before that you were in some kind of anthroposophic school where all you did was go on hikes and you didn't learn anything. All you did was like do sewing and
Oh my
art.
God. You're just joking.
I'm not joking.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, what a silly school. Taking kids on hikes instead of learning.
But look, if it was a stupid school, so how would I get to my position now?
How would you get to your position now?
Yeah.
What's your position now?
That I'm good, that I'm like in the top.
Oh, you're in the
grades.
top because
Yeah.
you worked your ass off.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And you're not and
Who's this?
that's Nico. Hi Nico.
Like this is his face?
That's not his face, no.
Okay.
Nobody else is showing their face.
Yeah, I know, but like this is the picture of his face.
Is that the picture of your face, Nico?
Or
Yeah,
just
yeah,
It is. I'm like the most SI cop you've ever seen.
this is your mustache.
yeah.
Yeah, totally.
No, don't believe him.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
don't believe him.
it's not. No.
Yeah. He helped you double observe.
Mother.
What does that mean?
Mother.
Nothing. Ow. I mean, oops.
Man.
Yeah. How was your week, Nico? You submitted to Dave and Chan, I heard?
Yeah. It was pretty cool. I'm still working on getting a job. Yeah, no, it's kind of sucking. I'm not gonna lie, but it'll happen eventually.
Yeah.
But There was one
Okay.
main thing that I was
Right.
really processing, but I'll hold off. How was your week?
Oh, how was my week? It was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, not much happened. I'm gonna put the background back on because my background sucks.
Oh my God, he's doing the SF. It's unbelievable.
David, you still playing
I
your
never
game?
would have fathomed.
Yeah, I'm on the last round. You wanna see it?
No.
Okay. I'm about to win or I'm about to lose right now. I'm just
Oh,
saying.
nice. All right.
Yeah, cool.
What have you been thinking about and processing?
You asking me?
Yeah, sure. Whoever.
Well, recently, I've had I've had COVID the past few days.
Damn.
Oh,
And so
wait. Whose
yeah,
dad had COVID? Yours, right?
yeah. So yeah, that definitely crossed over.
Wow.
But no, just
Can you taste
been.
stuff?
I can taste stuff. I've been thinking about that, but I've just been processing COVID and what it's like and stuff just for a while.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
COVID takes away your tester abilities and makes you double masculine.
I think so. Yeah.
Is that what it does?
Totally.
Oh.
But
Well, I got second place. That's pretty good.
Ooh,
nice.
Done with the cold. That is pretty good.
But as for me, what I've been processing is I do a lot of this whole deep think thing, and I come to these very abstract conclusions, and it's like, and you know, I did some more thinking on it. I'm like, you know, these truths you can't even prove or disprove them. It's like like to myself, I think they're axioms, but it's like
You realize
they're
you're
not.
processing your processing right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just making sure.
I'm meta. I am.
Yeah.
But it's like so I process that, and I figured out, I was like, you know, this doesn't do anything. These abstract truths that I have found, like you know, such as, say, you know, truth is beyond and whatnot. It's like that it doesn't help me. That's despite like constantly being, say, obsessed over it. It's like it does nothing. It's not provable. It's not a true axiom. It's like, you know, there's no there isn't any, there's a lack of accountability there, because it's like, dang, the sum, you know, the sum of all truth can only be found, you know, through the entire perspective of the universe. Like, you can't refute that, but you also can't like prove it. And you know, stuff like that, right? Truth is beyond. Like, it's like you can't refute that. You can't prove it. So it's just a mute point. It's not even an axiom.
It's not falsifiable.
And it's like, yeah. And it's like, and you know, I'm just sitting here like, dang, you know, this ain't cool. This ain't it. Like, I'm almost kind of like, I actually, no, I'm not almost. I am ashamed of myself for like thinking that it was like some form of enlightenment. But this is what happens whenever, you know, those conclusions aren't like, whenever God, you know, the ums and uhs are getting me. They're getting me hard here. But it's what happens whenever, again, it's not there's no accountability. So it's like, and that's pretty painful.
Yeah.
And
I don't
I
have that
came to the
struggle
conclusion.
personally because of like the infodom stuff. So like because of infodom, I don't like I'm not even processing that because I'm naturally comparing things to like if you can use the info or if you can internalize the info and it matches stuff you already know and to be true. So it's like there's no disconnect from the application and the testing of the information.
Yeah,
You know
you
what I
got
mean?
like a team of scientists, up in your brain, making
Right.
sure it all checks out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
it's
like
like I need
yeah.
that team. I need to. I
Yeah, you need
essentially
some kind
to
of
figure out.
accountability to the info. So, like you said, like you need to see if it's falsifiable or if you can at least apply it. Like if you can apply the info and it has predictive power, so then there's something to the info, And if it has better
Yeah.
predictive power than like another system or another way of viewing things, then it's more accurate, I guess, in predictive power.
Yeah, and I mean it's like, okay, I can narrow something down to those kinds of abstract principles, but again, like you said, it's again so abstract to the point where it's not even falsifiable. It's like I just kind of like shitted it together and was like, whoa, and it's like, damn, no, it's not cool. That's not cool.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, so how
not
do you get out of it?
essentially by
How do you verify?
processing, like, okay, I do need some accountability. I need to speak about these things, and I need to essentially every time I figure something out, try my instead of sucking my dick over the fact that it like over the idea that it is true, try my damnedest to prove it false.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, also, if you want to actually talk about it, talk about it. Don't talk about talking about it. You know what I mean?
yeah. But
Yeah.
whenever it comes to at least the stuff that the stuff that I did process, it's like I said, they're mute points. It's like, okay, my mind gets it naturally gravitates, the black hole naturally gravitates to solving or at least trying to solve paradoxes. But the conclusions that are drawn, like whenever I make my conclusions,
I've
they're
never run
mute.
into a paradox that wasn't resolvable. Yeah.
Well, it's
There's
well,
all like
essentially
to resolve the paradox, you always have to figure out why it's a paradox, and then once you figure out why it's a paradox, then it's no longer a paradox.
well then okay, then by that definition, then I did solve the paradoxes in the sense of, okay, well, if you add everything up, then if you essentially take the sum, like essentially like you take the sum of all parts and whatnot, and based off of like the theory of perspective, it's like, okay, then that would mean the most absolute truth is essentially beyond all forms of processing, which again, that's a solution, but it's a mute solution to where it's like, okay, well, then
Well, I mean, I can get that. I don't think
what's
that's
the
a
point
paradox.
anymore?
Yeah, I don't think that's a paradox. Okay. So here's the thing. So I just use physics because that's what I know, right? So there was a time where we didn't have Newtonian physics, and we had something instead, and then we got to Newtonian physics, and that was more true, quote unquote. But that still wasn't true. And then we get to quantum physics and general relativity and special relativity, and that's more accurate. We're hitting the nail more on the head. But like, is that true? Well, probably not. There's probably like a better framework for conceptualizing this. But it's like there is still a point in knowing it. It's not going to become useless once something else comes along.
Yeah, I 100%. I get you.
Yeah.
And
So there's no problem with striving to get to the truth and knowing that you'll never get there.
yeah, because you will get to you'll get to better places regardless.
Yeah, it's asymptotic.
And so essentially, yeah, that's what I've been processing there. It's like true truth and decider versus observer problems, and like the idea of, okay, how do I truly know without true accountability? In which, for me, shave was accountability essentially.
What kind of job are you looking for?
I was looking for one like a warehouse job, some with like good manual
Oh, you got your
labor.
forklift training permit. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right.
but it's not looking it's not looking promising, I'll say, because I got forklift certified, but my actual experience is in the kitchen, like cooking and dishwashing and whatnot, like just
I
kitchen
did
prep.
dishwashing for a while. Yeah, I did dishwashing for a while.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, how do I get out of that and get to like the warehouse job, where I'm actually getting a workout while I work instead of like, a dishwasher. And
Yeah.
they
Well,
say,
dishwasher's great because
oh,
you
you
get
need,
to hang out with everybody and you get to eat the food in the kitchen. You're like kitchen staff, but you don't have to like, yeah.
yeah, no, I get you.
And it's hard work. It's not easy.
It isn't. Well, I mean, I guess with the dishwashing jobs that I had, they did get pretty annoying, but it wasn't like, aside from like certain ones, it wasn't like the work wasn't insane.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what
I mean, I guess it depends on how busy the kitchen is too.
Yeah. Well, there were days where the shit got slammed,
Yeah.
and yeah, but
And you always have that
Crazy part.
one cook who just dumps all the stuff on you all at once, and he's like, "I need them back really quick. Clean these for me." It's just like a whole time.
yeah, it's like, God damn it, man! Why'd you do that? Like, what'd you do that for, man? I mean, I get you. I get if.
Well, I mean, it's when there's nothing else to do, dishwashing is always something that you can find, I'm sure.
Yeah. I get you, man.
I one summer when I was in university, I did dishwashing in Europe just because I wanted to travel.
Whoa.
So I like found
Okay.
a student. I found like a student house like I could rent and a dishwashing job while I was there. Yeah.
Dang.
Hey, I've also been a disher too.
Have you
Yeah,
in your house or like for a kitchen?
for a kitchen.
Oh, nice.
A pizza pasta place.
I see.
One of my high school jobs.
Right. Nice.
It was around COVID, so we got to wear the mask, which kind of helped with the stink.
Yeah.
Every time I got I put the mask on, they were like, I had like breathing problems. It essentially felt like suffocating.
Hmm.
And the thing is that I already have like like I already kind of had breathing problems, so yeah, no, the mask was not fun. That was not a good time.
My
But
daughter had some lettuce. She's made a salad. Looks yummy.
Ooh, salad.
Yeah.
yo,
What kind of dressing does she like?
What kind of dressing do you like? She likes balsamic vinegar. She likes a lot because it's sweet. She likes all the sweet stuff.
No, like
Yeah.
well, for me, it's really like too much.
It's too much.
A little bit with like a little bit
She's correcting us.
with
It's always great.
with lemon, with oil.
A little bit of balsamic with lemon and oil.
Oil and vinegar with lemon. So it's like a mix between. Okay.
And salt. Oh man.
Yeah. What about pepper? No pepper? Just salt?
I don't know. No, she's not into pepper yet. We'll see.
Any?
What's up, Rebecca?
yet.
I'm trying to
Hi,
imagine this
Penguin.
salad.
Spanish
Hi,
Rebecca.
Penguin. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet
Nice to
everyone
meet
on
you too.
panel.
Nice.
Hey, Rebecca. Welcome on.
Thank you. I did dishwashing for a rental company, which they do events. A lot of hotels don't carry enough dishes for weddings and such in the summer, so they rent dishes, by the hundreds from companies. So
Oh, wow.
I'm with you. Yeah, it's get in a zen though. That job was much more arduous than restaurant work, just for the sheer volume.
Right.
But you
Yeah.
get
You've
in
got to do it
touch
all at
with-
once, all after the event.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no,
Mm,
yeah,
right.
exactly.
Not slowly as people are eating. Yeah.
But I
Well, I
managed
mean-
restaurants for years. Sorry, I was just going to say that the dishwasher and the hostess set the pace for the whole restaurant. So people
Right.
really undervalue the role of the dishwasher, keeping up on, knowing that they don't have enough forks or whatever it is that needs to be kept up on in a restaurant. It's pretty impressive.
And breaking plates is very embarrassing.
Oh my god, yeah. I'm so glad to have never.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've dropped the whole rack of glasses. Half of them shattered. before.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. You see, I was fortunate enough to work in in a barbecue place, so like all of the stuff was rugged. But
The
oh
worst
my
is getting
God.
home and seeing the dishes in your own sink, and you're just like, ah, no.
No, I look at
that's
those.
like-
I'm
Oh my
like,
god.
I look at my own dishes. I'm like, this is nothing. This is nothing.
Well, that's cool. I always found like the carpenter's house is never finished. The doctor's house never has
Right.
medicine. The restaurateur's
there's that
house
saying,
never has
the,
food in it.
The shoemaker goes barefoot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. You showed
The
infinite
shoemaker.
patience on the panel you were on last night, Benjamin.
The one I was on
You're on
last
a
night.
panel?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Props
over
to
on
you.
Machine Lies?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, Rant was over there. These guys know Rant.
Yeah.
Oh, is that where you came from? Nice, welcome.
Mhm.
He makes a return.
Wait, what?
He's not showing up here again. I hope.
He might.
Wait, was that the tie-dye guy?
He might.
No, Rant's
No,
not the
Rant-
tie guy. Rant's
Yeah.
the, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Know what I
Okay.
mean?
Have you met his
Fine.
father?
Yeah.
Have you met his father yet?
No, I haven't. Is he
His
just his
father-
dad?
The two of them, Pops, he goes by Pops. The two of them are a force to be reckoned with. The one thing I
Okay.
love the most about Rant is when there's been a few times where he's just he'll come out and share something that Mims has taught him, that's his wife, or comes up with ideas like it's, I don't know if it's some sort of a position of juxtaposition to how he normally presents, but he really can have some very tender moments. It's impressive when he does.
Yeah.
I joke that he and his dad suffer from the condition know-it-allism. I come from a similar family.
Right?
So,
Know-it-allism?
Yeah.
There you go.
Right?
Yeah,
yeah.
we got him
Yeah.
type. So we're like a typology group here. So we try to
That's-
type personalities, and yeah, we got him coined right away as a know-it-allism type.
Answers. You think answers from God?
Yeah, answers from God. Yep, that's what it's called.
Mhm.
That type. Yeah.
Ah.
I
Well,
appreciated
like
the.
was it like a NITI type
Yeah,
guy?
yeah. Yep.
NITI consume last.
I
God,
NITI.
those
like
guys
when
are
we had him
crazy.
typed, I just took a random guess. I'm like, hey, do you have a go bag? He's like, yeah, I got a go bag.
Yeah, right.
He's like, yeah, what's in your go bag? And then he just starts listing it off, and it just takes like 10 minutes to tell us what's in his. It's like ready for everything. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah.
Super prepared.
I was going to say
yeah.
the nice thing about his questions or his assertions, was the wisdom you could show in response.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
It's,
So where you?
Yeah.
So you're from Spain? You're living in Spain, or you speak Spanish?
No,
Or-
I speak Mexican Spanish. I'm from
Mexican
Canada.
Spanish.
I live in Victoria, BC, the capital
Oh,
of
nice.
the most western province and
The most beautiful place in the world you live.
Yeah,
Just-
the most
yeah.
southwestern tip of the country. I'm below the 49th parallel, surrounded by Washington State. Everywhere I look, I see America. Out across the water.
Mhm.
But I lived in Mexico when I was 18 for a Rotary exchange trip and learned to speak, Mexican Spanish at the time, and have resurrected it being on YouTube. Just chose to do a couple live streams in Spanish off the
Okay,
cuff.
you got a channel too?
You know,
That you're
I do.
running?
I don't. I do. I don't really do much with it these days. It's a long story. My journey on YouTube. I was sort of pulled into the panelverse, as they call it, the
Right.
drama panelverse, and have taken the last 4 or 5 months to do very little on my channel.
I see.
Yeah.
Is
but,
Spanish your first language?
No, English is English.
English. Okay, I was gonna say you're very good at English.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
You have a question here, Rebecca?
Do I happen to know of the YouTuber Aisel Mazar Abbas Nasiel? No,
That
I
doesn't
don't.
sound like yes.
No.
Yeah.
Is it
So
Isel?
so what happens with you got dragged into it? Who got you into it?
Well, I wouldn't say dragged, more just put up my channel. I was encouraged by one. I was invited out of a chat almost a year and a half ago to participate on a panel, and from there, participated quite regularly in what they called builds, and then one day came into the room and was, sort of strongly encouraged to create my own channel, or I wouldn't be up on the panel. And
Oh, I see.
so
yeah.
I did, yeah. So I did make that channel, and then I had a bit of an addiction, I would say. Like, I went on a lot of panels. I had my own channel. I streamed like crazy. I made a bit of a lol cow out of myself, but I took everything so seriously. Like, I didn't understand the internet at all. I'm very bright, but very neurodivergent as well. And it took me a while to catch on. But once I caught on so fast. Everyone assumed that I'd been playing them all along. So it was
Right.
fun. It's been a really good learning curve. Overall, I'm grateful for the endeavor. It's made me a lot more emotionally mature and I would say maturely skeptical of specifically people online. I'm not someone I've always trusted my instincts, but online people are much better at playing characters. So, yeah.
No, I mean.
So,
No, I mean.
yeah.
100%. Yeah, just talking to more and more people helps you gain that maturity you're talking about. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. And they're very good, right, at presenting scenarios, hopping up, having arguments with one another. And I was always the person taking everyone at face value. So it kind of made me very easy to, I didn't realize false animators were a big thing. I often went back to people who'd created bad content of me, to try and sort things out, which makes for more, I have a lot of hate watchers, let's just say,
Right.
But they're loyal. They made my channel grow. So.
The hate watchers. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're so loyal.
Yeah. The most.
But overall, it's been I liked naive me a year ago, but I needed to grow up. I'm 52 years old, so
Oh,
it's
wow.
been a real necessary change in my life. It's made my real life and my value for real life and my immersion back in my real life like infinitely better.
That's good. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
great.
Why did you
Yeah.
get invited
Good
in the
to
first
hear.
place to the panel?
I think because I have a very specific interest. I mean, I have lots of interests, but I had done I was part of what we called a conspiratainment channel,
Mhm.
with a host that's a bit of a comedian and presented the news. And a lot of conspiracy theorists were there, but I liked the approach that he took because he kind of took a middle line approach. Like you wouldn't have known if he was a conspiracy theorist. He was a Christian, but a cherry picking Christian, you know, and
What's that?
and had well, as someone who has a general philosophy that they're going to interpret the books they read their way. He did some
Right.
really good stuff. There
Okay.
was some really interesting stuff that
Confirmation
he looked
bias.
into.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I see.
But I do a lot of research on gender and not from a scholar's, modern scholars feminist position, but just over my lifetime, I've met intersex people. I saw the radical feminism movement on Facebook, and I just immersed myself in. It's been about a 20-year endeavor. So I did a conspiratainment interview with this man where I hammed up a bunch of stuff. Right, I played the completely mind-swipe truther role for him well because it was a conspiratainment channel, and I did a deep dive into Swire syndrome.
Okay. Don't know it.
I don't know
yeah,
what that
no
is
clue.
either.
Swire syndrome are XY chromosome children that are in utero, don't uptake testosterone at all.
Right. Yeah. So they look like
Yeah.
women. They're
And
like
yeah,
biologically male, but they grew up as women.
Well, and they're psychosocially and
Female, yeah.
they're psychosocially
Yeah.
female, and
That's right.
they're if you were to take
Mm.
if you were actually to take a ultrasound or X-ray or be able to compare their internal
They
organs
develop.
with a
Yeah. They
woman,
develop as
you
female
wouldn't
too. bodily.
you wouldn't really notice any differently. What from my research shows, but also that is Western English research for the most part, shows that they need fertility help. They need a donor oocyte to have children. So
Yeah.
most of them would never know they were XY.
Most of them would never know they were biologically
Mhm.
male. They would
Yeah.
get married and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and even the I would say Western fertility clinics don't have genetic. They're not 23andMe, right? So
Yeah.
they would just be shown as a form of infertility, and even the doctors wouldn't be schooled to know that they were XYs.
Yeah.
So, but because I hammed it up so well, I think that's probably where I got on the radar of some people who like to invite people to their panel and under the guise that they think they're smart, but actually to uplift you as a weirdo. But I've been recently looking into the 6 or 8. I know it's 8, but I look at the 2 that are medically altered after birth as a little bit different. The 8 genders of the Talmud.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't really dug into that passage too much, but that's an interesting. Yeah.
It's very interesting, and I've done some live streams with another content creator. He's a Somali-born Muslim Canadian.
Right.
He's a geopoliticist, and
Okay.
we've done some sort of deep dives into the way people treat gender around the world, and how the West, the West is unaware of things like huevadoches, which are Dominican Republic. They're likely a form of Swire syndrome, but not perfectly androgyne insensitivity. They're males that at 12 years old, they're classified as females until they're 12 years old, where their gonads drop and their genitalia forms differently at puberty.
Yeah.
So it's all very intriguing to me.
So why did you say 6 or 8? What's the controversy between 6 and 8?
Well, they ate. I could pull it up, but I wouldn't do any justice to the words that they
I'm sure,
used.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But basically, that
You have to
there's
decode the
two.
words too. It's very specific, I'm sure, in the Talmud.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you'd be helpful in that.
It's very
actually.
condensed. Yeah.
The two
see
that
where you're going
because
there.
originally a long time ago I'd heard there were 6. There's basically the two that I classify a bit differently would fall into the category of modern Western trans people.
Okay.
In terms of needing that they're born male or born female. And,
like gender dysmorphia, normal stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I would imagine there is an aspect of it that actually, starts younger, like has more to do with normalizing intersexism or people that didn't fit into the 6 categories. Right. So it's, I'm still looking at it from a binary perspective because that's how I was raised. Whereas if I had been immersed in a world that actually understood these 6 types are let's say natural, and these 2 types are need help, for lack of a better way of fitting it, to maybe fit into the 6.
Right.
But I mean, that's me just doing my own,
So
academic.
why the interest in this? Like, why did this draw you out of all things?
Well, I know a lot of people on YouTube thinks it's because I'm like hermaphrodite or transsexual myself. That's not true.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I
wouldn't assume that.
But back in, I went to university in the late 90s. Went back to university in the late 90s. I'm sort of at the heart of Rainbow World here. It's nothing's new that's going on in the world. That's all been going on here in Victoria. Like we've had rainbow crosswalks since the early 2000s.
Yeah.
In university, I came across all sorts of people. I had a friend that was transitioning to being a boy, a man, I should say.
So it's just trying to fit in with the crowd, sort of thing.
More just understand the world around me.
Oh yeah.
Right. Just understand, like, I met an intersex person who had been classified male as a child and had chosen to reclassify themselves as a female. That was just mind blowing to me. And then as the time went on here, a lot of children I had a couple of girlfriends and a cousin whose daughters, and my cousin was born female, came home from school or came home from the psych ward being told they were transgender, identified with it, took testosterone, and I just, I dug deep into it, just trying to figure out. Now, most of those girls now who are women have stopped taking testosterone.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, so more to understand the world around me, and then when I saw what was going on with those people doing transvestigations, one of the truther movements.
What is this term? Transvestigations. Yeah. All right.
There's a lot of people on YouTube been brainwashed by YouTube down a lot of rabbit holes, right?
Right.
One of the rabbit holes is that the elite of the world have inverted themselves, right? So the men give birth and the women don't, and they've inverted themselves as an homage to Satan. And I had to dig, and they were doing all these skull and bones analysis showing, look at how this person walks, look at how their head is like 3 shoulders across, or their head would fit on their shoulders 3 shoulders across, ergo that's a male skeleton. And I was just I saw people getting brainwashed into thinking that as an FU to the creator, people would switch genders and still make babies together. Like, to me, it just was, I had to dig deep to figure out how people could be convinced of that, and had enough research under my belt to start really digging deep into intersexism. There's
lots
a
of
lot
missing
more
information
people.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of
and
missing
there's a lot of
information you had
people
to gather.
Exactly. And a lot of people on the planet, like, intersexism is a condition that's been classified as anomalous, visibly, it's visibly anomalous and diagnosable, right? But what if there's a whole schwack of people that are not visibly anomalous, or if they've changed the spectrum of definition a little bit to include people into a strict XX or strict XY, by the normalization of micropenis or mega clits or what have you, pardon my medical terminology, right?
Well, this is very strict medical terminology, so that's okay.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah.
So in essence, has their, my research has really taken me to understand that this is nothing new. What's, in terms of the anomalies in the world and in
That's right.
in
Yeah.
humanity, it's always
We're
been
just trying to reprocess it. We're trying to recategorize it and all that stuff.
Bruh,
Yeah.
the single observers seeing a double masculine female skull and freaking the hell out.
He's using type language to try to explain what you're talking about. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we have our own language here, which we get addicted to talking to, and it isolates us, and nobody ever wants to talk to us because of it.
I can go back. I'm good at learning new languages. I can go back and watch some of your live streams. Try and.
Oh no, yeah, no worries. That's probably not the best way. That's not the best way to learn it. Yeah.
No.
But so far, I mean, I would guess for you, SE Dom. That doesn't mean anything to you yet, but that's my guess.
SETE.
High FE. Yeah, I mean not FE.
I don't know yet. I'm not slamming down yet.
No slam down.
Yeah.
To me, all I'm seeing is it's like, okay, this is some high
consume.
This is high consume, high SE. But again, you don't know what these terms are, so
yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
Are we?
You're definitely not one of those people that you labeled yourself as, like Rant. Knows everything. Yeah.
No, but I was raised in that environment, so it took me a long time to recondition myself. And when I first came out to YouTube, I was so excited to share my information. I got brainwashed down a lot of rabbit holes in the last 5 or 6 years, and came out the other side. And I think that's one of the reasons why people came at me, is I was speaking against most of the narrative in the Trutherverse.
Right.
Yeah.
The Trutherverse.
That's what I call it. Yeah. I don't know if other people call it that.
Full of, oh god, full of
it's just full of observers. Full of observers. Yeah.
Most of them would stop watching or stop speaking English if they could.
Really?
It's a spellcasting language. Yeah.
Right.
It's all in the words. I'm like, get a dictionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The aliens are the ones who taught us language.
Yeah, or we used to not speak at all. That's another one.
Oh, they'll really. Oh my gosh, it gets. I've noticed that it's like
break out of that.
a lot of those truther people will believe stuff that makes them all feel special, instead of actually like.
I don't know. That might be projecting. I think they genuinely are trying to figure things out, and they don't know how to balance the info. Like, just genuinely. It's a genuine struggle.
It's probably a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Because there are certain other people who are like
Dave Powers doesn't believe in sign language. Sign language doesn't make like.
What?
Yeah, he doesn't believe in sign language. How can you talk so fast with your hands? That doesn't make any sense.
Dave, no. Dave.
Does that mean that he thinks everyone has it, that nobody's deaf and they have an earpiece and are actually being spoken to?
No. It's just that he just doesn't believe that they're lying to him. Maybe people are actually deaf, but sign language isn't real.
How do you? Okay, then how? Actually, that makes sense because he's dyslexic. I was going to say, like, how do you read?
Yeah. The other one he was saying, no, he laughs at himself about it. But the other one he was saying was like antlers, like deers don't live in forests. There's no way deers live in forests. They would get stuck on trees with their antlers. So he couldn't balance that info either.
You see,
a lot of deer live in the city.
He's talking.
That's true. That is true.
All the deer have tags on their ears. I wonder if they're being farmed.
Or tracked. They're getting tracked.
Yeah, they're definitely being tracked. But sometimes I wonder if it's actual farming. It would be smart of the First Nations people here to farm the deer in the cities, I think.
Well, I know you track you track wild stuff to know how the population's doing, the health of the population, if it's going down or up. Yeah.
They're very healthy here. They look very healthy here. The squirrels, on the other hand, their tails are falling off. I don't know what's happened to the squirrels, but they're looking fat and not with full tails any longer. But I do
They
live
got
somewhere
into
like
the
I'm
trash
surrounded by
cans.
6-story trees, and we're really lucky here. And it really is very beautiful.
I mean, I definitely think that's the most beautiful place in the world. Victoria, BC. I
Mhm.
don't know. Yeah, you have redwood there too.
A little bit. I mean, I can think of one heritage tree down in Fairfield that's a redwood,
How
but
old is
not
it?
commonly. It's huge, so I would bet at least a few hundred years, at least a couple hundred years old.
Yeah.
Not, I would say most of the trees here. Again, I'm just guessing based on how other trees
You don't have to
grow. It's
qualify
hard
your
to say.
guesses. You're allowed to guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they're oak trees. We're surrounded by Gary oaks, so I assume they grow a little slower than others. They're very hardwood. They're very solid trees. They're everywhere. I mean, it is
Yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, most of the forests outside of the city, though, are pine, right? Like, and they've been foresting for over 100 years. So, it's even the densest forests around that people are like, these are ancient. You're like, well, not that ancient. Somebody planted them, right? Like,
I don't think it's the temperature deviation between summer and winter there is pretty much stable. Like it's not like 20 degrees or something.
Are
Nothing
we
too
talking
extreme.
Celsius? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get about, it's gotten, the variation has grown a little in the last, I've lived here since 97. So in the last, let's say 30 years, we definitely, I mean, the year before I moved here, they had a blizzard with 5 feet of snow. I mean, roofs
wow.
collapsed and boats were sunk and it was bad.
Wow.
And when I first moved here, any amount of snow would immobilize the entire city. We typically
Right.
get, about 5 days of snow a year here. It doesn't last for longer than a day or two. But just 20-minute drive up the highway and their snow lasts for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
In fact, you can go just inland from the ocean into a subdivision that's like, sort of up on a bit of a plateau. It's and the climate there, it's all in the same city, but the climate there in the summer is way hotter. I don't know how that works. I don't know. It's obviously relative to some of the mountains around, but yeah, I would say more like a 30 degree, we do get summers. 2020 was a really hot summer, got up to 37, 40 degrees here. It was crazy. But most years we get, 5 really cold days, 5 to 10 really hot days. And yeah, it is very specific to the city. You get outside of the city and the climate does change quite a bit. You can find lakes that are hot all summer long. But yeah, we're really lucky. I would say so lucky it actually only even rains at night in the spring and fall. Like, it's mists most of the time. It's nothing like Vancouver, even though we're on Vancouver Island. We can't see the mainland from where we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vancouver's a very rainy city. Seattle's, from what I understand, a very rainy city, and people just assume that we're like that too, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's
Lots of
perfect.
SEA, David.
It sounds like SE or SI talk. Like
Yeah, no, it's
SI
SE.
talk.
It's lots of SE. Yeah. So one of the types of conspiracy theorists is the type like Rant, where the reason they go and try to explain all of these things with conspiracies is because they don't want to believe in randomness. They want to believe that there's something in control behind the randomness. Like it's randomness is scary to them, and so like that's their motivation. Yeah.
Yeah.
They will.
Interesting. What I find interesting about some of the people on YouTube that have done a lot of Bible learning and claim to be Christians, and again, I'm not speaking specific to Rant to this, and I don't mean to.
Yeah. No. I know what you mean. You're generalizing. You're okay.
Yeah.
You're using your NI.
Some of them talk from a place where if what they're talking, if what they're saying is true, they're actually preaching more for the opposite side. The doomsday prophecies, the
Right.
constant Luciferian satanic talk. It's
Right.
like, I don't know if they can realize it, that how much they're like, I just, I would say if I believed what they believed, it'd be faith over fear. Like it just would have to be,
Yeah.
But again, reason is really valued, right? I mean, someone said faith is antithetical and I can't say the word right, antithetical
It's against.
to to reason. So
Right.
I went and looked up faith and looked up reason. But I also have and I asked ChatGPT what they thought about it. And they were totally not in agreement. ChatGPT was not in agreement.
Oh
With,
no, don't say ChatGPT. That's the devil. You can't say that word.
Yeah, AI
Oh.
bad.
So I mean, I have faith every time I get in my car, and every time I go on a bridge, and every time I go in an elevator. It's like it's not faith without reason. It's faith with reason. But you know, because I know engineering and because I know like what safety factors are and all that kind of stuff, I trust the bridge. I can walk across a bridge, no problem. I know it's not going to collapse under me. Yeah.
Well, and people have faith every time they talk about DNA and never have looked through an electron microscope.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, not trying to tear down genetics at all here. I'm just saying.
No. Yeah. No, I'm with you. We got it. Yeah.
So.
I can see why you rub people the wrong way. You're you're a bit more stable than them. You're a bit more balanced on the observations than they are.
Thank you. YouTube has helped me. Well, I've helped myself on YouTube. It took me far down the other path. You know, pendulum did swing at one point, and my emotional responses were not stable at first. Right? I mean, I would yell at people, and I have had great arguments with Rant. He had to call his dad once.
My dad can beat up your dad.
I love it.
I'm like, did you just call your dad in? But
well, I feel like there's a story there, Annie. Annie has no faith in elevators. I feel like there's a story. Yeah, I guess you get to meet some interesting people in the Trutherverse and the Panelverse and all that stuff you've been in.
Yes, most certainly.
Would you recommend people get into those areas of the internet?
Not so much.
No.
Not so much.
Yeah.
It's I think what happened with people online is in 2020, you know, I say it's a QAnon effect, whether they want to admit they were QAnoners or not. There are a lot of people who were QAnon affected. In addition to whatever other subsets of information were coming out, people thought that they were like saving the world, right? Like they were decoding people's socks and decoding movies and decoding everything, trying to find a piece of the puzzle to help save the world. And the information stopped a couple of years ago, and some people on YouTube saw the opportunity to sort of steer the traffic. That you know, hopelessness was actually what ended up getting sold to most people, some level of hopelessness. And rather than pull themselves out of the brainwashing and hopelessness, they're stuck. And so what they do instead is, you know, watch people have vague conversations about the things that they learned on YouTube, you know, like, and I say vague conversations because most of the panels are actually having somewhat more direct conversations, but still it's all affected by this brainwashing.
So people people like Rant and Illumitami, they will not present a problem of despair like that without having a solution to rope you in to afterwards. Like they'll have the solution ready to rant on basically once they come out with their despair.
Yes. Yeah.
They will come out and they'll be like, "Oh, everything is going in this direction. I see what's coming. This is what's coming, and here is how you avoid it. And if you guys want to know, I've got the info." Yeah.
Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe.
Sorry.
Non-Christians want to blame the Bible for confusion. You know, even some Christians want to blame the Bible. People of different faiths want to blame the Talmud, you know, or the Quran, you know, like, or the people. Yet it's like, to me, it's like, if you don't read something, right?
That's exactly what I caught him on.
Right?
I know. That's exactly what I caught Rant on. He didn't. I'm like, you just don't like it because you don't want to read it. It's too much. He's like, yeah, it's too much. Got him busted. Yeah.
You know, and I don't know. I don't throw away the Human Anatomy and Physiology or your book because I didn't read it. You know, like I come from a medical family, and I loved not knowing what carries oxygenated blood veins.
All right, we got another camera. Let me get back in.
Yeah, I don't. You know,
I could get off camera
still.
Hey, Ben, I could get off camera. Not a big deal.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it
it's
is.
cool. I just didn't want to be the only one on camera. So
Oh, okay. You know what's unfortunate about Bunny Christ?
do you know Rebecca, Hank? Do you have any stories
Yes,
about
we do.
Rebecca?
I know her. I don't really have many. I think I have a couple stories, but just how King Stephen used to be nicer and not be nicer now for no reason.
He's nice to me again.
Oh, okay.
We're good.
Yay!
First fight I took Grant on with was when I hopped up when he was saying Hank wasn't intelligent. So I hopped up because he says he's recreational argument network television. I'm like, this is a good recreational argument to have, right? I'm gonna hop up and discuss this and argue this recreationally from someone who's
Yeah, you tried
throwing
to make
ad
fun of your
hominems.
One Piece hat. I like your One Piece hat, Hank. That's good.
Yes, but pretty much I wiped him out so many times on Machine Lies that he self-destructed his own channel because he knew he wasn't going to make it big because he couldn't beat me in a debate.
Yeah, you can't beat Hank in a debate.
I was laughing
will
so
destroy
hard
you.
with you last night, Hank.
Yeah, good luck beating Hank in a debate. It's not possible.
It has to be, otherwise I can't win my mirror match.
Oh, that's
Your
true.
mirror
Yeah.
match?
Yeah,
It's when you debate yourself. He's got to be able to beat himself.
yeah, it can't be a stalemate. That'd be
See, you
boring.
can't argue with that. There you go, Hank. Another one.
But yeah, I think Grant and I had the same MBTI type. I don't know about the director personality type, but
I don't. Yeah, not an OP.
yeah, probably not OP because we have differences. Like I kind of listen a bit better than he does, so if I change the OP for sure.
I mean, it's not
listen.
hard to listen better than someone with Rant's type.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Man. Gosh, staying with the whole conspiracy category. Hi. There's this good video that I watched. Do you know about like the stuff that's happening in Australia? Like people's like this one they're like muckrakers over there. Because essentially, what their government got like bribed by U.S. intelligence, as it always happens, like because
I mean, that's
in
not a
Australia,
conspiracy. I mean, it's well known that.
not.
Yeah. That kind of thing happened.
And it's like, in the reason why is because they were the closest vantage point to spying on China and Russia. So
From Australia?
yeah, like in the deserts, because it's just very open, remote space, and which is perfect for dropping a nice surveillance place. Like that
Right.
that makes a lot of sense. So you fucking there are certain Aussie YouTubers who were really upset, and this one this ENFP, I think he's some form of ENFP, was really upset because the CIA's like controlling their government, which is like controlling which is like then it goes down to controlling him, and then they're hiding like secret information. So he decides, I'm gonna fucking raid the base.
All right. I didn't hear the story. Okay.
Oh man, it's super funny. It is really funny and god awfully.
Is that your favorite?
as well.
Is that your favorite conspiracy theory?
Mine?
Yeah. Do you have a
It's
favorite
not
one?
No.
Hank,
it's
do you have a
like
favorite conspiracy theory?
Nothing's really a conspiracy if you think about it hard enough.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
Like I used to get roped into those. Continue. Sorry.
yeah, I actually have a favorite conspiracy theory. So if you showed headlines, it would show I'm with they with a lizard and a grinning face. I think my favorite conspiracy theory is the reptilian one. People ran with being reptilians, and they live under the district of criminals and run the government, even though we know it's a metaphor.
Yeah. I don't think you believe that though. You just like it as a theory.
Yeah, and it's like actually, that goes back to what I was talking about of people wanting to believe stuff because they just want to.
Well,
But man, yeah,
What were you saying, Rebecca?
yeah, go on.
I was just going to say that I think people have struggled to believe that humans do the things that humans do. So I think it's a boogeyman story. They
Yeah, there
want
is
to
that.
blame demonic possession. They want to blame lizards. They want to blame, like they want to have free will and demonic
Oh, the
possession in the
SI.
same, free will and demonic possession in the same category, right? They want to believe MK Ultra and free will. They want to believe that, and maybe I'm giving the masses too much credit when I say like people are responsible for their own confusion.
Yeah.
Like
No, I see that too with a lot of people who believe in like Satan or the devil or that kind of thing. It's like they can't believe that people can be that bad. They need to believe something's influencing them, something outside of them. Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah, because I mean, whenever you get down to it, it's like, there's not much difference between us and the animals around. We share a lot of the same DNA, but I mean, all it boils down to is just a struggle to survive. So people will do atrocious things in the name of propagating themselves.
I mean, people do atrocious things in the name of many other reasons. Yeah, there's there's stuff that you can do that has nothing to do with survival. That's just and I think that's what Rebecca's talking about is like, how do you explain that kind of thing? Like,
No,
okay,
I
your
agree,
your
actually.
evolution and animal idea is nice, but it doesn't explain some of the bad things people do.
Actually, yeah, I can concur there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something I'm going to need to think about more.
That's like the whole thing as well with like Holocaust denial, for example, is the same thing. It's like you can't believe people can do that, so just deny it. It's a conspiracy.
Yeah, but what do you might call it? Hey, back to the whole, back to the thing of the conspiracy stuff with the whole government, with like the whole CIA like base. I was thinking, I was like essentially along the lines of, bro, do you not really like have an understanding of how these bases work? Whenever if you were to break in there, you'd probably just see a bunch of servers. Because it's a data collecting site. There's nothing hidden. And say there was, what the hell are you gonna do about it? You're gonna get like you can't download that information.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing truly hidden if you.
I mean, they're not rational. They're not thinking rationally. They're thinking based on their fears. It comes from their fears, right?
It is, and I've certainly found emotions leading to very like irrational lines of thinking. It can be crazy, how much they really can like influence your beliefs.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like if you just do a bit of research, think about it, figure out how it works, get a deep understanding of it. It's like there's nothing to like. There's nothing missing anymore. But it's way easier said than done for even me as well. But it's like,
you get your credit card sorted, Hank?
Not quite. I'm on hold again.
Can you give me your number and then maybe I can take a look?
Put me to the wrong department.
The 3 funky numbers on the back.
Yeah, yeah. Give me the number of your credit card, the expiry date, and I'll take a look for you. I'll try to solve it for you on my
I'm
end.
making up a new number real quick.
Just kidding. Don't make up a number. It's all right.
Well, again, my credit card. Again, someone else's. So let's make up a number.
Do you have a tendency to be interested in conspiracy theories, Hank?
Absolutely. But I want to ground my conspiracy theories under the things people are actually doing. So what I'm looking for is actually a personality system where I can quickly identify people's loops so I can predict what they're going to do next and what environments they can be most successful in.
Sounds like
Yeah.
OP is pretty good. for that.
OP is a good place to start, I think, for Hank.
Right back.
Yeah. But it's a cult. Yeah, you don't want to get into this. It's a cult.
you get so deep down in it to like knowing how everybody works is also kind of, it can be kind of a curse as well, because you essentially know their mess ups. Like it's like it's almost like it is pretty alienating.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you're pretty alienating on your own, and we're going to solve that, right, Nico?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, it's.
Okay. Alright.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
I was that loser guy. I was kind of like that loser guy in school. I'm not
We
gonna
gotta
lie.
bring in Claire here. Beat you up, Minion.
Yeah, Claire, kick
Beat
my
you
ass.
up. Mike Tyson, come in. We can beat you up.
Yeah, get him, Mike. Yeah. Oh man.
anything that takes you away from wonder, and awe, should be suspect. I'm not saying any answer to something.
You like the wonder and
I'm
awe.
just saying,
Yeah.
if
You
in
like magic?
general, yeah.
You like the magic tricks. Yeah.
Well, not, yeah. I mean, I like illusion. I like knowing it's illusion, But I think just in general, if some information set has taken you so far that you have no wonder and awe, even for the information set you were originally interested in, something's missing. Something's, it's like the world saying, oh, Google Earth has mapped the whole Earth. Like, sure, we can take pictures, and now we get the people being like, you can't even take a picture of the Earth. It's all made up or whatever. It's, ultimately
It's
like
all
this
made
land is
up.
so, this
God.
land is so vast. There's people out there that, how would you, it's made up because, there's no such things as satellites because there's no such thing as space and so on and so forth. Right. So,
Yeah, there's no such thing as space. Yeah.
Space doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I never thought space existed in my entire life.
Yeah, it's just a blanket.
It's just a screen as it gets played on by some big robots.
You know what's
Yeah,
funny is
yeah,
when
it's
you
made
get
by
two
the
people that
alien
don't believe the same
Illuminati.
thing exists, but each have a different explanation for why, and they're fighting over that explanation.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
it's,
the age resolved.
to me, yeah, that's where I found, that's where I saw like hopelessness around me on YouTube, right?
Right.
I'll just keep my camera on.
I mean, I tried
and-
arguing
and-
with one of those flat earthers. I was like, why is Antarctica on the outside? Why isn't it not in the middle? It could have been in the middle.
Yeah.
He's like, because that's the way it is. That's what they look at the UN symbol. The UN symbol proves that there's a flat Earth and the Antarctica's on the outside. I was like, all right, okay, fine.
Didn't show him another one with the Antarctica in the middle.
Yeah.
But
Well,
when I argue against flat earthers, I actually make another conspiracy say Mother Gaia is warping space and making it appear like a ball. It really can't do much against that. And that's a plan to power her down.
Well, that's because so they don't even engage with you then, Hank, because you've made such a good argument that it's not even worth. They can't even try. So they'll just
They'll
won't
just
listen to you.
lose. Yeah,
No,
they'll
I know.
lose.
I think I know how to get them. You scare them even more, but you scare them out of it. Like
No, you don't
especially
get
like
'em.
the EP,
You gotta-
the EP flat earthers. So
The
it's like,
cure is
oh
just humble
yes,
consciousness.
you see. Oh yes, you see. The government created these chats because it wants to make you more stupid and control you. and then they'll freak out and they'll be like, no, I don't want to be like that. And then they get out of that spirit. It's like, I believe it's round, I swear. Yeah, take that, government.
I was looking a bit more at Nietzsche this week, and he was talking about how consciousness is actually a bad thing. Too much consciousness, it's a very bad thing.
Yeah, I don't agree with Nietzsche a lot.
Interesting.
But maybe I do. I don't like him as a person, though. Yeah,
You don't like us as a person?
Yeah, because he's trying to say how good Superman is, and he was a loser himself. So. But yeah,
Superman.
too much conscience is a bad thing. I agree with that.
I tell people I don't have faith in the shape of the earth. Like I don't believe in round or flat. It is what it is.
Oh, the new option.
Well, it's just easier for me to have faith in God than it is faith in the shape of something. Like, do I have faith in triangles? Like I know what a triangle is,
Yeah,
like,
look at it.
So if we have the shape wrong, we'll correct at some point, like,
Yeah.
Definitely.
Right now, the best model for Earth is a round Earth. I don't know what the shape is either, but the best model at the moment
Yeah.
that
Exactly.
actually gives us results and like flying and GPS and all that kind of stuff. It's
wrong.
And they always
The
called
best
it
model is
Wrong.
spheroid, right? Like,
wrong.
So, and people think that geocentric Earth and heliocentric Earth, one is flat and one is round. Actually, geocentric math and heliocentric math are all based on
Are shapes
spheres.
even real? Are shapes real? Do shapes
Shapes
even
are fake.
exist?
The world of forms.
Am I even here? Am I here?
Yeah.
Am I real?
You're an
I mean,
AI bot.
in the end, all we know is distant like communication between things. All there is just communication between atoms. So do shapes even make sense? Because all the atoms could be in different places, but as long as they're communicating at, if something can communicate with something, we just call it close, and then our mind makes a shape. There you go.
In fact, I made a new way to argue against atheism using a similar argument. So I say okay, I have the lack of belief in video games, and if someone tries to contradict me with by showing a video game, I just tell them it's like just a pile of bits. It's just a bunch of pixels. You're just having a hallucination. There's no game there.
Sure.
So just use reductionism.
Yeah, I bet entropy will fight that, Hank.
Yes, but the plan is that
because randomness. Okay, how about this? Think of all of the different possible pictures of, I don't know, 1,000 by 1,000, a megapixel. All of the different possible megapixel pictures you have all over the internet, every single one, and everyone that looks like something. So like that's a lot. You can't really picture all of these possible different pictures and things. It's way too many. But there's way more pictures that don't look like anything. Like way more snow. Way more snow pictures than there are pictures that look like something.
Yeah.
By far, by like an infinite amount.
Yes. Yeah. And the funny thing is, I can just use polytheist stuff in God. I can use the counter argument for what I'm really trying to argue for.
Hey guys, sorry. The collective IQ of this chat is like overclocking my phone, and it like destroyed my battery to the point where it's like basically hellfire.
He needs to channel change. We're too intellectual.
Oh, sorry.
My phone, essentially my phone's on fire, and I need to go.
Yep.
Right. Later, Nico.
Peace out, guys.
Oh wait, Nico, are you getting submitted? Sorry to ask you.
He did.
I submitted. Yeah.
You guys submitted. You went through. You paid for it and all. When do you want to do ATG, the Advanced Typing Group?
Sure.
Sure. Okay, I'll message you about it. I got you.
Okay.
All right. Anyways, thanks you. I'm glad you guys submitted.
This is a really good conversation. Sorry that I have to go.
No, you're all right. You're all right. Your phone's overheating. You gotta go charge it. Or something.
Yeah.
What's an advanced typing group?
Advanced typing group. Yeah.
Advanced typing group. It's a.
So basically, the gurus. You have to explain the gurus first. So we have these god gurus that know people, and they're the only ones that are able to know people.
They live on a higher. They live
yeah.
on a higher plane of existence.
That's right.
So we
And
can't
we're all
ever,
just these
like-
plebs that don't know how to type people and don't know how to figure out who people are. And so we're using them to calibrate ourselves off of. And so since he's submitted, he paid money now, so he's going to get typed by the gurus, and they're going to give him his type name.
Yeah.
It's like getting your name. Yeah.
And now his opinion will be valid inside the cult.
Now, yeah,
So-
he will finally get his type, and so we want to try to guess at his type first, and so we do an interview with him to try to figure out his type.
Neat. Is it
Yeah.
an expensive endeavor?
No, it's not too expensive. Yeah.
No.
It's not
only
like
getting.
Scientology.
No.
How much
Not
is-
yet. Not yet.
How
Yet.
much is Scientology?
Scientology gets you have to invest quite a bit of money before you find out about the alien spaceship and the baby coming or something like that.
How much?
In the hundreds of thousands.
No, what you have to invest,
thousands?
what you have to invest as well is your personal information, where they can manipulate you and blackmail you. That's more the problem.
No, with Scientology, not with the
Yeah.
type advanced type.
Scientology. Yeah. Oh no, with
There's somewhat as well. Yeah.
there's somewhat. Yeah.
It's not as bad.
If they have information on people, if they wanted to use it, people are somehow they're just honest with them.
I mean, the gurus aren't smart enough to really actually use the information.
Joke's on
I don't-
them.
no,
I
they
leak
just don't
my-
care
my
enough. Yeah,
information out
They
to
don't care.
myself.
They don't even watch the video. They visual type in 5
Pretty
minutes.
much.
They play video games. I mean,
Yeah, they play video games while they type you. It's pretty much. Yeah.
But
There's a lot
I
of
think
wisdom in video games.
yeah,
go.
quite a bit. Pretty much, it's probably the best way to learn about the dark side of the Force.
I'm no good at video games. I tried once. I had a boyfriend that I ended up with a PlayStation 2 from, and I didn't even own a DVD player. But I went to house sit for my mom, and I took this PlayStation 2, and I grabbed The Sims. I grabbed this ball you used to roll around trying to pick things up, some Japanese game where you just roll around things and the ball gets bigger and bigger, and I sucked at it. But I played Sims Family, and I ended up getting stuck at 51% because the quests or whatever they tell you to do, like I'd gotten married, and now this Sims wanted me to kiss someone else, right? And try and figure out. So I just
that's how
ignored
they get you. That's how they corrupt your morals.
exactly.
Yep.
So I stuck with my morals thinking that, oh, well, and eventually I got 3 amoral. So I had to start trying to, anyways, I had to go back, but I'd had this one quest going on for months, and I think I broke The Sims. Like I couldn't come up with any combination because the memory space in the computer was too far away. Like that's how I see it anyways. I broke Sims by not corrupting my morals.
Yep.
But ultimately,
That's
I
how
have
you
no
win the
experience
game. Yeah, that's how you win the game.
No, I did
correct.
win.
Yeah, you won.
I-
yeah, that
yeah,
and
exactly.
and winning the game released you from its slavery. Otherwise, you would have been
Yes,
stuck
exactly.
in it. Yeah.
Exactly. It was like kind of anyways, I found there was some, I'm trying to remember the name. I had a child in my life for a while. I was blessed to be a part of a family where I played this game called the Webkins game. That's what it was. I mean, Webkins was way more fun than Sims, I would just say. If I'm going to keep something alive and I don't have to like corrupt my morals, playing around making your house for your little stuffed animals was a lot more fun. But I digress. I'm not an anti-video game person. I'm just really bad at them. I don't have the hand-eye coordination for it.
I don't believe that. I think if you cared enough, you would be able to do it.
Thank you. I've spent a lot of time watching people play video games. I don't know if that's worse, actually. Back in the day, watching people, just hanging out with your friends while people play video games. And I do have a few friends that live stream video games, so I chat in their chat with them. But yeah.
Nice. Luna, you still with us?
I just don't have something to add, something smart to add.
Where is Luna? Where are you?
Oh, I'm from India. I'm in India.
Nice.
Yeah.
I cater for an East Indian catering company right now. I do Hindu, Sikh, Muslim weddings.
Oh,
mostly.
wow. So, do they have like ritual requests?
Do they have what? Spiritual?
Rituals. Do they request the rituals of the
We're
culture?
not normally there for the wedding, but definitely there's compared to Western weddings, there's definitely a lot of different rituals that go on at the celebrations, right? Like plays and ritual outside with music, and then they all form like well, we would call it a snake, like the dance when you dance together in a line, or come marching back in with very loud. They're my favorite weddings, all of them. You get a lot of bridezillas in Western culture demanding everything be perfect. It's sort of socialized, I think, to be like Princess Day, whereas I find the East Indian weddings tend to be really focused around family and celebration and rolling with the errors and, but loudest parties I've ever been to. They're the loudest parties I've ever been to, by far.
True.
Yeah, a lot of fun. And beautiful color everywhere,
Hmm.
Yeah, it's really nice. I asked the Hindu chef, if he'd never eaten meat his whole life, right? And he said, not in the next life either.
Oh.
I thought that was, a neat response. Not in my past life, not in my next life.
What about the one after that?
Still no.
Okay.
Which would make sense, I just think that, I'd never really thought about the idea of a Hindu being reincarnated as a Catholic or something like that, but he very, very poignantly summed up a very long spiritual faith. Is quite beautiful in his response.
Has anyone looked up microtubules yet?
No.
I can do it now.
No, what's microtubules?
It's in the brain. Basically, there's this anesthesiologist that was trying to figure out where consciousness is in the brain, because wherever it is, it has to do with anesthesia. Anesthesia is able to turn it off, and they can't figure out how anesthesia works. And so they finally figured out what anesthesia is actually doing. So it's affecting the tubules in your brain, the microtubules.
To block the series of tubes can block the consciousness. Okay.
Well, an anesthesia is an amnesiatic medication.
Neurotubules.
Have you heard of magnetosomes?
No, let me look those up.
Magnetosomes, magnetite in the brain. It's Laurentian University is doing research on the magnetite in the brain, saying that some people have more, some people have less. I think it's probably inactive, or maybe even lead or aluminum affects it. But
I'm finding pictures of Pokemon. How do you spell magnetosomes?
No, I found it. Magnetosome.
Yeah, so they're saying
I see. I was using
that's that could be related to the neurotubules as well.
No, this one isn't. But I've often wondered where our magnetic sensitivity is in our body. Like we have so many sensors in our body. Like we're like a magnetic sensitivity sensor is like the most basic of all sensors, like in physics, right? So you get iron in your body. So like, but why didn't biology figure out how to detect magnets? It's like so simple. So yeah, I mean, and I know birds have it. It's just like it's like a pre-conscious thing. It's so simple that our consciousness doesn't need it. So we're not tapped into that sensor. Yeah. It's interesting.
Well, I wonder though if they're related, because we think of neurotubules as biological, which is fine. I mean, we are made up of crystalline compounds, right? Amino acids are all crystalline compounds, all 22 of them. So the microtubules, if you think about it, like a TV with a, that had the old glass tube as well as magnets, like they could work together. It's just that we see things we've been taught. Yeah.
The microtubules are really interesting. They're crystals, basically. Our brain is building crystals inside. Microcrystals, basically, is what they are. And the microcrystals are able to operate using quantum effects, which is also really interesting. So trying to understand this on a physical level is going to get, complicated very soon.
Well, it's because we were taught biology and chemistry, but not physics when it comes to the body, but metaphysics would be the body.
Yeah. You know what else uses crystals and quantum effects? My computer.
That's right. But not to that degree. That's a possible application in the future for sure. If you could figure out how microtubules work, there's lots of technology in there, guaranteed.
Have you seen the alleged patents that they've put out saying that Google wants to use us for storage? Again, this is all, just because there's a document stating something.
Are we
Google
exchanging conspiracy theories?
Yeah.
I don't read patents because I want lower penalty when I break them.
Oh yeah, people out there think we're being totally hacked, and already are being used for storage. I don't believe that. I struggle to believe a lot of things, but
I believe that because people tell me
things.
ads they saw. People tell me what commercials they watched. So I confirm that. So you serious? You're telling me about the commercials? I blocked those things. What are you doing?
No, I don't know if it's commercials. I just know it's sort of let's call it a YouTube lore, or even it's just people find things on the internet and like, look at the patent I found. Again, I wouldn't say I struggle to believe things. I just don't, what I'm saying is I don't necessarily believe something because I see a printed document saying it exists.
A patent doesn't mean it exists. A patent is just you're patenting an idea. A lot of patents don't even get to prototype phase. And a lot of patents don't even work, or it's
so
not hard to write a patent.
Some people might know that and submit patents just to get the patent submitted to be able to perpetuate a story.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the other way around. People have a story and they think it's a genius story and it's real and it's reality, and they go to try to patent it and they figure out a way. And it's the other way too.
How many languages do you speak, Benjamin?
Oh, me? Just 3, but like a little bit from other languages. Yeah.
Yeah. And have you spoken those 3 languages most of your life?
No. French was first, then English, and Hebrew was later when I was in my 20s, 25. Wow. Yeah.
You can tell your daughter's been speaking English since she was very young.
Not so much.
No?
She
definitely is capable of thinking in it. When she's got her likes and her ums dialed in like that, it's impressive. It's hard to pause in another language.
Her mother doesn't speak English very well, so she only spoke really Hebrew at home. And when I got home, I would rather just communicate with them than actually teach them English. I'd rather have an actual relationship with them. So I just spoke Hebrew with them too. So they're learning English from like YouTube. Yeah.
Wow. Still, but to use the pause words is not easy. Usually your brain will trip up to your own language pause word.
Maybe.
Yeah, in Spanish, when I was learning it, they use the word este instead of Nobody says in Mexico. They say este. And when I knew I was thinking in the language, when I could speak a sentence and not say but say este, I wasn't translating anymore. I was actually thinking in the language. That was a breaking point.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. It's beautiful learning more languages.
Luna, how many do you speak?
3. Yeah, 3.
3 as well? English, Hindi, and then
Gujarati.
Yeah. And you, Rebecca? Spanish, English, and
I speak Spanish, English, and I learned French in high school. So
of course.
It's printed all over Canada. So in the West, we like to joke that we actively ignore it. But when I was doing learning when I first came onto YouTube in 2020, following videos, because I went into Spanish at the time just to see if, like, South America was getting the same information that we were getting. YouTube started suggesting this French woman to me, and I was like, no, I don't speak French. I don't speak French, right? But one day, YouTube was being so persistent, I decided to stop and listen to this woman. I had to put her in 75, 0.75 speed. But in 2 days, I was able to comprehend most of what she's saying. I have a master's degree in university too, which helps. The Spanish uses the more academic Latin root for most of its colloquial terminology. So that helped feed my understanding of English, right? That we have these big words in English that people don't use, like masticate, to chew, and stuff like that. So in essence, all of those languages fed into each other. And then I'm a bit of some people get lost in there. There's that guy at the coffee shop carrying his Bible around. I took I just wanted to know the word, right? So I figured that if in the beginning there was the word, that I would just read words. And most of my wisdom comes from getting lost in a dictionary for 6
Wow.
months of my life. And I find that in English, people would really not be as confused. If the beauty of online dictionaries is you can type the first 5 letters in a word, and you can, come up, there's 20 words given to you. So I still read the dictionary on a daily basis, and I spend a lot of time in the 1828 dictionary, which I think would help a lot of people on YouTube. If they really want to understand what they don't understand about their Bible, they should really look at what words used to mean. It's very helpful. I know you said in Hebrew, the words mean, words have a lot of meaning, right? And when a language
Hebrew is an interesting language.
Yeah. And if you don't understand, the building of the language and how the words are rooted, like in English, they'll be like, oh, that's rooted in Germanic. Yeah, but what was the Germanic rooted in? Right? So its etymology even stops truncated. And sometimes, the way a word evolves over the world, like it might have been evolved, like it's just not always, even etymology doesn't always dial it in correctly. They've done their best guess backwards as well, right? So when you know more Latin languages, start listening. I've listened to German.
Hebrew, it's easy
Dutch.
to figure out what you're talking, like what the word means, because the building blocks are very simple. You can always relate it to another word very easily, and the words are always linked. So like synonyms are really easy to find in Hebrew for that reason, because all of the words are very, very well coordinated between each other. I think that's the interesting part to look at. Yeah.
And it's been preserved, right? So, so there's just that's what people need in English. People can say, oh, it's the language that's the problem, but actually definitions evolve over time. So when they say they change the definition of, jabs or whatever in the dictionary, well, that's actually how the language has evolved. That's what we've evolved to use it as. I mean, coincidental, people used to say nothing is coincidental, right? Everything is coinciding at the same time right now, what they mean is what they used to mean is it's not by happenstance, but now coincidental means happenstance. That's just what people have evolved to use it as. So the dictionary involves that. And that's where faith-based, people who have faith understand words more, because most of the words we use come from a faith-based culture. And if you have no faith, then a word only has so much meaning, like, forgiveness. Forgiveness means to a faithless person, forgiveness means to let go of resentments, but if you're going with the Christian theology, Christ didn't have resentment towards the thief on the cross beside him, like that's not the way that works, right? Yeah. Forgiveness means foreshadowing. Forgiveness means to give back to the giver, the judgment that's going, the giver with a capital G. I'm
trying to think about in Hebrew what forgiveness would be. So in Hebrew, forgiveness would be like mechila is like when you officially forgive someone. It's like it's an official forgiveness. Mechila, like in a court or something like that. And you can use that word between people as well. Like you use that word, but it's like a court word, and it's nice to use sometimes.
Would there be a religious word for absolution then, like a higher level of forgiveness?
The highest word is tshuva. Tshuva means return. So the highest word is like the return.
Yeah.
That's what tshuva is. So whatever return means for you is that's the highest word. So forgiveness is a type of return.
Yeah.
Return is higher than forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where this language, English builds on itself that way too, right? But people who don't have faith, there's a lot more reason to, there, or less reason, let's say, they see these synonym, to an average English speaker, a synonym is a word that means the same thing. They don't realize the nuance between them. They're not identical. There's a reason for the nuance difference, right? And the more words you study, the more you start to understand the specificity of what you're trying to say, rather than being stuck in confusion, being like, it's all spell casting. It doesn't, there's 100 words mean the same thing. They actually don't. Right. And I would think that in Hebrew, that's been preserved in a sort of hierarchical fashion, for lack of a better way of putting it, or at least in a systemic understanding.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's an interesting language to study. There's a lot of meaning in the way the words are structured, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see that from etymology. Sometimes you can see it, but it's tracing back to something that, you know what I mean? You can see it sometimes in English, but other than that, unless you go into etymology, you're not going to see much of that in English.
Well, and a good example is, that I've found, like I look up words like harm recently, and it's based in a Germanic word that doesn't even sound like harm. But what if that Germanic word came from the Arabic word haram? To me, it makes more sense, right? Like, it's in Spanish, they have a word called ojalá, which is God willing, and it has its own specific verb conjugation that comes behind it, specific only to ojalá. Well, to me, that also again is looks to me like it has Arabic influence, just in the Allah part of ojalá. But again, you can only go so far with the etymology, because I don't speak Germanic. I don't even know where to take I guess I should start doing that,
Right.
taking that
Right.
Germanic root word and seeing if it does root itself in that, or does it root it in something totally different that also makes sense. And am I just making connections where they're not? But speak to someone in Morocco who speaks Arabic and talk about Spanish ojalá, to them right across the Mediterranean Sea from Spain, it makes sense to them, the influence of the language. So I learn in Mexico, but Mexican Spanish comes from Spain, right? So I don't know if in Spain they use the term ojalá, right? But that also could be from the separation, the timing of which the Spaniards went to Mexico, and and the language separated from there, and Europeans evolved differently than Latin Americans, and boom, now we have an old Arabic word being used in Mexico and no longer being used in Spain, right? So it's all intriguing, though. It's beautiful. I think that any country that I think the North Americans, and I'm sure there's other countries around the world. I think Japan is another one. Like if your culture has kept you as a monoglot, likely you've been stifled somehow, or you were. And I'm not saying in a coordinated fashion. It's just a level of segregation that didn't serve the people at all. Because most people in the world, when I hear you guys both say, oh, just 3, it's because you're surrounded by people who speak 6, where we live, like most people speak 1,
right.
So
yeah,
that would have been my life goal. If work, my life goal would have been to learn all the languages of the world, which is like impossible in one lifetime. And I knew that, but still.
There's some people that are doing really well in that category. Yeah. There are a few linguists, that know quite a few languages.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And a few of them have some good lectures and stuff too on what they've noticed with language. It's interesting stuff in there.
YouTube or internet?
Yeah, I'm sure as well on YouTube. I'm sure even TED Talks. Like,
wow, I bet you could get yourself in some real circular Like, I don't know if, I mean, I know I just said I'd love to do it, but the more I think about it, I do understand a lot of Latin. Like, I don't understand it, but I can break down a lot of Latin. You know, once I would love to learn Hebrew and Arabic. But once you get into that level of comprehension, then, like I said, I can slow down people who speak Dutch and German and see the structure of their verbs, the Latin roots of some of their verbs, words, and, you know, understand 20 to 30% of what they're saying. If it's written in front of me, a little bit more, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a code, you know, this. So
Yeah, I mean, AI will be helping out a lot with the translations in the future. Just, you know, we'll have AI bots always around.
Every time I try to use it, I console myself. I'm like, this is the worst it'll ever be. It'll get better. Don't worry. Like,
I know. It feels really, really bad, but
it's really bad. Yeah.
it only gets better from here.
Yeah.
But
It only gets better.
Like, I feel like there will be some sort of translations, but yeah, like there's people that even make the memes about it online where they post like translating the phrase and it's like some horrible thing after they translate it. And so yeah, AI translations at this time not very good, not very good. But
No.
yeah, I'm also interested in learning the languages and being able to communicate with more. I just know English, so it's not. You know, I don't have a ton of. I know Pig Latin, but that's not a real language.
OP.
I know the OP language. I guess that's another small.
It's definitely a language. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's verbs and sentence. Yeah. And
F you love.
There's like a dictionary of terms that you have to know. They're all relating to their own words. They just make up words.
I will agree. There's a big dictionary, but some of the things in the dictionary like are just like kind of like real term words, kind of with their own meaning on it. But you can kind of assume the meaning just by reading the word.
All right.
You know, like bitch tester. Like, come on, you know what a bitch tester is without having to read the definition.
Inform me of what a bitch tester is. This is from their glossary, by the way.
You want to go read it? All right, let me go read bitch tester for you. Hold on.
Go read bitch tester.
Let me pull it up. I'm opening the terms page. Where is it? Okay.
I think I've met some bitch testers in my life.
Exactly. See, you know what I mean? Okay. Down here.
Yeah, what would give me?
This is the official definition of bitch tester.
Okay, here we go. This is the official definition of. Let me correct myself. Bitch testing.
Bitch testing.
So, a phrase often used by Owen Cook. So yeah, it's not even themselves. Owen Cook, a core concept of Man Book. Bitch testing is when someone is trying to pull someone else off their mission in life. Bitch testing only flows in an upward direction, meaning someone on the lower social hierarchy is the one being bitch tested up until someone in the higher one. The lower person is feeling hurt, needy, threatened and by the person above them. So they rather than building themselves up, they try to pull that person down. You know, blah, 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 constant criticism, complaining, emotional outbursts, arguing, finger pointing, resentment, anger. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff like that. What becomes tricky is the bitch tester usually starts off with the honest, calm, simple questions, then uses those as a foothold to pretty much get more drama, which is what this is saying. So yeah, hijacker or loaded. I use the word loaded a lot. I think that makes loaded, you know, like bang, bang.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Loaded is a good word.
That's a word they use in Hebrew too. Tone.
They use loaded in Hebrew? That's cool.
Yeah. Tone is like you're loaded.
You're loaded?
Yeah.
Bang, bang. Yeah.
Like if you see someone who's on a mission and he's going to go do something bad, you're just like, hey, you're loaded. Calm down.
You know who I think are loaded? When you go to Jamaica and you have all those Jamaican people trying to sell you like bracelets and necklaces. They're loaded. They come up to you and they're loaded. You know. Has that happened to anybody? Have they been there? You've been there. You understand, Claire?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hey, Claire, what's up? How's your week been?
That's good.
Good.
Yeah. I use loaded differently. You know that, David.
How do you use loaded in your own life?
Well, I guess actually no, it's the same thing, but it's like a different type. Or like someone's loaded, they're trying to sell you something, then they're loaded with with that. But then
Yeah, like their sales techniques, their jokes, you know, their scam. They got it all loaded up.
There's an expectation, and
Right.
yeah, and I guess like what I say loaded, like I feel like I might be saying something loaded, as in it's like emotionally loaded, or it's like it's really
Right.
personal, or it's there's a lot to unpack.
It's interesting they use the term loaded to calculate electrical load on a panel. So it's interesting that it would be a concept of being charged up, you know, like full of charge kind of.
I see. Yeah, no, there is more. You are right about that, Claire. What you said. I'm on the definition of loaded now, and they do have like a basic outline of someone with unprocessed trauma or drama, and they bait the victim with simple facts that are most likely out of context, and then when they try to explain themselves, they talk over them, and then you then channel change, and then at that point you give them your loaded like agenda or whatever. So yeah, you're definitely right about that.
Oh, I see. That's like a whole process. What the heck?
That's what they have here. Yeah, I kind of really narrowed it down though.
It's like you need to like tell someone that like you're gonna do something that they didn't expect. Like if you're telling your parents really want you to go to like this school, but then you decided to go somewhere else, and you know that they're gonna be really upset, and then like that's a loaded conversation, because you have to you do what you said to work your way to the point where you then drop it on them that you're not doing what they expected.
Yeah, yeah. Imagine like you're trying to like sell toothpaste, and you're like, all right, I went. You know, they ask you about your day, and so like your simple facts are like, yeah, so like I brushed my teeth and I dropped my toothbrush, and then they like go on about something about your toothbrush, and then they're like, you know what? I think Crest is better than Colgate, and then like, and then, I don't know where I'm going with this, but
yeah,
I just thought about that. Okay, yeah, loaded, and then where's hijacker? Let me look at hijacker.
I can't believe Dave.
Oh, it's the I see this one. Yeah, it's the or else. You know those statements? You know, you better follow me or else. Oh.
Yeah.
Dangerous game you're playing with the or else's. You better listen to me. Linda, listen, Linda. It's the hijacker. He wants his cookies from his cookie jar. Yeah. I know we all do it at some point. I know I've done it. I know I've hijacked and been loaded and or else people. But sometimes it's just a joke. Sometimes I know I'm doing it jokingly. Yeah. But
yeah, I can feel it coming on. I try to stop myself.
Right.
I fantasize about a lot of scenarios. Like I'll just go over conversations in my head. You know, like if you're
Claire, teach us your magic. How do you feel when it's coming on?
What? Okay. I think at least when it's in your head.
No, I want to hear him.
It's more romanticized. You know, it's like it's being processed. So it's when it's unprocessed. It's loaded. It's a hijacker. It's the attacky. But then as it gets processed, you're like, oh, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't do that. I should not do that. You start to take it back a few steps. The craziness. You start to take it back. You start to process it. So when it comes out, it's not as It's not as attacky. It's not as aggressive.
Yeah, and you realize like you don't have to do it. You realize like the underlying thing if you really process it.
Right. It's not like useful. It's more useful to not be that way.
Yeah, you realize like the reason why you thought you needed to do it was actually like a paranoia.
Right.
Yeah. Can you start from the beginning, Claire, for us that don't understand you?
Oh, well, all I was saying is like, it's like, well, you know, okay, so the way a lot of my daydreaming works is just kind of like if you're a writer and you're trying to write out scenarios, it's just like, you know, playing out scenarios. And then so as I'm writing out these scenarios, like, well, what if it goes like this or like this? There's like this, I can feel this or else thing coming on, like we're saying. a ultimatum, or I can feel like a loaded thing coming on, where it's like, oh, the whole point of this conversation is actually because there's this loaded thing there.
It's like a chemical cocktail that you're able to pinpoint.
Yeah, like it's like as I'm working out these scenarios, there's like all these mixtures of emotions happening, and then I'm just I'm going over all of the options and just like, how did that one feel? How does that one feel? And I'm just like tracking the emotional cocktail, and it's like, oh, every time I go towards the or else, the ultimatum, or I go towards the loaded thing, this happens in the emotional cocktail, and I'm like, oh, don't do that. And then when I'm in person actually talking to someone, I feel the emotional cocktail happen, and I'm like, oh, I'm about to do an or else thing.
So you can predict your behavior from before because you've already processed it.
Yeah, because I know that
like you haven't been. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So before you ever encountered an or else behavior, you've already processed having an or else behavior. That's really cool.
I mean, yeah, it happens in real life. Like I got it from somewhere.
Right.
But I don't have to make as many. So I think that, like, especially learning all the personality stuff, I know there's definitely people, and I'm like seeing it where like they have to go out and actually do that over and over and over. Like there's the pickup artist like Owen Cook or whatever. He just runs out there and just like fucks up a million times, you know?
Right.
It's bothering me so much, by the way, that Dave takes so much influence from that guy. It's like chill on the fucking.
Oh, from Owen Cook, you don't like him?
Chill on the Owen Cook influence.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. You're allowed to not like people.
No, I do like him, but it's like a you have to be careful with that.
Right.
And Dave seems.
I mean, he's teaching people how to manipulate people, so obviously he's sketch. Like,
yeah, and you're like,
you know what I mean?
9 years too late, Dave. Like it's been 9 years. Get over it. Like they're done. They're
right.
Like anymore, you know? They're. Well, I guess no. He still likes them because they still do the self-help stuff.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah, it's like, so basically, I'm scared of a bad investment. So I'm scared of like going out and investing myself, like putting myself out, and then having to like commit. Like it's like the more you commit to things, the more you get stuck in it, right? And I don't want to get stuck in anything. So instead, I just play it out of my mind, and then I'm saying that as if I chose it, but that's just the way that I am. And then I get really familiar with all the emotional cocktails. So all of my commitment goes into my or a lot of the commitment just goes into the daydreaming.
Yeah. So okay, you get one good thing out of it. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, and it sounds like you're processing what a lot of people would call being triggered. I mean, yours is way more, let's say, analytical and emotionally mature from what I see happening. But I've seen people be like, "Oh, I'm triggered," and now you got to stop. Like, actually, becoming triggered is a good thing if you know how to channel it and understand, like you're saying, your emotional cocktail. To be triggered, it sounds to me like getting loaded is actually, once you know how to rein yourself in and not react, it's actually a good signal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. That's what it is.
The ability to think through scenarios, versus just reacting. Because I mean, and again, I'm using this sort of just in like, I guess, general pop culture psychology. People stop at it's like if I had a gun in my hand and I was pointing it at someone, legitimately, let's just say, not that I necessarily agree that there is many scenarios for that. To have your finger on the trigger because something awful's happening, like, is not as bad as pulling the trigger, right? Like, so yeah, it sounds to me like I was just saying, being emotionally loaded or getting triggered is a sign of an opportunity to learn more about yourself, rather than just stop and scream at other people like, "Don't trigger me," or from your model to sort of like, respond in some of those scenarios before you've thought them out, right? So
yeah, I thought about being a gun pointed at me for some reason while I'm going on a walk for no reason, I guess. I have to come up with a reason. Why would someone be pointing? Why would that happen? I don't know. Why would someone stop me and want to beat me up? I don't know. And then I just like, it's like going over like, yeah.
I've thought of that too. You know, people busting into your house with a gun or something and thinking, well, obviously they're in the wrong house or they need something, right? Like, I mean, I have nothing. I don't have any involvement in criminal behavior where I would have like criminals kicking my door in with just cause, right? So, you know, I've
Yeah.
Yeah,
often
less
thought,
worries, you know? Less worries.
well,
That's
yeah,
good.
and so I
Good
thought
life
if it ever
choices.
happened, if it happened to me, I could try and negotiate first and foremost. What do you need, right? You need my phone, you need money, you need, what do you need, right? Like, you know, and in essence, you know, some people imagine, you know, oh, I've got a gun on my. Sometimes people need children to protect, but oh, I've got a gun beside me, so I'm gonna pull my gun too. Well, see, if I was ever in that scenario, I would just wish both gun barrels to bend. Like, I just would rather, you know,
I mean, I'd
not
be
be in
dead
that.
if someone broke in my house with a gun. I'd be too much of like a smart ass, smart aleck, be all chill with them, and be like, you know what, fuck this guy, pop, and I'm dead.
I mean, yeah, we should have
It's
been
a
worrying
fun,
about that here too.
for real,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah. It's the proximity and the potentials there.
Worrying about it on the live stream.
What's that?
Here as in Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant here as in
As
this
in
live stream.
not just
Like,
Israel, like next to Gaza. But I mean, it's over now, I hope.
I was like, Techno Satan is
Techno Satan, yeah.
he's gonna come out of my screen and kill me.
So
What's
just
it like?
the thought exercise, you know, I apologize. I mean, I don't apologize for this thought exercise, but just showing the privilege, right, of the thought exercise, you know,
Yeah, that's good.
with people. Yeah, it's, you know.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
that's a good point. It's like exactly like I'm doing that so much, and it kind of looks like if you actually watched me, my days, it would look like I'm not doing anything, but I'm doing that so much that I am like that's what I'm doing, and then I get a lot out of it. So it's kind of weird because it's like somehow like it's like I don't need to actually or I invest in that rather than like actually doing it, and that also leads to a lot of progress. But then I get stuck if I don't actually go and like see what things are actually like.
Yeah.
Thinking is doing something.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just everything in balance. Yeah, it's too much for Claire. Yeah. I think you're right, Claire. It's good that you're realizing that, and I'm sure you've taken action on a lot of stuff too, man, right?
Yeah, I realize the word exposure is what I wrap that around, because it's like,
Oh wow, that's exactly what we're calling it in in the doc. Exposure.
Yeah, I brought this up before too a while ago. I was like, and I've realized, like, because for me the issue isn't that, like, I don't know what's like, the issue isn't that I need to go for a walk in nature or something. The issue is more like I don't have exposure to the way that like things work, so I have to actually like see what other people are thinking, not just what I'm thinking, and then that exposure like opens up what I'm thinking, like, oh, I was and yeah, like, I don't understand how social media works. I don't understand how like the job economy works. I don't understand. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I have to like go talk to people and stuff.
Is that scary to not know, or you're okay with that?
It's scary as long as I don't have to step into the chasm that's in front of me.
What does that? Yeah, what does that look like? How has that ever happened?
Well, the chasm is like, it's like in a video game, or like I think there's something in Legend of Zelda where like there's like just like a pit, but there's like these invisible platforms, and you have to like figure out where the invisible platforms are to get across the chasm.
Yeah.
And I feel like if I have to do like most things, like if I were to like anything related to like, I don't know how to say this. Like if I want to do something professional, there's like this big chasm between me and doing something professional, and like I take a step and then I don't know where the steps are to get across. And then like if I go talk to people, it's almost like there's like a step that like lights up more, or like it maybe like I talk to someone and they say something and like I see a step like in the chasm that lights up and I'm like, oh, it's like there is a way across, and it's like, but I still just keep looking and all I see is a chasm. Yeah. Actual examples though are a bit harder.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Mm. I'm really familiar with myself though. I've gone through all the.
Yeah, I know, but no, it's good that you're. So, how are you getting exposure then? What are you doing to get exposure?
Oh, this is exposure.
Oh, right now, nice.
Yeah.
Welcome. Yeah, come as much as you can. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, but that's, and then or just doing like I guess using the community as exposure, just being involved in a community in any ways like does that.
Yep.
And
yeah.
I'll kind of like,
yeah, it's a void in the world. Not a lot of communities. I mean, there are a lot of communities, but yeah.
Yeah. So there's
finding the right one, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. There's a lot, because the community has everything inside of it. So in like a more contained way, I can be exposed to.
Oh, yeah, like there's like it's a random sample of the population or something, and then you get to see the world through the community. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's more manageable, and for me it works really well when things are more intimate. So for me to like understand the world better because I see it happening in a smaller sample. Yeah.
Yeah. That's also more. Yeah, you're still doing the same thing though. You're still like seeing what the real world is like through a smaller world. It's a stepping stone though. At least it's more the real world. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the smallest stepping stone is like joining a Discord server, because it's like you don't have to say anything, you don't have to get involved, and then you just kind of, it's an even smaller community,
Right.
And there's situations where like often like a Discord server will have like a section where people are asking for help rather than just like chatting.
When did you first realize that you were looking for a community, or you just happened into it?
Yeah, I happened into it.
Yeah.
But
Good for you.
So the exposure happened because of like my drive to be like typed for good, or more clearly. And then it just like opened up, like it was just happening. Yeah, I wasn't really like.
Well, welcome on the train, buddy.
Thanks. Yeah.
We don't know where it's going.
That's true.
It's just going to space, obviously.
We're going to space, probably.
It's already in space. That's what I think.
I think in this pixelated realm, it's going into microspace.
Yeah.
Microspace.
Microtubule space.
Yes. Have any of you guys ever had any shared dream? Any experiences of shared dreams? And I mean like sleeping dreams.
David's the dream guy. You want to talk dreams? Talk to David. Annie too, if Annie's ever around. She's the dream. She's got a dream channel.
Cool.
Maybe. I don't really know.
He's writing
When
down
I
his
was
dreams
lost,
every day. Yeah. He's
I
a
don't
youngin', but
remember mine.
he's starting.
I rarely remember mine, but I don't. When I was lost in the dictionary, but way back when, about 20 years ago, and immersed myself in it in lieu of work. My job had burned down and school had ended, and I just sort of flailed for a while, wondering why I had to pay for the past and save for the future. I was kind of stuck for the first time as a non-student, and I'd always worked while I went to school, but now I had a decision to make. Like my waitressing job was gone, and I just couldn't face any of it. I wanted to learn all the languages of the world and immerse myself in the dictionary for a while. But at that time, I used to go to a coffee shop, and I had very little money. So every day I set aside a couple of dollars to buy a coffee and hang out with strangers in a coffee shop. And over the 4 to 6 months that we hung out there, much to the dismay of the coffee shop owner, because some of us spent way too much time sitting in a seat for a cup of coffee. We got to know each other, but we didn't really know each other's like full names. We didn't really know the kinds of things about the people you get close to, whether it's at work or at home. And I was blessed. I mean, I think it was blessed. Like, again, I'm just going on hearsay because I was the one that was there to have people for 4 or 6 hours come and tell me things. And we got to a point as a group where the group was dreaming together. At least I felt like I had sufficient proof from what they were telling me, like what different people would come and tell me, like not talking to each other, but one would show up at 8, one would show up at 10 and be like, oh my gosh, I had a dream last night, you were in it, you were here, and this was going on. And I think sometimes that this device might be an opportunity for that to reoccur, and that in dreams we may not know that that's happening because we don't actually, some of us don't know what each other looks like. We only know the sound of each other's voices, and I don't know, I think there is some sort of consciousness connecting. That's what I saw that reflecting at that time, from a very innocent place, you know what I mean, or from a place with less agenda, with less group focus. So I don't know.
So yeah, Young has this story about how he predicted World War II. It's just a good story. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's just such a good story where he's just said, no, I didn't predict it. It's everyone was dreaming about the same thing. So that's what I said was going to happen. Yeah. He's just analyzing everyone's dreams, and he's like, everyone's having the same dreams.
Interesting.
Pieced it together.
Cool.
How are these shared dreams? Like, don't for it to be a shared dream, doesn't two people have?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's the same thing in your consciousness, right? Like those devices can tell you what you're about to do before you do it, like several seconds before you consciously make the decision to do it. And it's kind of like the same thing. Like we know before we know.
Right.
Hmm.
Emotions are slightly faster too, right?
Yep. I was speaking of temperature fluctuation here, like we were earlier. I worked in a pizzeria with a 500-degree pizza oven or whatever they get up to, and it was in one of the heat spells about 15-20 years ago. And my boss had put aside some of the I guess health regulations or safety regulations so that we could be comfortable at work, because literally it was just too hot to even be there. So, we could wear a sundress and expose our arms, or we could wear, I wore sandals into work one day, which you're supposed to wear closed-toed shoes for your foot safety. And I had the opportunity working at the barista station where hot water was heading towards my foot very fast. And if I'd had closed-toed shoes on, the water would have hit my foot. But because I had open-toed shoes on, I mean, now this is just my instinct, but my instinct was I moved faster with the open-toed shoes on to avoid the burn than if I'd had closed-toed shoes where I wouldn't have been hurt. And I think that's an indication of that sort of bigger field around you that you're on, that's a part of us, but we're not so aware of.
Oh yeah.
And I think that that's how consciousness can work as well. The Laurentian University I was mentioning earlier with the magnetosomes, they did an experiment where, and I might get this a little bit wrong, but it was a sleep experiment and a consciousness experiment where they had someone in a dark room sleeping and they had someone in another room. I'm not sure if they were awake or asleep, but they shone the light, like a flashlight, onto the eyes of the sleeping person, and the person in the room next door's brain lit up exactly the same as if the light had been shown in their eyes. So
Wow.
Oh, okay. So the magnetosomes are not for consciousness; they're for transferring information between people, for telepathy.
yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go.
They're subconscious, perhaps.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. And it's microtubules you looked up, and neurotubules?
Yeah, microtubules, yeah.
Microtubules. I'm going to look into that.
Yeah, I've been following this guy for a little bit. He's been talking about it, and now the rest of science is finally starting to listen to him, yeah. This anesthesiologist who discovered it. And it wasn't even him. It was one of his professors or whatever pointed him in that direction.
Cool.
Yeah.
It'd be neat to do something groundbreaking in your field. I mean, I'm sure people actually do things groundbreaking for themselves all the time. So I'm not trying to act like, oh, if we don't do something groundbreaking in our professional field, we don't accomplish something, you know, but it would be neat to.
It's the
influence.
specialist lottery, yeah. It's like a specialist
Yeah.
lottery. Yeah.
So you've typed Rebecca already?
No, not yet. No. Yep.
I was listening a bit and I heard you.
I was going to ask you, Claire, about do you think emotions are more, or do you think emotions can be actionary, or are they only reactionary?
Can we clarify
that?
Action.
You were processing the emotions before with Rebecca. The something to do with the speed and when you know them in consciousness or whatever.
Oh, okay. Action. The emotions. What's the relationship with the emotions and action? The factor processing or process of doing something typically. So emotions are part of the process of the action, or
it's a reaction.
So
or can it be both? Yeah.
So the difference
Can you
is
choose your cocktail? Would that be another way of looking at it? Like, can you choose
that could be one way. Yeah, it could be one way of
Um,
looking at it.
Yeah, because you described a sort of a cocktail that you would analyze after the fact, you know, which would be in essence a reaction. Whether you actually emotionally showed reaction to the people or situation around you, you are reacting by analyzing your cocktail. Can you construct your cocktail?
Yes. Yeah. All right. It's okay. I see. So it's like if you're reactionary, then your emotions are
connected to outside sources. If it's
and
reacting,
then if it's actionary, then
it's connected to an inside source.
I mean, you're still so you're more it's like a basic thing if you're having a conversation to be responsive rather than reactive. So like you're responding with an action that you, and so it's kind of like, so I can feel the emotions, and I can tell, and if I track it well enough, the more mature I get, the more I can tell that like these emotions are reactionary and versus like these, or versus, and then I'll sort of have like algorithms in my mind that I'll run to then it's like they're connected to the thing. So it's like so for example, like if someone's doing something that's it's sort of compromising my emotional cocktail, I'm starting to feel maybe paranoid. For whatever reason, there's like an algorithm that's like, oh, this is hard to explain. That like if the better I get, the more I can catch that and then see like, oh, this is what's happening, and then I gain like a control over the emotional cocktail, and then I have thoughts of like what I want what I'm creating, right? I'm a creator. I'm making this the way that I want.
Right.
Then the emotions will
Okay, so then let me, if you have actually been processing this, then you should know the answer to this question. What does an ideal life for you look like? Is that something you process?
What does it look like?
For the emotional cocktail to be right.
Going to look like?
Yeah, what it's going to look like in an emotional cocktail world.
I see it as it is ideal. I'm already creating it.
Oh, it is already ideal. You've already
right
created
now,
it.
I've made it like this.
I see. There you go.
Yeah.
So it's not something in the future. It's something you've already done. Like you dude, like the last summer.
Doing it.
Yeah. All right. Gotcha. That's
so
good.
I could start speculating about the future but then I would be creating right now me trying to create a future, and then that's not necessarily ideal right now. Or maybe it's like that. Like I do go there, right? But it's like it's like, well, I could, well, what am I gonna be? I will be a writer, and then I'll have this relationship, and I'll have this kind of family, and I'll live in this kind of place, and it'll, I just kind of like go through all of that. But then it gets to a point where like, well, all I'm doing is just creating me trying to figure out all that stuff. But that's what I'm doing right now.
Right.
And it does get to a point of like I become more, there's like a self-knowledge like that comes out of that, but it's like,
so, and before you do any decision, you automatically know what the result of the cocktail is going to be from that decision.
Yeah, yeah, it does get pretty, it is getting pretty advanced, I guess. Like what's an example of that? I think it makes the most, I think this really is shown the most in an example of a leap of faith. So a situation where like to transform a situation from the way it is into like something that you don't know what it's going to be, but then to like, it's almost like to get the emotional cocktail in a place where you don't actually know like what's between like the current place and the place in the future. You don't know what that is like, but you make a leap of faith. And this, I guess this kind of goes back to the chasm metaphor too, in a way.
Yeah. So okay, so you've already accounted for disturbance in the piece. Like that's just something you're used to as well. Like, how does that fit into your equation?
It's a nightmare. It's like a constant nightmare. Like the piece is all disturbed all the time.
Right. Okay.
and then I have to somehow make a leap of faith and fix it. I don't know.
All right, so I'm like describing your worst nightmare here. All right, sorry, never mind.
You didn't even describe it. You just called it. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
No. It's okay.
Yeah. No. I know. Yeah. I mean, that's a high resolution of consciousness for yourself right there. Knowing that at least. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's like I'm like always. Everything feels like it's blocked. Because for me, like I'm so in the emotions that they have to move, they have to swirl. If emotions get stuck, it's like it's pretty much always degenerative, I guess. Maybe that's not the best word, but
they have to. So D would always say move. I have to move them. I have to move them. And like when she was in a bad state, she's like, I can't move them. I can't move them. That kind of thing.
Yeah. They have to be moving. They're swirling almost like in on themselves, and it's like if you, I don't know, I when I listen to music, I sometimes when I would get like really into something I'm listening to, it feels almost like I'm moving. It feels like the music is moving. It's like the feeling of being in a car, driving in a car, just freely, like for no reason. It feels like it's moving. It's not. And then it's like that with emotions, where it's like, when it's moving, it feels right. Yeah.
Yeah. So stagnation is bad. Yeah.
Yeah, but probably the same thing for, and you could probably take.
But you don't want to be in rapids. You want to be on like a nice steady flow, like a.
Yeah.
What do you call those kiddie pools that spin around and you're. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. That's like, yeah, because so the other thing that happens to me is I'll work myself up into like this big storm, and it's like I will actually have like this ridiculous like buildup of it'll get like there's like a, I guess when emotions get extreme, or maybe this is the way my mind works, it's either like aggression or sex, right? Like very Freudian.
Very Freudian. Okay.
And like, so I'll often have like this sort of aggressive thing build up in me, like this storm, where I'll start hearing like really aggressive music, like just like really like daunting metal music, and like a really aggressive metal music, and then I'll just see like images of like threatening predators and like war, and like it's like it gets.
Oh, so you're catching yourself like projecting.
I'm not projecting on something though. This is.
I know. Yeah, you're catching the projection before you do it.
Oh, like this is kind of like, yeah, I guess it's like way before I do it, like way.
Yeah, way before you do it. Yeah.
Way it's like, yeah. So I guess, yeah, I'm seeing my my aggression, and I'm playing out the emotion, like what that aggression feels like. I'm playing it out to an extreme.
Yeah, and you're talking about seeing images on the outside. So like the whole mechanism, this is according to Jung as well. The whole mechanism for projection comes from putting something that's internal on the external, and instead of doing like you're trying to find a cause, right? And the cause is like, that's why I asked the question, because is it something you're reacting to, or is it something that you're creating? And like the reaction to that would be the cause, and saying the cause of that emotion was external, but you're not letting it get there. You're stopping it before you project it onto some external factor.
Oh yeah, okay, I see. So I have trauma,
Right.
like let's say I have like trauma from hostility. So something hostile caused trauma for me, and then I project that in the world, but then I start projecting that in my mind as images and sounds and stuff.
Yeah, well, you said even before it happened, like you're getting the aggressive urge, and you're starting to try to see images like you said, lions and stuff like that.
Right. Okay. I just projected into the image. Yeah.
You projected it into an image, yeah, so that you could see it before you projected it onto like internally. Yeah.
Yeah. And metal music too. That
the metal music. Yeah.
Like I'll listen.
And
to the
like,
metal
because you'll never get to a state where you're just violent with people around you, right? Or were you?
No, I wouldn't. It would be purely a containment.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, and I get like part of that too. So like another part of it too, where it's like, well, what about my profession? And then I'll think about being a police officer, and there's like that's like it goes off, it can go off there, and now I'm having a fantasy and projecting out this fantasy of being a police officer and containing hostile scenarios, and it's like,
and you're using that.
Yeah, but if I actually went to be a police officer, it wouldn't be well, I wouldn't be able to anyway, but yeah, it would be, then there'd be the reality, and then I get exposure to what reality is actually like, how it works. Yeah.
Man, yeah, that's a different way to live. It's a different way to be, for sure. For me, at least.
Yeah.
It sounds like a good opportunity to learn emotional maturity when you're not actually interacting with people to gain that. You know, and at least in Western culture, most of Western culture tends to value rationality over emotions. But you know, we wouldn't have been given emotions if they weren't part of what we're part of being human. So we live in a world where people are like, use less words, be rational. Oh, look, you're showing feelers, you know, and a lot of people can
Rebecca
sit
has
in
FE,
judgment.
I just have to say.
A lot of people sit in judgment of that because you're showing emotions, when in fact, if we lived in, at least from what I understand from one of the people I've met online, like Cajun culture, they value emotions. They don't gender typify them. They don't, you know, like getting angry is okay. It's how you express that anger. It's like not calling people names, not overwhelming the people around you. But when you live in a group of people that don't allow for emotions to be shown, you know, I learned on YouTube, actually. I was a very emotionally explosive person. I still can be, but to perform your emotions, and I don't mean act them, I mean like you go into school to perform on an exam, you want to get an A, right? You know, I did a live stream once and read from Wikipedia the concept of emotional maturity. Wiki University actually has an entire class in it, I think, or I'm getting that mixed up with a concept of honesty. Anyways, my point is that emotional maturity is valuable, right? Like it's a lifelong journey, just like learning anything else. Like you're never going to peak out, right? So, you know, it sounds like you're doing the right thing for yourself by, you know, by looking at these situations. The one thing I would say is like paranoia is an interesting word to put on something. I mean, clearly, if you have yourself convinced, you know, that you might be in a scenario that David or Benjamin were living in there for a while, you know, as a Westerner, right? Like that could be seen as paranoid, but the emotions behind something, like to be excited or to be anxious, are the same things. Like a child going to a birthday party for the first time, whether they're an introvert or an extrovert, are both feeling an energy moving through them that would be deemed excitement on the positive end and anxiety on the negative end. You know, so sometimes we put labels on these things when we're trying to suppress a system that actually is meant to be mastered, and not suppressed, you know. So to me it sounds like you know, in a thought experiment, you know, what you're doing.
Is she your quadra, David?
I don't know.
Don't interrupt her for your stupid typing.
Sorry.
It'll take a while. It might take you. I might be like the one that she took the longest ever.
No. I'm so you're talking about feelings in a very broad general sense. You're talking about feelings on a cultural level, which is not something that Claire is tuned into most of the time. But it sounds like there is it's just it's the way I look at the emotional spectrum as well. It's a different cognition. But it's yeah.
But anyone can only experience them personally, right? Like in order to comprehend what's happening culturally is through your own experience typically. So, but you guys all know each other better than I do, so I don't mean to overspeak or.
No.
That's good.
You're good. You're good. It's just saying that it's a different. It's an interesting. I don't know. Trying to type you at the same time. Seeing emotions from a different angle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that we're used to, like just like typing, like adding typing remarks in the middle of the conversation.
Oh yeah, it's rude. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. Like,
Yeah, I didn't
mean,
notice. I didn't think you did. Yeah.
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 Like,
But yeah. That's something about. That's a good point about the. And that that's I get kind of confused because I'm like, I know how I know how the feelings are working in a good way, and then, but then I'm trying to interact with people, and if it's especially a situation where like, it's like family or some or like you know, someone who I'm expecting to keep seeing a lot, and there's and then I try to talk about my feelings, and then they will only interpret it as anxiety and not as excitement, for example, or like it'll only be interpreted as like it just keeps getting interpreted as negative, and I'm like, well, I maybe that's because it's maybe that's actually me. I think I'm starting to realize like, oh, my affect. I
Yeah, that's
wasn't even
IP
aware.
problems there. Yeah, it's IP problems. We
Yeah,
have
I
it too.
wasn't aware that my affect was the negative affect, and that I'm supposed to be smiling and stuff. And yeah, it's hard because I'm spiteful, you know. Yeah.
well, in our family and friends, they may not be in the same advanced. What did you guys advanced typing class? But people do type people all the time, and then look through their own filter or lens at you based on how they've typed you, right? Especially family.
Yep. Yeah. And
I mean,
it stifles growth too, because if someone sees you in a certain way, it's hard to they resist you when you try to leave your matrix that you've made for yourself.
well, yeah, and if you've been, say, that kid that was known to be explosive or anxious, they'll only at least my experience in my very large family has been to it doesn't matter, you can go 10, 12 years with no interaction like that with any of them. And then the moment you get excited, they're like, there she is. And every story they've taken from each other is always got this hyper amplified emotion around it that you actually didn't display. Like, so people won't give you credit for the change you could literally show them. Now, my family, I live far away, so it actually is in a 5-day condensed period when I visit once a year, sort of like, so I can understand more why they might be that way, because they have not invested any time in seeing my change outside of their situation, right? But yeah, it's some people are going to take just the nervousness of trying to talk about something as and put that into what you're saying. So you're anxious to talk to your sister or mother about feelings in general, and they can only see the anxiety of the conversation and put it into the entire thought, like put it into what you're saying, when you're not actually anxious about what you're saying. You're anxious about the situation of saying it, so
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Do you think
so like
that?
you were saying,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Do you think like by having culture that suppresses emotions, then it leads to people doing this more? So in a culture that has the emotions are more mature, I guess, because it doesn't suppress them, then people would see someone like the example, someone's anxious, they wouldn't necessarily start typecasting them as like, because then now they're looking for the cause. Well, why is this person anxious? Well, it's because they're doing this wrong, and there's something wrong with them. And
I think they would take more in the moment, the energy in the moment as momentary energy.
Yeah.
Like, and see that this conversation is uncomfortable for this person, so I'm going to try and make them comfortable. Like, one of my favorite examples is, at least in Western culture, is passive aggression is acceptable and revered, but aggression is not. right? So the person in an argument
Mhm.
sitting with their lips pursed, just, waiting and watching you get emotional, right? Thinks that so let's just say, and you're being aggressive in their minds, right? Your voice is raised, you're excited, you're not being understood, you're getting more and more excited. And they're sitting like allegedly pious with their mouth pursed, just being like, look, you're misbehaving and I'm behaving. So I'm right and you're wrong, right? Both are aggressive, but somehow we live in a culture where passive aggression is not considered a negative. It's considered a win, but they're not trying to understand. And even the person who's getting aggressive, let's say, or excitable, is being emotionally policed by the masses who claim that that's inappropriate behavior. Whereas in many cultures, I would say there's a time and a place for things, right? So obviously, if you're in the middle of a coffee shop and you can't control your passion and excitement, the person sitting across from you who actually probably has responses but would rather watch you make a fool of yourself because they're passive aggressively not even trying to help you, but you're having a conversation. In essence, yeah, we live in a world that actually, yeah, suppressed emotions are valued over someone who's at least showing some, in that case. And then if we're trying to learn from that, right? Okay, so if I behave like that person, then I'm better, right? When in fact you're not, like both people need to learn to find the time and place and communicate. Or someone who gets excitable and passionate shouldn't be talking to someone who's just playing a game in communication and not trying to understand at all. It's immature.
Yeah, that's something I've been wanting to word really badly, and you worded it well. I have a hard time wording it like that well.
I have a lot of experience. That being said, are you essentially, like, have I picked up from your guys' conversation that you're somewhat agoraphobic? Like
afraid of leaving the house?
Well, and yeah, I mean that's how it's classified. I think it's easier post 2020 to understand people have a fear of being.
I would rather not leave my house either, just the same.
Yes, and same. That's why I'm saying, like, even before, yeah. So I always joked when I was leaving work on my Friday, I'd be like, oh, yay, now I can get in touch with my inner agoraphobe. I did everything yesterday and now I'm home for 3 days, But I think agoraphobia has more to do with a fear of being fearful or the unknown, right? So you actually define your known zone around you as safety, and it can be in a house, it can be in a 3-block radius, it can be, I always go to that same cashier. I like her, like just, again, that's my own definition of it. I know there's people out there that really, really suffer, but
I don't for me, it's a social phobia. I've been diagnosed with a social phobia. And so it's the proximity to the presence of people. Even if there are walls and stuff, I still have a phobia. And I'm good with like I don't need to go to the same store. And I really like to go for walks, but I kind of wish people stopped existing so that I could feel relief. So like, yeah, I don't think I have a phobia of like, so instead of the phobia, I think what I have is more like a very territorial. So I'm like, this is mine. This is my room. That's my stuff. Like I don't like, there's like has to be a really strong boundary. And I think that goes back into the social phobia, because I'm like, well, if this person thinks that like they are sharing it with me, it scares me. So it's like I want like to push people away. So I create really strong like territorial things. So yeah.
Well, I would say there's nothing wrong with having high standards for yourself. which
Yeah,
in
that's
essence,
positive.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of people have set their bar too low in a world, overly social world of politeness. Like politeness comes from the same root as policing or policy, right? Like people, if you need rules to be kind, if you need rules to treat people appropriately, which some people need, and yet the idea that some people in their lifetime might only want to talk and interact with 2 or 3 people, and other people are wired to engage with hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands or everybody, that's the spectrum of people, right? To be an outlier on that, if you're an outlier on the intelligence spectrum, you're gifted, right? Why wouldn't being an outlier on other spectrums, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that the norm, say on a standard on a bell curve, 50% of the people would be in the middle of that, right? And those are the people that are putting out the books and putting the labels out to tell you who you are, and relate that analysis to them and the average, right? Not understanding that the spectrum of humanity is like, is a gift, right? So if you're okay with who you are, and in essence, it's easier to maintain a higher level of isolation because you don't want to be telling people, don't touch that, don't do that, don't come near that, because you actually don't want to be policing people, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing, if you're okay with it. On the flip side, this is like, obviously you want to branch out. You're here on a, with no walls, talking to people, right? So, we're social creatures. How many people we choose to socialize with is up to us, right? No book can tell you.
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
See, one of the best things I stopped asking, and, haters could clip this behind me if they knew I was here, but a long time ago, I stopped asking myself what was wrong with me because I knew the only thing that I was wrong, the main thing that was wrong with me was asking that question like hour by hour. It brought me peace to stop asking. I'm not saying I thought I was perfect and didn't want to grow and change and evolve. I'm just saying relative to the world of labels and everyone else, do I like myself? Right? Like, do I wish people well? Yeah, just some thoughts.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to me. Big deal for me. I think I used the word paranoid. Maybe that's too strong of a word, or I'm not using it properly. Maybe that's better for disorders, to describe something in a disorder. But so this idea that like people get scared and then they mistrust, and they look for the cause of something and then they start to point out that like because they try to find a cause to like justify their mistrust, and their fear, and that's relevant to like conspiracy. People make conspiracy theories, and anyway, I've been feeling like maybe thinking like if respect is gained and trust is gained, then it seems like the fear reduces. So like it's like if someone's like really scared of something and they're doing that, or like they're losing faith and they're losing thing, and it's almost like they don't need like a cause to then prove to them that they can have faith in it or something, because obviously that's then yeah.
Do you feel like you're more asking you're more asking for them to approve of you, or for you to approve of that you want to approve of them, like or it's both directions?
I approve of them on the level that they're not approving of me, but then I tried to turn that on myself, recognizing that I'm a hypocrite and seeing that I'm not approving of them being not approving. So
Yeah.
the answer is that
I get there too. Yeah, that's where I get to.
yeah. Oh man, it's you have to see hell a little bit, I think. you have to be willing to see the hell a bit to do that. But I guess, maybe that, I'm not used to it. So
I mean, just IP struggle, not a big deal.
Yeah, true.
Is that a computer analogy?
No,
no, it's we have a similar type orientation. We were both what's considered IPs. David's an IP as well. So yeah, we're all three of us are IPs, which is you seem more opposite to us than yeah.
Sure, I'll agree with that. More DE.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, very DE. Yeah.
What's the I and the D stand for? Or
Oh,
IP?
it's different. You're using different terms too, because when you say
we
IP,
are. Yeah, I know.
saying-
We're confusing you with all the terms.
I love how confusing it is. It just never makes sense.
It just doesn't.
Until you've taken the time, it's just like, all right, we can sit here.
That's what it's its own language. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's so isolating.
It's like
There's layers.
Like observer means bad at observations. Like what?
Yeah. It's also badly constructed, the language. Yes, I agree.
Is the difference helpful?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like basically what Claire is saying about finding balance is all real. Like we don't need to validate him being stuck in his own little world. He needs to, actually go out and try to find balance in some way. And he's been doing that.
Mhm.
So that's good. Yeah.
It's cool. Sometimes I think too about the concept of love thy neighbor, in at least I would assume, and I know in Israel and the surrounding area, there's a lot of people of different faiths, and there's not, there's strife between those. But, when you're surrounded by people, when your neighbors, in your direct vicinity and in your daily interactions are of the same faith, right? That's where real fidelity comes. The fidelity is like Li-Fi or Wi-Fi, that's light fidelity, wireless fidelity. Like that's a unison of transmission, let's say, or a strength in numbers of modems and stuff, right? So, I think a lot of people.
It was interesting to see here in Israel. There's a lot of Israeli Muslims, and there's Israeli Druze, and there's like all different faiths and all different peoples here as well. And like on whenever we get attacked, everyone just feels like, okay, yeah, we're in this together. We're on this ship together. And it's
I
it's
appreciate
a crazy
that
feeling.
clarification. Yeah. So in essence, like your day-to-day struggles, or if they were even there, the differences in, still you're a culture acting in good faith together, respecting each other.
Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of the Israeli Arabs are seen as traitors, and like some of them like see themselves as traitors. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
I think in some cases in North American culture, you don't have to. There's so little fidelity and so much difference that expecting obviously that's where those rules come in place. But and well wishes and stuff like. What I'm trying to say is like, it's hard to. Love your neighbor in the Western world could mean moving sometimes, right? Like, it doesn't mean you actually have to relate to everyone around you. The mix is so vast. You just
without an external threat, you've got no reason to get along. Yep.
And then with very little, I mean, there's a lot of faithless people here, like no religion at all, and I think that is a detriment to the people in some ways, because there isn't that common and if anything, they're anti-religion. Their religion is anti-religion, right? So it kind of creates more tension than bond. And yeah, so being selective with who you interact with is imperative to your growth.
I mean, honestly, I think anyone, even like the culture and religion are very different things, and a big problem with the loss of religion is that the culture around it is not held up by what caused it anymore, and it has to find some kind of replacement for that, because something was causing the culture to be what it was, and a lot of the time it was the religion. So yeah, some kind of cause is missing now.
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean like it's a void that needs to be filled, and it's a void that we're not seeing because we're looking at I don't know, like Western culture without Christianity, for example, is a it's an interesting idea that that is starting to play itself out. Yeah. And something has to replace that void, right? That causal void, because otherwise the culture is just going to become something else.
Come on, get over here, go.
Yeah, some kind of causal thing.
Give us your guess, but no, what's your guess about Western culture? Something else.
Well, I mean, everyone finds some kind of cultural replacement, I guess. Why not? I actually like atheists. I think atheists are really
no. What's gonna be the sorry. Let me say that again. What's gonna be what's your something else for the Western culture? You're saying there's gonna be something else because there's a void that they have to fill.
Yeah, well, like it's gonna evolve. Right now they're just like struggling to fill it however they can. There's like that's what all the pendulum swings are. That's what all the culture disruption is. It's they're finding themselves.
I need some grounding. Like example of cultural disruption.
Cultural disruptions, all the pendulum swings. There's like a big male versus female battle that's going back and forth. There's a what else? National battle,
psychology,
government battles,
narcissism.
Oh my gosh, people are so.
Oh yeah, this year we're hiring. We're not hiring. Sorry, we are nominating a new president. Right. 2024. I am myself. I have the vote of this panel. I know no one else is from the United States here, but you guys can convince me who to vote for. Not that we know yet. We don't know yet, but
your vote doesn't make a difference.
I know. It literally does not make a single difference. But the popular vote or whatever.
Yeah.
Vote for Polyev.
Vote for Polyev. All right, I will vote for Polyev because of you, Claire. I trust you. World's gonna be a much better place because of you.
That's good.
That's great. Yes.
Good job, David. You're responsible.
I'm responsible.
And
I will be turning on my camera as soon as I put my shirt back on. Okay.
Thank you. I mean,
sorry, I've been sick and I get really hot. Like, it's like really hot. Hold on.
Oh yeah. How's that going?
Okay. Where is that thing? Backwards. Okay. Sorry, I put my headphones down. I cannot hear y'all. Okay. Boom. All right. How's it going? How's it hanging? What was it like? I just put my headphones back on and
you just like came in with like your ruffling bag, and then you're asking who you should vote for, and then you're like, hold on, I gotta put on my shirt. And now you're on video.
Now I'm on video. I've just been hanging out. How we doing?
Good. I put a relatively recent picture of me up. It's under a year old.
Oh, all right.
Visual typing.
Nice.
Visual
Yeah, now I know you
typing.
type because we can see your face. Yeah.
SI lips? Do I see SI lips?
Oh my
No, probably
God.
not.
Probably not.
Now
typing.
here's one of my favorite pictures though. This is me. I have lilac contact lenses in, so that's not my eye color, but that's me at about 27, 28 years old.
Wow, it's long.
Hmm. What are you holding there? This dog?
Key fobs.
Key fobs. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
I've learned not to go on cam on YouTube. There's way too many my head cut out and put on male wrestlers in front of hamburgers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
So
Well, it'd be too late for me.
Yeah.
It's okay.
You never know, David. You got to start jumping on all those panels, going on all those conspiracy theory areas, and you're going to get people doing all kinds of memes of you.
I know. I'll be famous.
You can make money, maybe.
Can make money? How do I make
famous? All right.
That's famous. I don't want to be famous.
Don't go into the vortex.
It's the wrong kind of famous.
Don't go
It's
in.
What's the word? I forgot. Annie used a word about the wrong kind of famous. Started with like an N.
Oh, yeah, no, that's a different one.
Notorious.
Yeah.
Notorious. Yeah. Not Aureus. Basically.
Yeah, that's the wrong kind of famous. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be notorious. Yeah, that's what happens with the meme pages. But not with anybody that comes here. Not in the past like six or seven of these. We haven't had really any trolls, which has been nice.
I have a challenge for you, David.
Yeah.
If you can join like these types of panels and spend the most amount of time in Jubilee and get away with it.
What is that?
He's never going to do that. No, he's not going to do that. You can't get him to do that.
Like the most amount of time talking on these panels and it meaning nothing and not going anywhere.
That's just my regular life. I mean, I can just jump on panels and stuff.
Feels so silly to be good at it.
Yeah, okay. And I'll be famous?
Like trolling people? You think he should troll just by talking and not stopping?
Well, no, he's just having a good time.
It's not trolling. It's delivering my essence to the universe and beyond the fifth wall.
That's the narrative you're going with?
I made that up on the spot.
All right, okay.
Okay. But no, I mean, I tried to look I couldn't find the panels. I could not find the panels. I didn't know where to look. How do
Will
I
you be his guide, Rebecca? Rebecca,
Yeah.
will you be David's guide on the panelverse?
Please. I need a guide.
Sure, but don't tell them I brought you for your own sake.
For my own sake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to get a gun pulled to my head.
No, she knows her reputation, yeah.
Yeah. My reputation preceded me. The made up reputation. One thing I would say that didn't help is that I do talk a lot. And I did, I could go on for minutes, as you can see. I've learned to talk less, actually. The other thing is I'm on a LG Velvet phone. The microphone on it is insane. I can win just at the regular volume when it's set to its, it's self-adjusting, whatever that. I can win the microphone. It doesn't matter how expensive your equipment is. I can my tone, whatever it is, my StreamYard picks it up, and I will win over everybody the microphone if I need to.
That's
right?
hilarious.
And so I learned actually just recently, about a month ago, I turned the volume down to 46 from 100 or 102 or whatever the middle setting is. And now everyone's like, oh, look at her. She's gentle talking. I'm like, no, you guys should have told me to turn my volume down a long time ago. My voice carried so loud, it sounded like I was shouting all the time. And that in essence, with my articulation, my confidence, whatever. I sounded like I was screaming know-it-allness into the into the microphone all the time, but now I know I come on a panel, I have it set at 46. And then my voice
you're a professional yapper. Yeah, a professional yapper here. That's what happens when you're doing that's what happens when you're doing the panel verse. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the panel verses. Because you jump on and you see a bunch of other people yapping. And you're like, well, I got it just by the laws of how us humans copy other people's grammatical structures. We start yapping as well. That's how it works. Yeah, like in person though, there's a lot less of that. Just because the way you can interrupt people in person, the timing of it is like that. But on here, there's the slightest delay, even if it's 0.01 milliseconds, it makes it harder to have that easier flow for back and forth. Yeah, it's just what you see.
It's true. And then to have a 6-way or 10-way conversation,
I don't know,
and to be expected to be able to know how to do that until you've practiced it. If people don't practice it with a common goal, it's like in I used to do stand-up comedy, just amateur stand-up, but there's everybody gets up there to say their piece, right? Everyone knows that they're actually going to do their set. It's separate from everybody else's set. Now, if you're good and you're listening, you can do callbacks to other people's jokes. You can sort of integrate the show. But on YouTube panels, people think they're having a discussion when oftentimes people are holding on to a thought from, just to get their time on the mic. And by the time their thought comes out, it's likely at a time that's disjointed from whatever's happening now because they've been waiting their turn or not waiting their turn, just by interrupting. So
their punchline, the punchline is off.
Yeah, exactly. And it's fine if you're a panel of information where people are all like coming together to make a presentation with maybe a common goal, or just, hey, we've set up a panel and everyone gets 15 minutes to present something. Whereas some of these panels think they're getting a bunch of people together to have a discussion, but if no one's ever practiced that discussion, then it's going to evolve over. Then the group has to, or the host has to, over time, learn to pass the talking stick around, keep the conversation.
But you have to do it without letting people know you're doing it. Like, you know what I mean? It can't just be like a formal thing. Yeah, it's got to be like, it's got to feel more natural than. But yeah, you do need someone to steer the conversation. Right. I would actually be really happy to bow out and let David steer the conversation. It's just he's not stepping up yet. So,
we'll I start slow and then I get started. That's all right. But generally you are very good at it. You even got a few people in the comments saying how well you are doing the conversational.
I'm not looking for validation. No, don't give that to me. Thanks.
I'm not giving you. I'm saying facts.
All right, better.
No validation. Saying facts.
All right.
And it definitely you have you gotta know what people are in the context of how well they are with how they talk and how well they're able to make a point and then ask people questions and how they're able to, if a person just talks and their speech patterns is just them talking and there's no tribe getting included in what they're saying, then you gotta do what you say. You gotta be able to make them pass the torch, or you pass the torch yourself without making it as flow as possible.
That's where your typing helps.
That's where the typing does help. Yeah, because we could see people that are not doing that, or you could predict their patterns.
You know why?
Of their speech.
You know why they're not doing that.
Yeah,
you know why.
Tell, yeah.
It's still frustrating, but not as frustrating. There's still a level of empathy. You're like, I know why this is happening. I don't need to be as frustrated by this. I mean, patience level 1000 is what you talk to him about, Rebecca, at the start. You're like, I'm just so impressed with your patience level, Benjamin. You're so patient. With on the other podcasts, but on the Machine Lives podcast, I think is what you said. So there's that. But yeah, we are looking to get more new people. So welcome, Rebecca. I'm glad that you've been around the Panelverse. We've seen everybody else here before, and they've been great. So yeah, we're slowly getting more and more people, which is great. But I think I'm getting tasked with going around and trying to recruit or
You don't have to recruit people. That's not
do
the goal.
the dual
The
live
goal is to
streaming.
interact. Yeah, if you
Into,
there's no
you know,
there's no goal.
The goal is to do
Do you-
this.
Are you simulcasting to 2 channels right now?
We're not. We're not.
No,
we
we're
gotta
not.
we gotta learn how to do that.
No, I don't think we're gonna do that. I don't know. I don't want to
We're not-
spam my audience with just random restreams and all that kind of stuff.
We're not making money. Yeah.
Anyone who wants to come on and promote their channel, that's great. And anyone who wants to go, that's also great. Go watch them. That's also great. Yeah. I have no
Yeah.
problem with that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to do the restreams and all that stuff. I'll jump on people's channels though, just to contribute there, see what they're up to.
Yeah, I feel like we need like a central list of channels that are all part of the Panelverse, and then know when they're going live, so then we can jump on and start connecting with other people in a more structured way, or just like with more certainty.
Who do you think would
Well, I
receive
think-
David right? I think David should go hang out on Flow State's channel.
No,
Throw him in the fire. Yeah, it's throw him right in the fire.
Yeah.
I would need a few. I would need a few. If I were to go on that channel, I would need a few cigarettes. I would need like 3 different beers. I would be like good after that point. But not with that. Not with nothing.
Just get like an animation that makes it look like you're smoking a cigarette and beer.
Like how do you get those animations? Like the thumbs down or the
That's an
thumbs
emoji
up?
though. So
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, he needs to he needs to join.
There's a link in the description if you want to jump in.
Yeah, don't be shy. All right, I can make some conversation here. I could just go over my notes. I might talk some typology stuff, which is always horrible and disgusting, and you know, full of muck and.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so one thing I've been processing is like the differences between FI and TI, right? And so I think the TIs can agree that the closer you get to somebody's TI, the more truthful they're going to be, or like the more truths they're going to reveal to you, or like share more honesty about themselves, like in a factual manner, right? And so I was just thinking about what's the opposite of that? What's the opposite of TI?
I'm thinking differently. I'm thinking the more you connect on the FE, the more they feel that they're sharing on the TI.
That's what I'm saying. Like you like the more closer you get to a TI, so like even if you're getting more FE closer, I feel like the TI gets to be more truthful by itself.
Can we say just quickly what that
Yeah,
TI is introverted feeling, FI is TI is introverted thinking, FI is introverted feeling, FE is extroverted feeling.
Right. So just
Just
for people that
have,
don't
like,
for people that don't understand
acronym.
Yeah, that's not going to help. Don't worry. you could. That's the thing with these words. You can tell them what the words mean, but it doesn't even help. Like,
yeah, I guess
there's just so much behind it. Yeah.
This might be a good time. This is a good time for me to hop down, not because I'm not interested, but then also there's less explaining needs to happen to me, and I'll keep listening. I've got I should probably go get a few things done in my
Where do
here.
you recommend David go visit first?
Yes.
First.
What's his first step?
Well, I like Gen X Jeff's channel.
Yeah,
it's small. It's like it's about the same size as this one so far. He actually has a lot of people that come over from the other panels at times, like from Flows and stuff.
I wasn't even aware that he was doing panels. I'm going to jump on his for sure.
And he's he does call himself a gay autistic Satanist. He's
well, there you go, David. You got someone to talk to. Got some things in common.
He is, but he's the Cajun guy I was referring to. Values emotion as much as rationalization. I like Jeff. I like
right.
how he thinks.
Well, he's also in the typology space too. Yeah.
Yeah.
He is.
And
yep.
You speak OP?
Yeah.
No.
And he's a very bright guy. He's
Jeff
not
X?
Gen X.
This guy
Jeff.
here.
Oh, this guy. The guy that's going to join.
No, the guy in the chat's a different guy. Gen Xio, that's different.
I was say Gen X.
Yeah, here. But again, it's he has a very, I mean, at this point, I'm just saying for introduction, for getting used to it, for I'll put his name in the back. But he also has paneled, I met him first on TML's panel. But yeah, you want to immerse yourself in sort of the balance between drama and some levels of intellectualism. Flow states is a good one for that. He prioritizes drama. He'll admit that.
Yep.
He'll admit it.
Sometimes they have a panel where they're talking, like one time I watched them do a panel where they were talking about I think it was narcissism versus empathy. And what I thought was interesting is they all decided to agree upon a definition. I thought it was smart of Flo to be like, let's agree upon definitions of these words, but nobody looked them up in the dictionary. I thought, which I just thought was interesting, a whole bunch of panel deciding what they agree a word of believes is just not necessarily the best. It depends on who's on the panel defining the word, right? So, so, but for a bit of both worlds, understanding that he himself calls himself a drama slut. He is.
I mean, I can agree with that. He talked about how he made it. He's impressed with how many people hate him.
Yeah, Flo and I say the same things about each other.
It's not something you would ever say, David.
I would be happy if I could say that, but
right?
I'm not sure if I would say it.
Right.
But I find
or want to be in a position where you would be saying it. Yeah. Sorry.
Exactly. I was just going to say Jeff's stream, sort of like TML's stream, like he often starts with a presentation. He talks more about human development. He's trying to do more of a mental health channel. But in essence, the panel evolves to what it evolves to, right? You will get your characters anywhere you go. Some of them are more comfortable wherever they go. Some of them are more, used to the panelverse, and some people are.
I have to say, Rant is a pretty on the spectrum of extreme. He's pretty high up on the extremes, so I don't think you'll run into much worse than Rant.
That's good.
But he's a good character, at least. He's a good human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and and some of the characters out there are again, anyone's going to put a mask on a little bit, no matter what they do. Like they're presenting themselves a specific way, right? It's just some of the people out there are so good at coming across as authentic. I've learned, like as authentically what they're presenting themselves as, that I think sometimes the more times you have, like, I don't want to, I could use examples, but I'll be able to, I'll be pointing fingers at people, right? So, it's just like some people have taken on the character of being a Christian, or some people have taken on the character of being autistic, and some of those people aren't that actually,
right.
And that's their goal online, is to represent that, right? So you have to take them at face value.
They get attention that way.
They are. Right. And I'm not saying that about Jeff at all. He's definitely neurodivergent.
No, that's something that you've learned. You've learned, just
that I've learned. And there's some good actors out there.
Person.
I mean, if you've ever seen What's Eating Gilbert Grape, and you see Leonardo DiCaprio playing the brother in that, I don't know if he's, like people are good actors, right? Like you don't have to be a professional to enjoy playing a character on YouTube, right? So in essence, I always treat everyone in front of me as they are what they're presenting themselves to be. I only used to believe that they all were, and now I've got a healthier level of engagement based on the sort of arm's reach I might engage with some people at. But there's some great characters out there. You get to know people over time. I put my email in the back if you wanted to email me, and I'll give you I can give you a lowdown of some of the panels I've been to, because I have been to many. And flows can be fun. He and I both say the same things about each other. We struggle to dislike each other, but I don't know if we're on board. Flo's the first to admit that in his real life and online, and he's taught me this, to trust is earned, respect is earned. It's not just given. And I guess that's why we have those rules. Anyways, I'm probably talking myself into a corner.
No, you're good.
No.
It's earned, but also in his case, it's taken. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But feel free to
Yeah.
email me, and I can, I can
I have
send
your
you a list
email.
of the panels I've been to and what my general sense of them is, from my experience. It'll still be mine though, that's the beauty of panels is everyone's going to have their own experience, right? And life in general. Anyways, thank you so much, Benjamin, David, Luna, Claire. It was a real pleasure meeting you. I look forward to seeing you again.
Yeah, welcome back anytime.
And listening.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, you guys, or evening.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So
Panel
FE versus
first.
FI. No, sorry, FI versus TI.
FI versus
Is this-
TI.
is that
I
what
just
you're
had a
gonna
quick.
process?
I mean, I came across this. I was mowing the lawn, and I was just like, so like the TI, like the closer you get to someone's TI, the more logical they are, right? And the more truth, like all the TIs are looking for the truth, the absolute truth, right? And so I was thinking about like FI, like if the closer you get to an FI, the more they lie. Is that true? Is that can't
No,
be right?
it's not lying.
That's not right
no,
at all.
No, it's not lying.
There's not lying, but it's like I don't know what it is. I don't know. I need to
Closer you get to the values, shared values.
shared values.
Values, beliefs, all that kind of stuff. Claire, ask Claire. Claire's right here. What is he looking for?
Hello.
And I think he shared it a couple times. He was uncovering. He's doing a lot of uncovering.
Yeah, David is the next YouTube panel star. I haven't covered it.
What character are you gonna play, David?
Yeah, I gotta play some role, some act, some lie.
You gotta. Here's what you do. You do it like Hank. Every hat you have is a different character.
All right. We got a lot of hats.
There you go. and then the bald David, the real David, we only get. That's it.
Yeah, you only get the bald David.
No, we get the real David. You got to save your real
no.
Mana for here.
Hats are hard to pull off, man. I don't know if I could do hats. Like, who's gonna listen to me if I wear a hat? Like, who's gonna want to argue with me?
They're gonna want to argue about your hat. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
Hey, welcome, Manny.
Hello.
You had a good week?
What?
Did you have a good week?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Good.
Yeah. Why is there a delay?
Is there a delay?
Do you guys hear a delay?
We don't know if we hear a delay.
We don't know.
Here,
I just clapped. I clapped.
I got it. I figured it out. So last time you were talking about microphones and the Yeti, and so like you want I want the volume facing me all the way up. How do I sound? Is it too high?
The small dial you want the small dial you kind of want.
Does it sound
yeah, the big dial. Yeah, the big dial you want all the way up.
Okay,
yeah.
to me,
the small dial you don't.
All the dials are the same. There's no small or big dial.
My mic is where there's only one. There's a waveform on the back, and there's one dial in front.
Yeah, there's one dial in front, which says volume on it.
There should be one for the mic volume and one for the output volume.
Yeah, here's like the gain. So if I turn this down, then I'll get quieter. I don't know if I'm quieter.
I don't have that. Mine's newer. It's just it just doesn't have that. It's like smart adjusting or something.
Yeah. But mainly they told us, Claire and Ben, you need your own. I forget what it's called. A software, your own audio interface.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like to run the mic through a program.
Yeah, but it's not for a Yeti. It's not for a Yeti. It's for
Bluetooth.
Yeah, it's for like a real microphone.
Oh, I have one of those too. I have a Bear here. But that's
the reason is just because of the connection. Like
instead of using USB, you use the I forget what it's called, like the cable that connects to a microphone, and then so it's just you can just get you're limited by the USB basically. So the Yetis are good, but like it's still just a USB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
anyways,
my
box
box
okay.
is connected with a USB in the end. Like my sound card's connected with a USB in the end.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And USB is fast enough to handle sound for sure.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's late. I just jumped on because I was sewing. I made a shirt and then I was sewing a second shirt,
Oh.
and the fabric is really difficult, and I needed to stop before I mess it up some more.
Can you
I feel
show
like
us?
just yeah. Hold on, I'll go get it.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Whoa,
Okay,
Claire's about
so
to hack into the U.S. government. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
this is a shirt I made because I needed a white shirt to wear to something. It's hard to visualize. It's just drapey. It's
And
just
so you
different.
made the whole shirt?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
And then this fabric I'm trying to work with is really difficult. I wanted to make a blue one because I don't know if I want to wear blue. It depends on the weather. I don't know if I want to wear this blue one. This is synthetic, so if it's really hot, it might feel yucky to wear this on a hot day. But the fabric's really difficult and the needle was getting stuck in the machine, so I have to stop before I continue and make it worse. I need to just pause for a minute.
Yeah.
So I can reapproach it later.
That's well done, though. Yeah, it's good. It's good to take breaks for sure too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've learned my lesson. Yeah.
You do a lot of your own shirts.
Yeah, all my own shirt. If it's a shirt or a dress, I'll make it. I don't like making pants, but I will. But sweatshirts and shirts, I make them all.
That's a specialize.
Mhm.
That's definitely a specialize.
I think it's really cool. My grandma does a lot of stitching and clothes stuff. When we were younger, we get blankets that she made. That'd be her present or on Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she was really good at it, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just getting really crafty because this is my third day off. It's kind of looking like I have another one off tomorrow. So wasn't really the plan, but that's what's happening.
Oh, do you want to come on some panel verse streams with me? Cause some chaos, become famous.
I'm a little bit afraid. Y'all are so kind here. I don't know if
I
I
can
have.
make $1 million.
No.
How so?
We go ask everybody for $1 million, and then every no leads to a yes. So eventually, if we keep up with it, we'll have $1 million. Somebody's just gonna give
I don't
it to
think that's
us.
how it works.
I think that's how it works. Like, have you ever done selling cookies or selling popcorn? Door to door.
Well, if you make $1 million that way, you let us know, and then we'll try to. How's that?
Yeah,
I'll be the first to do it.
All right.
That's
Okay.
something I'm not comfortable with, and I understand that is the best practices. Is to just like spam a million people, and 20 of them will say yes, but it really makes me feel like shit when I try that approach.
No one will
even though
say yes to $1 million.
Not okay,
Yeah.
maybe not 1 million, but like if we develop some story, like you're my mom, I'm your son, and then
No, that's called scamming and grifting. Yeah, you don't do that.
I
That's bad.
got diagnosed with cancer. I only got a few days left to live. We need to pay for my treatment. And
Wait,
we
am
need
I
$1 million.
old enough? Am I old enough? How old are you?
21.
I'm really bad at math, but yeah, I'm old enough.
Yeah, you'll be. Yeah, whatever.
So what's 47 minus 21?
I would have been your first child. I've been
26.
26.
Oh,
And
yeah.
You got married at 23, or 3 years later, and it had me, and then
That
I
just
got cancer.
blows my mind when I talk to someone like you, and then that just does not compute. I can't believe I'm old enough to be anybody's mom, but I'm actually too old to be anybody's mom. So it's like that's crazy.
That's right. So
I enjoyed the conversation about language. I like that Rebecca, who was talking about language.
Yeah, interesting talk.
Every no leads to a yes. Is the most ENTP saying ever. Okay. Okay. Sure, buddy. Do you want to come on the chat, Gen X? You know, are you part of Gen X? I bet you are. That's why you're part of that generation. Okay, I'll put that down. Anyways, Benjamin, $1 million, yay or nay?
You know what? If I had $1 million, I would consider it. But sorry. You know what? That should be one of your criteria. Ask people that actually have money that can give it to you, because I don't know how someone who doesn't have it can give it to you.
I'm gonna die, man. I need it.
Well, good luck. What am I gonna tell you?
Okay, I can't, or I would. Oh, you're so nice. You're so nice. See? Okay, how about we need to make some sort of viral.
Well, you got to know. You got to know. Every no leads to a yes.
Every no leads to a yes. Annie, you're my mom. You're my mom, and I have cancer. I need $1 million, or else I'll die.
I'm a 3 though. I can't do the scam. I can't do it.
Yeah.
No, don't put barriers on your mind. Break through.
It's not in my FI. Believe me, I've tried. I'm self-employed for 20 years. Believe me, if I could scam, I would. I just can't do it.
You got three massages coming up next week. Each one is $350,000. You know, you're changing the prices up.
Oh, you think that'll work? You know what? You know, if I were to raise my prices outside of the industry standard, then that's a red flag for all the creeps. They think like, oh, that's the special one. That's the sex. So they think that I'm a sex worker. If I make
Okay, sorry. I don't dabble in prostitution. How about this?
Yeah.
They pay you in lottery tickets. Okay? And then you'll eventually win $1 million from the lottery.
Yeah, I mean, I play the lot. I do play the lottery just for a game to make it more real. What I would really want, like it feels more real, and so then I can. It forces me to think about what I would really want, and so I really know. But
not good. Okay.
But I wouldn't accept.
It keeps the dream alive.
It does keep the dream alive.
It helps to clarify, you know, like I used to think I would want horses. You know, I almost bought my horse from high school and brought him with me to college. And now that I'm older, I think, you know, it's a huge responsibility. I don't really want a horse, even if I had tons of money. And I mean, of course, I could hire someone, but if I won the lottery, I would really want to not hire a lot of people. Like I prefer to clean my own house. Even though it's nice to have a cleaning person come in once a month or twice a month, I'd really rather not hire employees. It's uncomfortable for me, like hiring and firing people and finding the right people. So
I agree. I know this $1 million scheme is getting harder every day for me and the people around.
Well, yeah,
me.
you don't have a friend to help you scam.
Well,
I can pretend to be your dad, but I'm not going to do that either.
Like my dad, my mom. Look at that.
Find a two. You need to find a two and team up.
Well, you know,
I hear Austin's looking for opportunities.
Austin, I can work for Austin. Yeah. Well, like we were studying a Dan Martell the past week, and he when he was 17, he started working on Java programming, and then he eventually got up when he was like 29 or 27. He was a millionaire by that point, just because I don't know. I didn't know his whole story. It wasn't very like sensor accurate, but he eventually made his way up, and bought the businesses, did the business thing, did the managing. And so I guess maybe I just gotta copy him. Maybe I just gotta do whatever he did. I'll just do that because he did something right. But
why don't you just learn cognitive science in school?
Because it's not it's a great field and it makes a lot of money. I just don't think it exists. I think it's all made up, and there's no such thing as.
Are you practicing your observer character here?
I like that's the problem. Like I really have to practice my observer character. You're like, I have to like fake being an observer when I don't think they're real. You know. It's sad. It's sad. It's that I don't think observers truly exist. They just don't. They're not real. Yes. Anyways, I said some random thoughts I just wanted to share. So I was talking about getting closer to a TI and the more truthful, and I guess getting closer to an FI and the more not truthful. But like that's just it's just like a SI TI. Like let's just like Byron Katie like flip the script and just like try this out. It's not like I'm basing anything off.
Yeah, it's an opposite in language, not an opposite in type.
Opposite in language, not opposite in like meaning. It doesn't, the meaning is all over the place with it. But something that's actually interesting that I've heard you use, and I flipped the script on that, where we were talking to somebody. I think we're talking to somebody on this panel, and he was, we're bringing him into the typology space, and it was like this INFP guy, I swear, and we're talking about what I'm talking about. He wanted to write the books, and he wanted to become a guru. That guy.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Am I an observer? Am I a decider?" And he's like, and we're like, "You're a decider." And he's like, "Yeah, but like I'm so good at the observations. Like I could do the observations so well. How am I a decider?" Like, yeah, that's what deciders are. And then at that point, I know. Systems a bit where you said like, yes, you are shortcutting the people with the observations, and that's what us deciders do. Is that especially like the NT deciders, at least me, or like Mark Zuckerberg, create the Facebook, so then we could then figure out the people using the observations of something like that, or have a typology system.
It's just a bad name. Yeah.
Right. It's like having a typology.
It's a bad name for sharing it with somebody new.
I know. That's
high bar of entry.
Yeah. That's not the point. The point is the deciders are shortcutting people, quote unquote, with the observations. So I know in my own story, I came and I started studying ops. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna like know and own the people game. And I realized that like this, it doesn't help like that at all. It helps, like maybe it helps a little bit, but there's so much more to the people game than just like, knowing possibly a few coins of their type, even though it is very helpful information. I just felt like it is generally, yes, shortcutting people with using your advantage on the observations has some amount of truth to it. And I was thinking in my own mind, like, what would be the opposite of that? And so that'd be looking at the observers, looking at the double deciders, they're shortcutting the observations by using the people. So they'll get like a ton of people's perspectives on things, tons and tons of different perspectives, and they use those perspectives of what people are saying, and then that's what gets them so tripped up on the conspiracies. That's why they'll believe more in the conspiracies, because they're using all these other people's observations, which are typically more observers, so they're kind of like fucking themselves. But like, yeah, they'll never find that missing information. Yeah, I just wanted to like flip the script on what you were saying.
But won't using people's opinions for figuring stuff out be like TE function?
Right. Yeah, they'll be using the TE function, regardless.
Okay. So, like, wouldn't it be like a savior TE thing to do that instead of observer thing to do that?
Yeah, in the way that I'm trying to describe it, like you could see it as TE, but it's like not TE. It's like even like I'm saying like every observer does this, regardless if they're TE savior, TE demon.
No, it's not going to be every observer that does it. It's going to be some. It's a clustering.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll just trying to go off the language that the deciders shortcut people by using their advantage with the observations, and then the observers shortcut.
That's us in OP, yeah. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't doing that until OP.
You didn't really realize, or what? Sorry.
I wasn't trying to do that until OP. Using observations, yeah.
Really? Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Like when you saw it, and then you saw that how you could use it. It is just like an OP thing. That's the bottom line of it. It's not observer or decider per se. It's both observer and decider is what I'm trying to say now, is that you can shortcut the people with the observations using OP. There's that potential.
Yeah, when it fits, when the shoe fits and it's useful, you can do that. You saw me try to do it with my daughter. She hates it. That only makes me want to do it more.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's self-amusing to some degree.
It's self-amusing, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what it'd be like though for the other way around, of like how someone would shortcut observations using people. I feel like this is something people are able to do. Maybe the observers are able to do, or like I feel like I'm seeing this allegedly as a pattern, but not.
I mean, it sounds like high play too.
Possibly high play, like using people to shortcut observations. Like, what does that even mean? And so, like, I try to tie that to the conspiracies. Like, okay, so there's the conspiracies going around. Like, why don't I fall for them? Why don't I not care about them or get tripped up in them? And there's no triggering there. So like, it's hard to imagine, but trying to
So
see
it's
it
not
from the
like
outside.
I think you're thinking there's two things. There's like people who could get addicted to consuming conspiracies and thinking all these things out and gathering them. And then there's like the NI users who just make up their own conspiracies and they try to push it on everybody. So it's a very different way of doing it.
Yeah, do you think they'll push it on people, and then since people will listen, they will like use that?
That's what Rant was doing. Yeah, that's what Rant was doing.
To keep pushing it, because like, oh, these guys are listening to me. I guess that's like a perspective that like, yeah, people want.
No,
they actually
genuinely believe it. It makes them feel secure.
Yeah, I sorry, I don't know what they believe, but I get that they generally believe it, whatever it is.
Right. Yeah. We don't. It's different for every NI user. Yeah.
It's different for every NI user. Yeah.
But yeah, I guess like the gathering of conspiracy theories might be more NE if you wanted to cluster it.
I know. I'm looking at something kind of too specific here, right? And I can't quite put my finger on it.
Yeah.
Trying to like clump a lot of observers into a pattern just by kind of doing the Byron Katie switch of the wording. But I don't know. There's a lot of different things to talk about, not just this dumb theory. It's not sure,
No, it's okay. You're processing it. You're processing it. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I feel like I'll be like Nico sometimes, where if I don't want to process it, because then it creates a too complex of a machine that I don't want to like deal with. So like I rather like just like not try to process it, because then there's no application for it. But there could be an application for it. I'm trying to check in my
you're trying
mind.
to internalize it. You're trying to internalize it.
Like, do I put this in? Do I put this in here? Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. But maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to have a purpose for you to gather it.
Mm-hmm. It has potential purposes. Purpose-I, or I don't know what the word is. I don't know. Anybody been watching any good TV shows lately? TVs or movies?
I was. Go ahead.
Well, I did not recent. I'm binging something else now, but one thing I really enjoyed this summer was there's this show called great, now I can't remember the name of it. Okay. I was like so immersed in this. It's from the 90s, Northern Exposure, about this doctor that moves to Alaska. He's this Jewish doctor from New York, and he has to move to Alaska and serve his time being a GP there to pay off his school debt. It's like a deal he made with Alaska. So they're going to pay off all his medical school debt if he goes and be's the GP for this small town. And I found I was really like getting the friendship need fulfilled from that. And I was really watching the people interact because it's a small town and they're all different and there's like a lot of conflicts, but they help each other grow. And, you know, they become closer through the conflict. And like one guy is really like kind of racist and a bigot, and you see him change and grow because of the influences around him. And I just felt like so close and warm and cozy when I watched this show, like I was part of the town and what it would feel like to live in such a small town and just have these friends built in. So I really enjoyed that. It was before your time, David. It was a show I watched when I was, you know, in the 90s, long time ago. But
What's it called?
It's called Northern Exposure. Yeah.
Northern Exposure. Northern Exposure.
Yeah, I felt like it was cozy. Like just watching that show was kind of like being on this panel, just like hanging out with friends, like filling that friendship coin.
Right.
I see. Does anybody actually watch this show? Do you know what she's talking about?
It's an old show, yeah. People
Yeah.
probably don't watch it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, people from a long, long time ago remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, Ben, what were you going to say about what you're watching?
Oh no, I was watching yeah, no, this is gonna completely change the vibe of what you were watching.
All right.
There's like a World War II series that came out on Netflix, but it's piecing together see it's piecing together the narrative of World War II, which is very different from like putting like expressing it in expressing it in a way where you would have gone through it. Like it's different to learn about it in history than to actually go through it. And so here they're kind of like narrative from the beginning. What was the culture like? What was the news like? What did people think? What did, you know, the whole thing.
Is it called From the Front Lines?
Is that what it is?
Because I'm looking at it says World War II From the Front Lines, Netflix, you know, Netflix thing.
Probably that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for stuff that I can get that both me and Russ will agree on.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem in relationships. You got to find something to watch together, and it always ends up being worse than both of you want. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a compromise, but because I have everything is interesting to me, so I could watch that. I would enjoy it.
Yeah, you can look for the underlying stuff.
Yeah, what Russ will accept is more narrow, but I can kind of watch anything.
All right. Does anybody know what Total Drama is? The TV show? Total Drama Island? Claire? Luna? Maybe back me up here?
Is this reality?
Yes. You know what Total Drama is? Yes.
Oh, it's a cartoon. It's a cartoon.
Yes. Here, let me show. It's awesome. Sharing screen. All right, here it is. these are not. That's not the artist. But yeah, I've been watching this lately, and there's a lot going on here. You can see the archetypes play out a lot, and this is something I watched when I was younger. I used to watch this. It was one of my favorite TV shows. I don't know why they have all these weird zany characters in here. Like, where's just a regular total drama? I'm kind of confused, but yeah, you could see a lot of the kind of the archetypes playing out here. So like the ESFP girl, or kind of I don't know how to explain it other than just like they I really like the show. Is about you're on the island and you got to survive. It's like Survivor, and somebody gets voted off. They do challenges, and then you have Chef and Chris McClain. You got your favorite characters and stuff. It'd be like this, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't know if I would watch that with you.
I can't zoom.
Seems cool.
You want to watch it? I am currently in the state of rewatching this show after not watching it for like 10 years. It's been like such a long time. Yeah.
No, I never heard of it either.
Mm-hmm. You have seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is also a show where you see. Most people know what this one is. Anyways, anything you guys have been working on? Any big projects you got to do?
What do you got for a project?
I'm not asking myself, but I'll answer.
Well, I'm asking you. You're asking because you want to say something. What's your project?
That is true, but like it's not like I want to say it. I just think about myself. I'm like, oh, I could ask other people about that. My DE isn't that like complex. It's just like, Do you think
example?
Do you think that your DE does that? Or it's like, okay, I would ask myself that, and then I ask other people that question.
Well, Annie already shared that she's working on some sewing.
Yeah, that's just for today, just to get those done for the party that I have to go to.
That you have to go to?
Well,
that you get to go to. Yay, party.
Right. Have to. Change those words around.
Yeah, there was some drama around that because my sister scheduled her birthday party and I blocked off the day in advance. And then one of my clients, she rescheduled a party, and I had a client that day, and he's very scheduled. He books out like 3 months in advance. Like he's probably got an appointment in September now, and so I don't like to rearrange appointments once they're made, but I had to grapple with that. And I decided to email him because I was like, look, it's not just any birthday party. She's turning 40 and I'm getting a lot of social pressure to go to this thing. She wants me to play guitar at the party. So I had to reschedule his appointment, and it was no big deal, but I just don't like asking people to reschedule. I don't want to mess with it. This is my income. I need that money. I don't want him to, I want to be as reliable as possible and never be the one that's asking for a schedule change. So I did that. And so the main thing I'm focusing on now is practicing guitar for a lot of hours every day, because I have to do this in like 10 days and I'm really rusty. So I'm trying to build my music back up so I can perform.
All right. That's great.
Yeah, there's this other guy's channel. He's also 47. And he's playing guitar a lot for his channel. Like he used to be he was like in the Panelverse, and he used to be like a wedding singer or something like that. Very observery guy. But he does the music really right, and he's got a huge repertoire, and he's doing all the backing tracks, and yeah, he's practicing. He's like, his whole panel is him playing guitar and people clapping for him. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, the other.
No, he wants to hang out and talk. But...
That's
The
the
other thing
Jubilee
I'm
right
not
there.
sure about is I've performed a lot live and really just had no stage fright at all.
Oh yeah.
But now it's just been so long. I mean, I'll make recordings, but then there's not a real person there. There's not a real audience member looking at me. And so I honestly don't even know how I'm going to feel because all that is physiological. Like I can't control it, So I don't know what's going to happen when I have an actual audience. I don't know if I'll feel nervous and if that'll make it difficult to sing.
I'm sure whatever you feel, you'll get over it and deal with it in the moment, though.
Yeah, I can handle
You'll
it.
be okay. Yeah.
I think that's
yeah.
great though. Just the performance, the pressure of doing a performance is really like one of the hardest things to do. I personally have done a lot of that myself, especially in high school because I did the marching band, where you got to do marching and the playing, and then you got to do that performance over and over again. And yeah, there's a lot of stress just behind that. But getting over those performance anxiety fears, they're not gonna go away. You just kind of get used to them. So like I understand what you mean. Like I haven't done it in a long time, so I'm not used to it. But like when you get used to it, you'll remember like kind of what turns on in your mind that fights that.
Yeah, and I don't mind being uncomfortable and nervous. I just don't like how it messes up my voice. I want the song to be good. I can play it really, really good by myself alone. I want it to sound that good in front of other people, but the adrenaline or whatever can, make it hard to sing the right way.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I don't sing per se, but yeah, you want to make the instrument make the right sounds, or if the instrument's your voice, then that would be the sound.
Yeah.
I know Benjamin plays guitar. Maybe he could take over.
Why would I have to say for it? I'm also nervous as hell playing guitar in front of people. But yeah, you just detach yourself from your feelings and play and go into yourself and ignore the people, do your IP thing. Just
exactly. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Ignore them, do what you do, and it'll be over soon enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People will give you Jubilee if they give it to you, and it'll be very awkward as hell. So good luck.
Well, I mean, they're just standing there. They're not doing nothing. You're actually doing something.
Yeah.
So, like, they'll clap for you no matter what. Oh, wow. So yeah, and it's a lot. It's a lot of pressure, having to do it in front of people rather than recording by yourself. Yeah. I don't know. I know Claire also plays guitar. I don't know if he has a crowd per se or has played in front of a crowd.
Do you perform, Claire?
No, I played in Battle of the Bands, and I went to an arts high school, so I was in a guitar ensemble. So I've played live, and I didn't care very much. Battle of the Bands was a bit more because my people I know were watching, and I was quite nervous, and I definitely didn't practice enough. But like overall, I'm actually not too like anxious about the performing because I think I'm really confident with like it's kind of like I guess I'm really confident. I just do my IP thing and I just play, and then if there's a mistake, I just keep going. So I always play off mistakes really well. So I'm not scared of mistakes because they don't like interrupt me, if that makes sense. Like I just keep going. And then at the end, it's like it is what it is. And I'm actually I have a harder time recording myself. Every time I record myself, it's the first time so basically I'll pick up the guitar and I'll start playing, and then I'll come up with a little idea, and then I'll record it right away, and it's basically like the first time I've played it, and then I won't touch it again. And if I have to like record it like to get like a good take, it's like, oh my god, it's like mind numbing and it makes me anxious. I put too much pressure on myself.
Mm-hmm. It feels really great afterwards though. Like,
yeah, if you can get like a really good take, it feels like Guitar Hero.
like the relief. of just what it's like after you've been working this hard, and then the pressure's on, and then it's off, and it's all relaxing and it's a lot better.
Yeah, you really have to. I guess it's like practicing it to the point where you can handle like everything else, all the pressures happening at the same time, and still play it well. And yeah, it's like how much can you live with yourself if you didn't practice enough, and then, or if you make a mistake, you get too nervous or something. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you talked about like it's okay to mess up. You just got to focus on getting back into it. That's definitely been something that I've had to learn with marching band, because you're trying to play with like 300 other people at one point, and so a lot of people mess up, and so the game is trying to get back into the flow of things. So yeah, it's not about how bad you mess up; it's how good you can get back into it after messing up. Shows you your real strength and performance.
Yeah, I have like I guess I have a really strong, like, whatever I do is just me. So it's like if I make a mistake while performing, like, that's just me. Deal with it, because that's the way I am.
Mhm.
And then so like using that, it's like I can tell too, like there's like a confidence. And so if I'm kind of like, it's kind of like I see it as kind of like if there's a mistake, it's not that there was a mistake, it's more like I try to make myself go quieter, if that makes sense. Like I become quieter. Like if you make a mistake and it's also super loud and cuts through the mix, then that's like everyone's like, that's a mistake, you know? But if you just didn't do the part that well, and no one and you just like kind of took a step back and don't cut through the mix, and then just like kind of keep going, and then if you do something, basically it's like if you do something well and then you don't do anything that cuts into people's minds, then they're going to remember what you did well, or they're going to be like, oh yeah, it was okay. And then yeah.
Do you remember the negative or do you remember the positive? Yeah. Like you can be doing a lot of good things, and then you make one mistake and everybody's on your back and they're all trying to get you because you made that one mistake, even though 95% of what you did was pretty okay and pretty all right.
Yeah, but I'm saying that mistake, that kind of thing only happens if you do something like you trip and your guitar makes like a loud squealing sound, like that kind of thing. That's different than you missed one part in the guitar riff. That one, and that, that's different.
You're talking about a bigger mess up. So I mean, yeah, same thing.
People don't notice them, people don't notice the mistake unless you like somehow, like, I don't know, like you get like some random arm cramp and you like bend the note really far, and then and then someone's like, oh, that would, like, people have to, like, you have to do something where someone's like, that was a mistake and it's unforgettable, and then that actually sticks. But I guess
nobody cares the next day. Everyone forgot whatever happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
They're too worried about that their blouse was stained or their earring was on wrong.
Yeah,
their taxes or whatever. Yeah, right. I feel like people have really short memory. Like, I think there's been a study. It's like, what, 2 weeks? You got like 2 weeks, and then you're done. You're like, whatever happened 2 weeks ago is like most likely out of memory until it resurfaces in some sort of way. But yeah, feels like 2 weeks. It's all good in 2 weeks, man.
Yeah, I would say if you have fun and you have the muscle memory, and then you generally just have your own fun, and then it's like someone in the crowd is gonna look at you and be like, oh, they're not very tight. Like I heard a band play recently at like a big hall event, and they were only playing really tight on like certain songs. Like I could tell, like it's like they didn't care about some of the songs, and like I can tell that the bassist was the only one who was actually like playing tight the whole time, and then everyone else was kind of inconsistent, and some, like, the singers were not that confident. But it's like, but they were playing music, and it was nice, you know.
Hmm.
And it's like the only reason why I'm thinking all this stuff is because I care about it, and I can tell the
Right.
difference.
Yeah, like other people inside the craft are going to be more like the other like specialists. They'll be able to see all the little tiny things that you do, even if you do miss one note. They'll, you could tell you missed it. Most other people won't, but the other kind of people that know the craft will be able to
Yeah.
tell.
The people that know the craft can tell you missed it, but they also miss their own notes when they play, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, they understand. Like I would still go up to the band
Yeah.
and like respect them and be like, great job, and I would like I still yeah. Yeah, but there's like that level of like it's like the song sounds, fine, but then if you can tell like the drummer's not like as doesn't have it as together as he needs to be, and then like the synths are a little like lacking in a certain way. It's like, but to most people it's like they just do their own thing, yeah, and
Yeah, ignore the context, but a rabbi from Brisk talks about a sin and a good deed, and the difference is a sin, you regret it after you do it, but before you do it, you don't regret it. And a good deed is you regret it. You regret it before you do it, but you don't regret it after you do it. So I think like playing a guitar falls under that category. Is like you don't want to do it before, but after you're done, it's like I don't regret it. It was good. I'm glad I did it.
yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Is that called like in God's name, in the Christian word? It'd be like premeditated sin. I think that's what it's called.
Or like
Sure.
you feel
Something
like it's not a
close.
bad
Something
thing.
close. Yeah, like you're gonna sin before you do it, but you do it anyways.
You know it's bad, but you don't feel it. Or whatever.
Or you don't even know it's bad.
Yeah.
You don't even know it's bad, but you don't regret it before you do it. You regret it after.
Oh, right, yeah. I think also like the people who are gonna have a problem with you if you perform, it's like that's something that they're doing. Like they're probably also having a problem with everything else, or they're cherry picking problems that they don't need.
That's right.
And yeah.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Good to see you.
Hey, thanks. Good to be here. Terrific to be here, actually.
I think it's the first time we've actually had a conversation like this.
It is, and normally I don't do this in weeks I have my daughter, but I saw the opportunity was here, and I thought, you know what? Damn it, I'm gonna just take a few minutes and go say hi to Ben and just tell you how much I appreciate what you do and how long I've appreciated what you do, and everybody.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate
fantastic.
you too, man. You got a good channel going, so check out your channel. And
well, it's been dead for a year and a half or so. I've been banging out 60-hour weeks for the last year and a half or so, and we'll get back into it one day. That's for sure.
Yeah. So how you been? You got your kids over?
Yeah. I have my daughter week on, week off, and so this week is on. And when I don't have her, I'm usually working more. So like on weeks that I have her, I go in early and then get out a little bit earlier. And yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
Sweet. What yeah, so what happened with the channel? Why did you stop?
Just not enough time.
Oh yeah.
Like the downtime that I have is, kind of like relaxing, whereas all the channel stuff is, it's kind of fun in a hobby way, but when you're working as much as I am, it's almost like I'd rather relax than do anything hobby wise. So
yep.
You just you need the you time sometimes, and I'm interacting with people all day, and it's downtime is good.
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
Mm.
David, I hope you didn't take anything I said too harshly. I like you. I think you're a really sweet guy, David, and I appreciate the contributions you make here.
As do I.
Take it.
Thank you, David. Although you didn't make the stream this week, what happened?
I thought you liked making it.
All right. Okay.
Well, thanks you for that. I didn't really take. No, I get the joke most of the time, so I don't really take it too seriously or get offended by any of your comments. I think I remember on the rant stream, April 11th, that I took you're like, ask him if he can cross the street, or ask him how he can cross the street. And yeah,
right. That was a joke. That was me calling. It wasn't. That was directed at somebody else, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was. Yeah, it wasn't directed. That was me calling the other person stupid.
Right.
Yeah, I got that.
right. Which it's not. I try not to, but it's just a thing.
I know that the urge is there. Yeah, it's hard.
Is there?
Sure. It's so much easier when you're in keyboard warrior mode, you know.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. In fact, Benjamin sent me a meme, not a meme, but a picture of Mike Tyson, and had a quote talking about how, like, with the internet, people can be like 100 times more disrespectful to other people without being punched in the face, which is a very Mike Tyson thing to say, but like, it is very true that the keyboard warrior age is like that, or how like Jake Paul is very disrespectful to Mike Tyson, and he's gonna get punched in the face for that.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think they called that one off. Tyson has
age
some
is
kind of medical
real.
issue.
Yeah, age is real. Yeah, but I still hope I hope he gets him. That would be poetic justice. Yeah.
The fight is gonna be on November 20th. It got moved from July 20th to November 20th
great.
because
Great.
Mike Tyson had an injury, but Jake Paul's still fighting somebody on the 20th because he's still doing a lot of training. It's a different Mike, like Mike Iron Mike is what they call him. Jake Paul.
Mike Perry. Mike Perry, the MMA fighter who switched over to bare knuckle. That's right.
Yes. So yeah, that was 2 days ago.
Perry is substantially smaller than Jake Paul, but he's assuredly tougher.
Yeah, I just now I gotta wait like what four extra months for Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. It's gonna be ultra hyped up now. Yeah. A president is gonna be elected around that time.
Yeah, time of change. Yep.
Don't say that. We don't need any change in that regard.
Share your opinions.
Status quo would be just fine.
Share your political opinions on stream. You won't get satellite droned or nothing.
I don't have any like super valuable opinion other than Donald Trump is objectively one of the worst people you'll ever see, as far as.
All right, he's getting.
He does give that impression, yeah.
I mean, what really bugs me more than him is the following, and how they just have no conviction to all of the lies and nasty things that surround that man. It's a completely unprincipled culture that is frustrating to watch bear out.
Right, yeah. The people that are large and in charge, most of them are pretty good people, but yeah, you get cases like Donald Trump, and it's not something you want to see online.
There's just like objective facts that are, he has he's claimed more losses on his taxes than any American in history, but they regard him as a successful businessman. You know, just little shit like that, where it's just how
I
can
don't
you
think
not?
people actually regard him as a successful businessman. Honestly, he's
his followers. I mean,
he's successful. Yeah. He's making money, but not in the not in the best ways.
Yeah, you know,
not
like
in the worst
talking-
ways either. Andrew
talking
Tate's doing worse.
Bibles and you know, just the worst kind of grifting is just it's so immoral and unprincipled, and the lying. It's
Right, Eddie? Yeah, the scamming.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Terrible.
it won't be good for our country, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I just don't like how they're very old. They're like Joe Biden's. How old is he now? They're all very old.
Biden might be 80 now.
Yeah,
79,
so
80.
I think they're about the same age.
David, is this your first time voting?
81. Yeah, first time.
And what state?
In Indiana.
Oh, yeah. See, it's kind of different for me in Oregon. I don't know. Well, a few things. These things come so frequently. These fucking elections. Like, I'm so tired. I feel
Okay. You've been around the cycle more and more times.
Yeah, we just did this. I'm so over it. I'm so tired of it. But in Oregon, it's really different for me. I can really play the game because I can look at which way Oregon's going to go, and then I can vote my conscience, knowing that I'm safe. You know, so I did not vote for Hillary because I knew that she was going to win in Oregon, and that wasn't my true choice. So yeah, stuff like that. The game's a little different depending on what state you live in.
Right.
Yeah. See, David, I'm not far from you. I'm in West Michigan. And
okay.
For national politics, Michigan is very purple. We have a Democratic majority statewide right now for the first time in forever. But I totally get what Annie is saying. I wish that I didn't always have to vote for the lesser of two evils, and I could vote for the person instead. But in this day and age, with all of what's been going on the last, almost 10 years now, it's basically my vote seems like a protection vote. Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices in a 4-year term. That is bananas that happened. And it's the little things like that if you're in a place like here, that's the only thing we're trying to protect from, is that court being stacked for generations. And we're already seeing the pitfalls of it with the loss of Roe versus Wade and bump stock ban being overturned, and just all kinds of ridiculous nonsense that's pushing us back decades.
Yeah, and now there's the kind of the government versus the culture, male versus female, and like having kids.
Yeah, lots of stuff going on. The pendulum always swings the other way. It never gets too far.
Yeah, and I'm really just not very political. I mean, I like to study, be aware, make the best choice, but I don't invest a lot of time and energy into it because it's just all bullshit. It is such a stupid circus. I'm so sick of it. I wish it mattered. I wish it felt better to vote.
Right.
It just doesn't feel very good. So I'm aware. I know what's going on, but I don't like obsessively all this trial stuff with Trump. Like I just, whatever, I'll read the headlines every morning. I don't want to hear it. I haven't listened to NPR in a long time because I don't want to hear the play-by-play of these stupid trials. I'm like, you guys determine it, and then I'd be interested in hearing the outcome. And it doesn't mean anything. We could have a president behind bars, which would be really absurd.
That would be absurd.
Yeah.
I mean, it's within the realm of possibility, but I don't want to hear the play-by-play. It's like, just, I'll watch the main bullet points as they roll out.
I mean, that's just the thing, though. He's a 34-time convicted felon, convicted by a jury of his peers, right? This isn't political or anything like that. All this stuff that they got him for happened is things he did before he was elected, and I mean the man has just been a career criminal, and it's
I wonder about like how they found the jurors. Like they have to ask them, can you be unbiased? Like who can? I don't know who could be.
You can't be unbiased. Yeah. Not with a character like Trump. You can't.
Yeah, with somebody who's known worldwide in that regard.
I mean, if they got you on the jury, Jen, what would you vote like?
I mean, they did get to choose. Each side gets to toss out X amount of people, and then they get to choose who they want on. It's a fair process. And he obviously has support. He got 76 million votes last time, so it's not like it's.
I mean, even if he gets elected, it's not the end of the world. And you know what? He might fumble his way through again and actually do something that was good.
Well, but that, to reiterate, it's not him being elected. It's not about him as much as it is the policies and the people he's going to put in place that will affect us for generations. Like the Supreme Court has a lifetime appointment, and the people he appointed were like in their 50s. These people are going to sit, these fucking nutters are going to sit on the court for the next 30, 40 years. And
aren't they accountable to somebody? Can't somebody get rid of them?
No. Well, okay.
Sure?
The Senate can impeach them, but the Senate is the most broken institution in our government, because it's each state gets 2 senators, and you have a state like Wyoming that has 300 to maybe 500,000 people, and they have as much representation as this in the Senate as California, which is the 7th largest economy in the world. The electoral system that we have is basically set up for minority rule. And as long as that's in place, the Senate and the Electoral College and procedures of those nature, it's going to be impossible to get anywhere. And when they do get somewhere, they'll stack the deck against the majority. We had a Supreme Court at the end of Obama's term, 8 months before the election. The Republican Senate refused to put through Merrick Garland, who was going to be appointed for the next Supreme Court justice, because they said it was too close to the election. But on the flip side, when Trump was in, they pushed through Amy Coney Barrett with 8 days left before the election. So they're just complete and utter hypocrites who take full advantage of the system in the worst kind of ways that are unprincipled. So that's what we get. Now,
will the world blow up though?
That's the thing.
Will we send all our nukes to target each other? I sit
here saying this is a pretty privileged white male in a place where I'm very safe.
I'm not worried about it. It's like it's absurd either way. The world isn't going to blow up. I mean, it's just more. It's going to be more bullshit, more of the same, no matter who it is. I'm a little bit concerned about civil war, just because of the climate. In the
I don't have a realistic concern about civil war. The quiet centrist population is vastly outnumbers the crazy folks on either side. Just the crazy folks get all the airtime. They're the ones out there saying things, so their voices get amplified a lot more. I think
drama makes noise.
Yeah, and the idea of a civil war, a classic civil war, won't really happen, just because it's not like North versus South in this case. It's rural versus urban, if anything. And
we have that going on big time in Oregon. The rural side is very divided from the western side where I am on the West Coast.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
They want to secede. Like half of Oregon wants to go and be Idaho.
Yeah, well, have fun with that is what I would say, because they probably have no economy, right? We're seeing all of the regions that are putting up that kind of fight. They're not getting the jobs. The jobs aren't going to go there. Alabama just lost a major.
They're not going to get they won't have the social services or the health care either.
Right. All the things. They're stubborn. And when the handouts come to them that we will give them, they'll take them. And then they'll go on pitching their fits. So I'm glad I came on to bring this whole thing down.
No, you're good.
No, you're fine.
We did it by asking you for your opinions. It's our fault.
Yeah,
So
no,
just
yeah.
kidding.
I don't know.
Yeah. No, I've got a friend that he likes to talk all this political stuff, and so he's you guys are cool. I like because like I'm not very well super informed about it, so that I'm not so super worried about it at the same time. And he is a bit more worried about it than I am. So I kind of like I'm trying to balance of how worried should I be about it, because some people sound too worried about it, or I feel like I'm not worried enough.
Well, everybody just wants to process too, as well. Like it's not just worrying. It's also processing.
Yeah, what I like
Right.
again, I don't worry for myself.
Yeah.
I worry for my daughters who aren't going to have the same opportunities that they had until this conservative movement started happening. Like IVF is now a target. Reproductive rights are a big target right now.
Yeah, what do you think is going to happen?
I'm concerned
with,
for others in that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can always move to Canada.
Yeah.
No.
But you can't.
No, stay here and fight the good fight.
Yeah.
The barrier for entry. How would
that's
I
right.
move?
They don't want the lowly Americans in their country.
They don't want me in, like BC. You were talking about how beautiful BC is. It's right there.
Right.
It's close. And I don't even have a passport. So I can't even go to BC. I need to get a passport. Yeah,
like I'm not go ahead.
It's just easier. We've got this whole thing they're doing with the IDs now. To get on a plane, you have to have this special ID. And we're just like, fuck that. Let's just have a passport. Then we're covering both bases. So I need to get on that.
I'm telling you, Estonia, they've got the solution.
There you go.
What is it?
Just automated bureaucracy. You don't have to do all that stuff. You have complete control in your data, and you decide to give it wherever. Everything's online.
This is Benjamin's big prediction. Like, this is going to be the world.
It's not a prediction. It's just an annoyance. It's pissing me off. Why isn't the world adopting this super system?
Yeah,
you don't have to deal with bullshit.
Your prediction is that the world will adopt it.
I hope so.
I feel like one of my observer regrets, and like where I think I was really childish and did a bad observer move, is ever letting my passport expire, because it's easier to renew it than to start over and get a new one. And like, I have 2 old passports from other times when I was in Europe and all over the world, and I should have never let it expire. I just didn't think it mattered, didn't want to do the paperwork, and that was my younger self causing problems for me now.
Well, it's possible for you to get a new passport. The possibility is there.
I know. I need
It's not
someone to hold my
impossible.
hand in the process,
Yeah, right.
because It's
Just
annoying.
more paperwork, right? More paperwork to
Yeah.
get through.
That's why I'm trying to convince Russ. Let's do it together. Let's get our passports. Wouldn't that be fun? 'Cause then I'm like, yeah, I'll just copy his paperwork because he's all calm and collected about it. He'll figure it out, and then I'll just do what he does.
I'm telling you, Estonia.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to look into it, but I got to go cook supper.
Oh yeah, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for saying hi. Appreciate it.
Yes,
All right.
appreciate it, man.
Everybody take care, and Ben, you're the man, brother.
You too, buddy.
Later, all.
Cute guy.
Have you seen the president of Argentina?
No.
Yeah, Trump too.
He's Trump as well.
Trump in Spanish. Yeah, he's Trump in Spanish.
He seems different though.
Yeah.
I don't know the actual details. But he seems to be like just a genuine economist that's just crazy.
Whoa,
he's playing the character. Yeah, he's playing the character like on this on the panels.
I think he's like
Yeah.
he's studying the Trump playbook, the Trump scam, and like, oh, I could do
That's
that.
right.
In my company.
Oh, it's not loading.
Yeah.
I guess I just have too much hope in the world. When I saw him, I'm like, here's a genuine, a libertarian freak or whatever who's actually gonna do those values the right way. But that's my optimism.
Yeah, it looks like Trump. Not. He's got the round face a little bit.
It's less about the looks, like it's more about his his strategy.
Well, it's just like,
let me see.
He had this one clip where he's like tearing off things from a board, just tearing them off. He's like, cancel this one, get rid of this department. He's like tearing departments off of the wall.
Yeah, but he's probably like an ENTJ libertarian. He's not like Trump.
Could be, yeah.
Trump is an actual swindler. Like this guy is trying to put in place, like
like this one.
I'm not trying to say what's right.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, there he is.
He seems
No
more
fuego.
like he's got an actual economic thing that he's trying to do, not just. Yeah.
He's just ripping them off.
Yeah, he's just ripping it off. We're canceling this. We're canceling this. He's doing stunts like that.
He's a rock star. He's just missing the guitar. Instead of the guitar, he's got the.
I don't know. Like sometimes you just need someone to shake things up. Like it doesn't like. Once things start stagnating and getting too dry, you need someone to step in and just make a big mess so that
Yeah.
The chips land again somewhere.
Yeah, that country needs that, I guess.
Gosh.
Yeah.
I agree with this guy.
Why do you
I don't
pull
actually
that
think
up?
Trump
That's
is going to make a mess. I don't think Trump's going to do anything that bad. I don't think you have a choice either, though.
Well, I mean, nobody's gonna. You can't really get anything done. Nobody can really make a mess because you can't accomplish anything.
Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about that.
And you know what? If he is bad, it's only 4 more years.
Mm-hmm.
My conspiracy theory brain is looking at Biden and I'm thinking someone's pulling these strings because he's not pulling his own strings. Like there's got to be a puppet master here.
He's a robot.
He's a front. There's no way he's doing his job.
Right.
Isn't he like? Is it the number 2 thing?
Was it Rant who was saying that he's fake?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, like you
He
can
might
see
as well
the,
be.
you can see the like the Hollywood
What does that
makeup
mean?
he's like pulling off like he's wearing a mask. It's not even
He's
a
like,
real person. Yeah.
It's like he just rips off a mask. It's like Trump underneath. It's like, I played you guys.
The many-faced, yeah. Valam Morghulis. There you go.
Why don't I just be president?
Yes.
Right?
Go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
It's also agreeable.
You have to campaign though.
I don't think you would enjoy that very much.
I don't have.
Well, we can convince Vivek Ramaswamy, and you can like take his place in the presidency. I got a friend. He's the same type. We could just like do a little switcheroo on camera. They wouldn't tell the difference. They're like the same person. And then yeah, you could be his campaign manager.
Okay. I think if I make enough friends, then everyone will just like me, and then they'll just vote me in. Right?
Yeah.
Like it'll just happen in a way that I can't even predict, because it'll just be, like you're saying. I already. It just seems like really obvious. It's like, okay, what's your job? And then if someone's like they're not clear on like what their job is, I'm like, okay, you're fired. And then the person who is giving that person coffee, I'm like, what's your job? And then they're actually really clear. Okay, you're hired. And then the whole country goes into like a what seems like it's a damage control state. It goes into a damage control state where everything is basically on damage control, because it's trying to be figured out what's actually going on with everything. And then after a few years, it starts to stabilize. And then now you have a country that's being a country, and there's no bullshit.
So basically, you need the Trump character going around saying you're fired.
Well, you have to be very distinctive. See, he's putting on a show, but like the actual job is to like actually see what everyone's doing and what they think they're doing, and then
Isn't that what Elon Musk did with Twitter?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the same as what Elon Musk would do in generally.
Right.
I'm not saying it comes from me. I'm just,
Well, I mean, that's a good way to cut taxes.
Yeah. Oh God, like who knows? Like,
I'm telling you though, if Estonia's system was there, you would need half the people in the government. All those bureaucratic people, all gone.
Yeah. If I just think of like an average person, and then I go like into like the grit of their life and be like, all of the stuff they've hoarded and how it's not organized and how they don't really know what they're doing, and like how inefficient it is, and like bad investments, and shit that they're stuck with for a long time. And then I'm like, okay, so the government's like that too.
The government's a hoarder. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hoarding. They're stuck with stupid decisions. They're stuck in complexes. Yeah. I think that's kind of like probably on a bigger scale. People are starting to think like that now because we can, I guess. Like if you have enough safety, then now you can start thinking like, oh, okay, what's really the point of all this?
Yeah. I mean, I hear a lot of people with a lot of strong opinions. And they all make sense. They all make sense from their own perspective.
Yeah, I think we got to start doing more dream interpreting if we want to really figure out what's going to happen. But it's hard though. Most of the dreams are just kind of 90% are not anything.
Yeah, how would that help? If we interpreted our dreams, how would that help? I mean, we would
Like-
all be self-aware individually, I guess.
Not like
Well,
an individual.
We
thing.
already know that Annie has the answer to everything.
Right.
No. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I probably do,
Yeah.
but I don't know what it is.
That's right. So, but we know that, and that's
Yeah.
how the dream
That.
is going to help us. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, Annie, like, are we gonna have $1 million? All signs point to yes. You're like a magic 8 ball now.
No, that's not what knowing the answer means.
That's also not
Oh.
a solution.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's not.
Okay. The point I was trying to make earlier was just like if it, like what what Carl Jung's thing with knowing about the dreams that he took. I forget. Yeah. Kind of that not analyzing our own dreams to ourselves, but having a larger pool of, not just like, oh, my random dream this.
And analyzing dreams on a spectrum.
Right. Spectrum dreaming. What are the people's unconscious going through? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know I'm curious, like if I could analyze at least 100 people's 100 dreams from campus, like what would I don't even know.
You should start a dream typology thing and just have people send videos of their dreams into you.
A dream typology, that'd be an interesting system. Like you can literally get everybody. Like if you have dreams where you fly, and then you're this type, and they're like, that's me.
No.
I can
think
fly in my dreams.
It would be interesting to analyze other people's dreams, but ultimately you have to take into account their interpretation of their own dream because they were feeling something when they dreamed it. So you could totally get it wrong. The dreamer feels an emotion and has personal symbol.
Yeah, I would need to like have them submit it to me, and I would need to like watch them like face to face or like, see, yeah, it is definitely from.
There's got to be an equivalent of like a savior demon state in dreams too.
Yeah. I don't know dream typology. I think we can make something of it. There's nothing like it.
All right.
Like certain types.
So we're settled. Claire's gonna go be president, and you're the new dream typologist. Done.
I mean, yeah. Like so, like look at my background, right? Like that's my dream analyses. So like if you're the blue, then you're the TI, and then the yellows are.
And
all
so
the
when are you gonna be
NEV.
the cancer kid?
And then the cancer
Before or
cancer
after?
Kid, well, the cancer kid was just a dream, and then
all right.
Make a dream channel, get a whole bunch of subscribers, and then come down with cancer.
come down. But the problem is, Annie, like
He's got to get a
nobody
wig.
cares.
Yeah.
And the problem is, Annie, like nobody cares about your stupid dream story. You know what I mean?
I know. My dreams. I was kind of afraid. I've had some dreams. I mean, every night I'll have 3 or 4, but that I remember. But they've been pretty boring or too personal, and so I haven't posted in a while. But I've thought, like, well, wait, is this? It's just they're just too boring. I guess I want them to. I've had powerful dreams recently that were meaningful to me, but like either just too sensitive or just not funny.
Or almost like too hard to explain.
That's right. You needed private typing, guys.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta sign an NDA to do
There you
this
go.
typing group.
Yeah, and it's also like the abstract ones that are so abstract. I don't know what to do with that. I can't explain.
Exactly.
It, so.
Yeah, that's why we need to have 100 people have those 100 dreams and try to explain it, and maybe we get like 1/10 of the puzzle solved by one person, because like you have 1/10 of the puzzle. The problem is, it's like, how do you get the other 9/10? Well, like, yeah, that's the harder part. Like the physical reality of doing it seems hard. To have a bunch of people submit their dreams and be like in an objective state. Yeah, and like in an objective state, submit their dreams and not be like, I don't know, making the dream more than what it is. I don't know how, but like, I feel like people that don't dream often don't will like talk about the dreams like there's something more. Like if you dream a lot and they're more vivid, then it's like, yeah, it's just some boring dream. And like my sisters never dream like at all. Like they just fall asleep, they go to bed and they wake up.
They just don't remember the dream.
They're right. They have
Yeah.
dreams.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's like I can't. It's hard for me to like. It's like almost like the OP language. It's like I can't speak with you about the dream language if like there's still there's layers to the onion of having your dreams and experiencing them, and very well may take up your offer, Annie.
Yeah.
With what you said. I'll definitely need some processing time. I haven't compiled my dreams recently. Usually I'll take a day or two and compile them.
Yeah,
Just to
anytime
process it.
I have a professional Zoom account linked to my calendar. So if you have a dream you're trying to understand, feel free to talk it
Yeah.
through.
I'll probably message you on Discord if anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, a professional Zoom calendar. I never had one of those.
Well, I just have a professional account because meetings always go over long, and yeah, so people all over the world, will just schedule on my calendar and chat.
Yeah. Well, all right. I'll have a lot of interesting things to share. Might even be personal, but depending on how comfortable I am, we'll see how far we can get. Yeah. Anyways, though, channel changing over to my background. Maybe you're wondering what that is. That is a graph of Wikipedia. So all of the the little connections and all the little dots and bubbles, all the little bubbles are an article. And the bigger the bubble is, the more connections it has with the other articles. And so there's a YouTube video you can search it up. Just like I made a graph of Wikipedia. It's about 33 minutes long, pretty big. You should be able to find it. And it was very interesting to watch all these different connections and just to see it all. So like the big like kind of light blue is all the connections with like America, like or like United States. And then like on the far right, I think that's football. And then the purple that's underneath in the middle is like World War II and World War I. There's like kind of both there. And there's like there's a lot of different things and a lot of different connections that you can find there. The coolest thing I thought, or the most interesting thing, was have you heard of the 6 handshakes? The 6 handshakes theory is just you're 6 handshakes away from knowing everybody in the world.
Oh, sure.
So like,
yeah.
Yeah. So the same thing is with, Wikipedia articles, where about the majority of the articles, like 90 something %, are like 6 articles away. So like, if you want to have fun
From each other, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to have fun with your friends, you could play like this article game where it's like, all right, we're at Pokemon, and now we got to get to Jesus's milk. Okay, and it's like there's like probably 5 or 6 connections to get from Pokemon to Jesus's milk. I don't know if you just. And so yeah, you could just choose a random point and a random start point, random.
All right,
end point.
okay, do one, David. Start one.
All right. Let me present. Here we go. All right. Let me load it up.
So you have to have a goal the whole time. So it's got to be like a Kevin Bacon thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 6 degrees. I've never heard a handshake, but 6 degrees of separation, or
Yeah, that is I just call it 6 handshakes. It's exactly 6 degrees of separation.
Mhm.
There's a few things we have to watch out for. We have to watch out for what the guy called orphans, which have no connections to them. So if we run into an orphan, we can't run into an orphan, but if they're orphan things. And then there's dead ends, which make more sense. That dead ends are the opposites of orphans. They have no connections to other people. So definitely gotta watch out for those too. But yeah, someone give me a starting.
But you can go back and forth. You don't have to. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone give me a starting article, and then someone give me an ending article.
Well, I think it should always be the ending article, and it should be something kind of obscure. So it should always be the same ending article.
But why did Jesus's milk? What is that? That just popped into your head? That's not a thing.
That just popped into my head. I made that up. That doesn't exist. Sorry.
Okay. So it sounds a little. Sounds a little not.
Jesus, sorry. Okay. I need a starting point. I need some random starting point, some random ending point. I need both.
Dog breeds.
Okay,
Mom
okay,
jokes.
good. Okay, dog. I'll start with dog.
Dream interpretation.
Yeah, there you go. Connected to no,
Okay,
that's two. That's one connection.
We're gonna go from
dog to dream
That's-
interpretation is one connection. There's dream interpretations of dogs.
I don't know how to find that though. I'll try to get to dream interpretation.
All right, so it's got to be something like not connected to dogs or not connected.
I don't know how I'm gonna get there. Oh, I can go to humans, and then I can make my way from humans to dream interpretation. That's probably how I'd do it. Here, let's try it. Let's try it. So I can go to humans. So that's one click. Then social, philosophical. I can get to dreams from philosophy. Common sense, intuition, thought experiments. Reality, existence. I'm not seeing it.
Do a search, Control F.
All right. No, it did not work.
Do sleep, Control F, sleep.
Nope, no sleep.
Oh, damn.
I'm getting stuck here. This is a philosophy. Come on. Knowledge, reality, metaphysics.
Yeah, so I would go back if there's no sleep in philosophy.
So go back to humans. Probably go to sleep.
Sleep or biology or something here.
I have sleep and dreaming is under psychology. Oh yeah, it's over here. I can go down to it's way down here. Yeah, so psychology, sleep and dreaming. So yeah, lucid dreaming. Yeah, so we're there in 2 clicks from dogs. Okay. Alrighty. That's pretty good. All right, you want to try another one? Probably a harder one.
Oh, go from dogs to Middle Earth.
Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Development of agriculture. Probably start there.
No, Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings.
I need to get to like. Oh, Middle Earth from Lord of the Rings. Okay. I see. How am I gonna do that? Hunter gatherers. How do I get over to?
I guess
Lord
you have
of
to
the
go to
Rings?
human again. You're gonna have to get to human again. That's it.
I do have to go to human. Okay. Human. Social interactions, maybe traditions, mythology. I'll jump into mythology.
You want
summary.
literature. You want literature.
I can go to literature here. Where is that?
Or fantasy, even if you can get to fantasy.
I'll do like writing. I can do writing. No, I can't do writing.
This is ancient writing. The arts. There you go. You're in the arts. Language.
Let's see here. Painting, film.
Sure, you can get there through film. Yeah.
Picture, visual, not anything here. Like one of these could be like, you talk about like the movie projector. There could be like a specific thing from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
right.
I don't know.
So this is what Annie's doing in the mind automatically. Is this your metaphor?
This is some sort of metaphor for it. Yeah. It's just trying to figure all the possibilities to get to the one point. Man, this
or
is
more
not...
like the web of connections. Yeah.
I don't know how to get there. That's a hard one. Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Like any one of these could be so close. Because he could be the music from Lord of the Rings. Like I'm trying to get to Lord of the Rings before Middle Earth.
That's right.
To get to Lord of the Rings, I need to be somewhere in movies.
Or you could get to Tolkien, or you can get to stuff like that.
Yeah, Tolkien and the books. Yeah.
Or you can get to that one director that's here or whatever. Peter Jackson. Or from film, I would go to like Academy Awards. I probably won something.
Oh yeah, awards. Let's try that. Academy Awards. That's right. Okay, that's closer.
Now just look up Lord of the Rings.
It should be here. Yeah. Lord. Where am I? Lord of the Rings. There you go. Okay, and then where's Middle Earth?
Look it up.
Yay, Middle Earth. I don't know if
go.
there's a specific website for it.
There is no link to it, but it's here.
Yes. That was like
if there was one, the link would be here.
That was like 3 clicks, 4 clicks.
Something like that.
Yeah. I'm looking for the link for it. There is a link. Yes. Where do we start? We started from dogs to Middle Earth. That's pretty fun. We went dogs. So we started at Middle Earth to Lord of the Rings. Academy Awards, film, human. Yeah, dog, human, film, Academy Awards, Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth. So that's 5. Or no, it's 4. 4.
Yeah, there's probably a quicker one, but yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to do this more often. It's kind of boring to people on the stream, but
unless they're helping,
you can have races. You know, you and I can race.
Mm-hmm.
But that's typically how you do it. Is that you do a race to get to a place. But I haven't practiced this at all. I'm sure when you practice this a lot, you kind of know that the connection's a lot better. You know, like humans leads to a bunch of places. Anyways, let me close that down.
So are these connections? Do you think objective connections on between things?
No, they're just. It's.
Do you think they could represent
it? They're just connections between like a lot. It's just like the SI. Like, does it have the connection or does it not? Like, is there a connection? Like, is there a connection between the link to the page, right? Like, you'd expect dogs and Middle Earth to be kind of far apart, but they're only like 4 clicks away. I'm trying to like what do you mean by connection?
Yeah, every connection is some kind of like knowledge map. It's like Wikipedia is the collective unconscious or the collective consciousness of knowledge, right?
Yeah. Right.
It's not 100% objective, but it's somewhat related, at least correlated to our collective knowledge.
Yes.
As a species, yeah. So links in this collective knowledge should be in some way related.
I mean, I hope so.
Conceptually related, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit fascinating for me just to kind of try to process all the information because like Wikipedia has been around for a while. I've just never had someone analyze it like this. I'll try to pull up his video on it.
But so like in a way, the diagram you have behind you is like a collective conscious brain.
Yeah. So yeah, watch. Yeah. So this is the video. So like you have COVID-19, which has 46,000 links about in it.
46,000 incoming links is a lot.
Like that one article has all these links that are pointing to COVID-19.
Right.
But it's still a relatively small amount when compared to the most referenced articles on Wikipedia. For example, over 100,000 articles link to the article for World War I. However,
yeah, World War I, like that's the orange in there.
Even that is significantly less than the 189,000 articles that link to the
And then we have World War II is this yellow, kind of in the middle.
article for World War II. On a side note, I find it interesting how the graphs for World War I and World War II are similar to each other, showing how articles with a similar type of content also share similar links. Despite the article for World War II being referenced nearly 200,000 times, it's only the fourth most linked to article on the English Wikipedia. The second most referenced article has over 240,000 links to it, and it belongs to the article for Association Football, or
football.
soccer. The interesting thing about this graph is that even though it has more links, most of the links come from within the same community for football articles, with a lot of links originating from articles on football players and teams.
All right, you should talk about the communities here, are like the colors.
Than they are to other articles in the rest of the network. In total, the algorithm detected 44 different communities. The idea behind finding these communities is to group similar articles together, since, in theory, articles which are more closely linked to each other should also have more similar content.
At least it's not 22.
In order to test this theory, I looked at the categories for each of the articles in a given community and found the most common categories within that community.
44,
For example,
okay.
if we look at community number 3, which has over 760,000 articles, we'll find that the most common categories of articles are related to politics and law.
Like American politicians is this blue space right next to me. It's all the American politicians. Yeah.
It's in this community which we'd find the articles of the United States presidents. Now let's look at community number 5, and we'll find that this community is all about music, and it's where you're most likely to find all your favorite.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different communities. There's these two, which are Norway politicians, and then this one is film. That one is film. And then more films and different. There's
Probably
Indian
science,
films,
yeah.
Korean, South Korean, and
Probably a lot in science.
There's a science one. Yeah. There's 44 total that he made. But yeah, these are all the sports ones. They all have mini ones that are kind of on the outside. Rugby's in the middle for some reason, but yeah, I don't know how we like space these out. I don't know how that works, like the spacing or like where you choose a dot to be. But yeah, so then this one's about the popular articles, which have the most connections with like what is this?
What if I made a map where the size of each dot is
Right.
proportional
So then there's a map. There's the article for each of the countries, and America has like the biggest dot. And then I don't know where it goes.
to the number of links to its corresponding Wikipedia article. It may be hard to determine a pattern of which countries have more links to them, but I think it becomes a lot clearer when I highlight these countries. According to Wikipedia, these are the top 25 countries from which people contribute to the English Wikipedia. You'll notice a fairly consistent overlap with the highlighted countries having the largest circles. There are some exceptions, like Iran, which has many thousands of articles for villages and counties in Iran that were created by a bot, but for the most part, it's pretty consistent. People will naturally want to write about things that interest them and things they're familiar with, and many times that will end up
All right, and then he talks about orphans and dead ends, which is what I was trying to explain earlier. Or like the orphans are these ones that don't have any links.
This diagram looks familiar. I
like
don't remember from where.
bubbles.
But yeah.
Yeah. I think I've seen this somewhere. And then there's dead end orphans.
I've seen that
which are
diagram before
both a
used in
dead
other
end
places.
and an
yeah.
orphan. Yeah. And then what is
going links.
this is the
On
most
top of being the most
part.
depressing sounding types of articles on Wikipedia, I can't even show you these articles on the graph because they completely mess up the graphing algorithm, causing the rest of the graph to become too compressed, and leading to these articles becoming lost and forgotten.
Cool. Okay. And then this is the 6 degrees I was talking about. So like there's 6 degrees of separation, or there's like you have 6 or fewer social connections between you and everybody on Earth. So I guess that's where 6 feet comes from.
How many connections between you and $1 million?
About 6.
There you go.
6 or fewer.
How many connections between Claire and presidency?
6. And here's the math behind it. So I really like this.
Pluto.
So it starts
For
with,
the sake of this
with
visualization,
Pluto.
I'll make all the other dots the same size and color. Now we can plot the articles in the first degree of separation. These are articles that are directly linked to by the Pluto article. In total, there are 255. Next, let's highlight the articles in the second degree of separation. These are the articles that are directly linked to by the articles in the first degree of separation. In total, there are over 20,000, and you can already see how fast the number of articles is growing. This growth really explodes in the third degree of separation. In just 3 degrees of separation, we've gone from a single article to reaching over 618,000 articles.
Yeah.
And this growth continues with nearly 3 million articles being reached in the fourth degree of separation. At this point, we've already managed to reach over 3.6 million articles in total, which is over half of all Wikipedia articles. This causes something interesting to happen in the fifth degree of separation, where the number of articles reached starts to decrease. In hindsight, it makes sense. We've already reached the majority of articles in the graph, so the number of articles reached in the following degree will start to decrease, and it continues to decrease with the sixth degree of separation as well. We've now reached over 5 points.
So yeah, there's that, and it takes about 10 degrees, and he graphs them all from all the different starting points. So like Pluto is just one, but you can start with dogs, or and they all average out about the 6th to 7th one. They all get about, they have the most growth in the 4th to the 5th, or the 3rd to the 4th, and then there's one more thing.
You have a more chance. You have a more chance of connecting. The chance goes up faster, in the 4th and the 5th.
Right, yeah. And then he does like the longest pathway. So like this one's 60.
The longest path I found was over 60 links long. Sorry, did I say 60? I meant to say 160. 166 to be exact.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of roots. It's like,
you reach 999. It takes a really long time, but it's the only way to connect these two articles.
Right.
Okay, great.
And then the last thing here is a Fanta cake. Which is
Fanta Kuchen. But when you click it, it actually redirects back to itself. Redirect pages exist on Wikipedia to help people find pages easier. For example, if I search for USA, it automatically redirects me to the United States article. The page for the USA is just a redirect page. In the case of Fanta Kuchen, it simply redirects to Fanta Cake. But for some reason, the only link on Fanta Cake is to Fanta Kuchen, creating a sort of self-loop. Technically speaking, Fanta Cake is actually a dead end, because as I discussed earlier, there are no paths to any other articles. I like to call this a disguised dead end, because it appears to have a link at first, but upon closer inspection, it's really just linking back to itself.
But this has been disproven because someone in the comments said that they made the Fanta Cake article, and it's all been changed now because this is made like 2 months ago, and so they can change the articles. Anyways, I thought that was really cool. I watched it like a week ago, and that's been great. And like this picture, it's like almost all the knowledge in the world, it's behind me, and I think that's pretty cool. So.
Yeah, like
anyways, I'm done
more
though.
than most people know for sure. Yeah, no, it was well done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure we lost all our hard-earned viewers because of my presentation. We're down to 2 viewers.
No, it's about the time we stop anyways.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah.
Anything you wanted to talk about, Annie?
No, I'm just hanging out. Yeah.
Well, we're going to submit our Team 15 for CRGs. We're going to want a new member, new client. I don't know how I'm supposed to, maybe I'm doing this in the wrong order, but yeah.
Well, yeah, when you finish, just tag me and I'll get it to you.
Gotcha.
How was your first typing? How was your experience?
It was good. My team was great. They're fun to type with. We had an easy to type person, so we were able to agree like on 9, like almost all the parts except like one part, and so we kind of had to battle it out. But no, everything else went pretty smoothly, I'd say. Everyone showed up for the meetings. Nobody was like super late, and we got to a pretty strong agreement at the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have a question. So I'm trying to match these teams, and I feel like matching for organ donors would be easier. So I noticed like some of the teams, like 8, they really, I feel like they really wanted to move on, and so I matched them with someone. They were sort of negotiating, like we ideally want this, but whatever, we'll just take this, and it doesn't exactly match the criteria. And I like how okay, because my team kind of did that too. We wanted to keep going, and we were like, okay, we'll just we'll take any IJ, but we're kind of lopsided. And I want to be pure to,
you noticed the difference.
Well, I want to be pure to the mission, so
right.
I mean, how okay is that? Should I try to
there's a document we voted in for temporary members. So what you guys are doing right now is considered a temporary member.
Okay. So we should
basically
try
though, Yeah, basically try to find something that'll keep your team a bit balances. Yeah, a bit more balanced.
Yeah, I want them all to be comfortable. Like, do we ever trade? Kind of like sports teams trading.
The teams and the members would have to agree, but yeah, I mean, it's up to you. You're running it now. If you can figure out a way to like be like, hey, you go there, done.
I don't know if my blast is high enough, but yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try to just stay pure to the original mission.
Yeah, like down in the SI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just personally found on teams that weren't balanced, there was nothing to break stalemates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. And a lot of them aren't coming to a consensus anyway.
Yeah. Like breaking stalemates, not in terms of like voting, breaking stalemates in terms of like the information flowing.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it so far, and I think like I could definitely tell like where I fit in the team, especially like, or like just we need more people to type. I think I need more data to like make proper, and we need harder people to type, not so we can argue more, and so there could be more back and forth, or you can get to just kind of see how people argue.
It's nice to have an easy person to type every so often. Just saying.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I'm wishing for the worst here, but
yeah,
I just don't know what it's like to have a hard person to type. So it's like, maybe it feels like you're arguing.
I have no
wall.
So if I feel like they're super easy, I'm also assuming I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think that's a good place to come into a meeting, just assuming that everybody typed the person wrong already. Everybody already has bad biases. Everyone is getting called to question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's definitely some teams that do better than other teams as well at different aspects of it. Like the NF teams, they do really great at just getting along and agreeing on types, but I don't know how good they are. They're good at having a good time and getting to some kind of resolution. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Go Team NF.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the observations that Griff made. He was like, "Oh, we need to like fight each other a bit more. We're not arguing about accuracy here. We're just, what do you feel? What do you feel? Okay, I could feel the same thing. Sure.
Yeah, you can move the NF around, and yeah, just,
right.
I can see that for sure. For sure. I don't know. We have two STs, and one of them is Anna, so we gotta watch out for her.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the other thing. Like sometimes you just have a loudest voice that wins, and that's not how you type either.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Griff is here. What's up? I didn't know you were watching.
Oh, that's Griff.
Yep.
So you're sleepy. So yeah, we should go. I was gonna ask about something, but you're sleepy, so no, it's not important.
You can
ask me.
No.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll actually, this will be it'll be a good way to check out. So
well, yeah, it might be too big, but the you mentioned something last time about how I was using the word consensus with like the consensus reality. And I didn't know if like I was meaning it different than you were interpreting it.
but like I was just using it as a shorthand. Do you remember what I'm talking about from last week?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was just using I know it's not real. That's why I'm saying it. Like I'm talking about it like it's a real place because it's a shorthand, because it's a consensus. Like I think this can is green because my mommy told me that this is called green. So that's what I mean by consensus, you know. We're like yeah. But you thought there was something interesting about me using that phrase in that way.
Yeah, it's so you got it from what? You just thought about it yourself, right?
I was thinking about the word consensus, yeah. And that was the only word I had to say. The supposed world, I guess.
Right.
That we all agree on.
Yeah. And it's something that you see clearly though.
I mean, yeah, I mean I live in a reality. I live in this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all. I just
Yeah,
wondered
it's not
if
something I'm paying attention to.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. I just wondered if you were like interpreting that differently or if I was making sense.
No, I think you're right. I think the word is self-explanatory. I think it's a good word.
Yeah.
It's also not something I would never justify any decision based on consensus. It would never be a justification for any decision.
Right.
Or any observation.
Because that would be personal.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's all. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Well, yeah, thank you for tuning in if you tuned in. And you guys can keep going, obviously, as usual, but I got to check out. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks for hosting this, Benjamin. See you next week.
Thanks for hosting, too.
Thank you.
Oh, bye, Luna.
Oh, we got
Griff's coming
Griff.
on. He's coming on when I'm leaving. All right. Enjoy.
He's taking over. Welcome on, Griff. How you doing?
I just wanted to say bye.
All right.
Aw.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
You should come on when we're actually before I leave.
No, I wanted to keep you on here more, bro.
I see.
Hey, Griff, do you know what this is behind me?
I have to drain your energy some more.
Sorry, what'd you say?
He says he's got to drain my energy some more.
It's got to drain my energy some more. This is the NECA concepts that you talk about. This is what it is right here. It's the SIA concepts.
I know it looks beautiful.
Yeah. It's not, and us NEs, we don't just like grab our basket. We're like, okay, we're putting concepts in today. That's not us. We got like a SIA concepts.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, actually.
Look at this perfection.
Well, now I can't go. I'm stuck. How you been, Griff?
Oh man, I just was gonna join in on the preference consensus conversation.
Oh, nice. You're into that.
But then, right as I decided to join, is right when you started saying bye. So I'm like, dang.
Well, no, to chime in, what are you seeing on this coin?
I think that's what the deltas are good at. Is like, wow. Now I'm having realizations as we go. Save your play. But yeah, consensus is like we are seeing where the people are aligned in agreement and where they're not. And then that's the whole goal is like, oh, you see this, I see it this way. Can we go back and forth until there's consensus? You prefer this, I prefer this. Well, where can we meet in the middle? You like pizza, and I like pizza, but I like pepperoni pizza. You like sausage pizza. Is there any way we could just maybe just do cheese pizza, or would you try pepperoni with me this time? Because I'm clearly not moving on pepperoni, you know, because I'm masculine preference. So,
yeah, right.
The preference consensus coin, yeah.
Yeah, and then the way you find the preferences and where there's consensus is because you have to do the uncovering process. It's like as an EP, are you hiding your preferences? Because now we can't get true consensus because now I have to uncover all your damn preferences, you know? Because at the end, we're trying to implement something together, you know?
Yeah, I like the pizza analogy.
Yeah, but it's pretty annoying for people. Like, I'm pretty sure that 90% of the people in my life have been annoyed by me with trying to reach some sort of consensus. Especially because I have immovable preference.
So do you
And
like sausage or pepperoni?
the opposite is also annoying. Someone who doesn't care about consensus and care about talking about consensus, and just has their own way of seeing things, and fuck the world.
Yeah, tell me about it. Because then I get accused of being argumentative, which is like, you know, it's a TE thing. Which I don't know, everyone probably knows that these words are just other words for the deltas animals. And so whenever you're doing the preference talking out, you're just kind of doing the TE arguing, which is a lot of wasted energy on trying to come to that consensus. But I mean, one could argue, like, from my point of view, it's not a waste of energy to sit here going back and forth until we get that consensus, but it can be a lot of energy waste and take a lot of time, you know, things like that.
It's also resisting the concluding. That's one of the things I noticed a lot. Like some people want to get to the conclusion, and the TENE is trying to open things up a bit more. Less conclusion. Let's consider other options before we conclude. Yeah.
That's what I pissed off Ian with, because Ian would always be trying to share his conclusions, and I'd be like, "What about this? What about this? What about this?" And he's like, "Bro, do you want to learn or not?" And I'm like, "I want to learn. I just need to freaking question this and this and this and that." And he's like, "I'm not doing this."
Yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of time to get to a conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough, man. So, but as long as David will eat pepperoni pizza with me, then we can still be cool.
He might even do your taxes.
Don't even get me started on that.
Yeah, every no leads to a yes, right?
That reminds me of my middle school teacher. He got in trouble because he used to say silence equals consent.
Oh no.
Yeah, no.
No.
That's a problem.
But he got away with it for years, and I was like, how is it even possible? My mind was so blown. And then after I graduated, he finally got in trouble for it. So I'm like, oh, it was just a tidal wave. It was a delayed kind of thing.
It was a belief, yeah. It was a bad belief.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Annie, with her staying pure to the mission? She's like, this is not in consensus with the rules. Because Annie's always talking about the rules. Like, she hates people driving in traffic because they don't follow the traffic rules.
Yeah. I could be more flexible. It's just like, this is somebody designed the mission of this thing. I want to be respectful. I want to do it the right way. So
yeah, the system can be beautiful.
I can be uptight about rules.
Griff, you're never uptight about rules. You're never uptight about your bedtime. Never uptight about your caloric intake. Nah.
Not me.
Do you count your calories?
Oh yeah, every single calorie.
Yeah, I did that for a long time. But you know, after a while, don't you agree that you just like say you want to eat an ounce of cheese, you automatically just cut an ounce of cheese. Like you have masculine sensory, you just cut an ounce. You don't even need to weigh it anymore. You get so familiar with calories, you don't even really need to like get off the scale anymore. You're just
impressive, yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I'd be in consensus on that for sure. Definitely. No, but I don't know. I still do it just because it's not hard. On a thing, now you're gonna get me tangential. On a scale from 1 to 10, the effort level is like a 1. On a scale from 1 to 10, the time level is like a 1. The only thing that's a 10 out of 10 is like your meticularity, which is the skill set of masculine SI. So.
Yeah, and I could do it. I mean, I'm home. I eat every meal at home. I hardly ever go out, so it's super easy for me to count calories.
Do you not like to eat fast food and stuff?
Only on cheat days. I do low carb. Now I don't even count. I just do low
Oh
carb,
my
no
God.
sugar. But I allow myself two cheat days a month. It gets tricky around the holidays, but like my sister's birthday party's coming up. I'm gonna eat cake. I'll eat whatever just on that one day. Yeah. So I'll get out
in
of
my
ketosis,
group,
then I'll just get right back into it. I'll be back in ketosis in 48 hours.
in my type twin group chat, I'm the only one who's not low carb. It's like all the audio ENFPs love keto for some reason.
I mean, it just works for me. I've been vegetarian. I've been raw food fruitarian. I was fruitarian for 3 years. I weighed so much. I weighed like 140 pounds. It was ridiculous. I just kept gaining weight. And now, like, I'm not even really trying. I'm like 112. And you know, I could if I was trying, I'd be 105.
Well, were you just chugging pineapples all day?
I mean, yeah, but I was being careful too. I was like, you know, a pound of spinach, raw zucchini, like limiting the bananas and the higher carb stuff. It's just my genetics. You know, my cholesterol got all out of whack. Like my cholesterol is really good on a low carb diet. So I don't know how my body reacts. I just want my pants to fit though. It's really who's giving me a thumbs down?
There's the thumbs down. How does that happen?
I don't know. It happened to me on Zoom yesterday too. I was like, where are these coming from? I was just talking to one other person. No one was doing it, but there was just, I don't know how it happens. But yeah, for me, it's just vanity. I just want my pants to fit, whatever it takes.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in consensus. Yeah, no, that's fucked up because I said I agree is like one of my top words, and once the whole consensus thing came around, it just made me realize my catchphrase of I agree is just my delta consensus functions.
Yeah. Like, you know, I feel like a lot of times when you have to say like that you're sorry for something, it's like kind of backwards, where like the other person should be sorry, but like you kind of have to say you're sorry to them.
Wait, what do you mean?
Wrong.
I don't
Like
do that. I don't believe in that.
It's like maybe it's like a feminine DE sort of thing.
It is.
Like the other person's wrong, but you have to say you're sorry.
See, I'm really I'm sensitive to that word and I'm really careful. You know, if someone is like pushing my boundary, I don't say, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'll say, no, that's, you know, my policy. I told you my policy. I'm not going to apologize because they're trying to push my boundaries. And I still have, I mean, I'm feminine with the tribe. So I'm not like, I'm saying it really punchy right now because they're not in the room. But I'm still not going to say I'm sorry. You know, I'll say it in a soft, feminine way, but I will not say I'm sorry if I'm not sorry.
Yeah.
Well, there's an etiquette. Like we think of FE being etiquette, but DE is etiquette in general, and it's just a different kind, obviously. So the etiquette for TE, yeah, it's like there is some rules around them being wrong, and you feel sorry for them, or vice versa, because there's also a lot of patience that is required in the process of the consensus game. So if there's no willingness to continue to engage in that, and you could tell the other person might not be enjoying that, because no one really does enjoy the fucking consensus game except for deltas, and so it's very infuriating. So it's like the DE etiquette, like the TE etiquette.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I find it frustrating a lot of times. Working in service.
Yeah. I know. I'm really noticing the other decider axis ways of doing things, and I'm trying to do more Jubilee and more praise and more less like challenging. And so I'm trying to ask more questions, but whenever you do so, you still can't help but notice like, but what about this? What about this? And then it ends up breaking that FE etiquette. And then I don't really know. I feel like I'm stuck there right now. I'm learning a lot of things about how to navigate FI or FETI, but I'm still stuck in triggering other people with the consensus game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the FE and the TI is hard because they're so opposites of each other.
A problem too is if you're shifting your consensus really strongly, you're going to get out of consensus with other people, because you're like, the fact that you have the consensus already, adopting a new point of view, a new thing is going to, put you at odds with whoever you were in consensus with first.
Right.
Definitely. Good point.
All right. Well, I would love to say longer. I do have to go make lasagna.
That's a great excuse. I got to use that one. I got to go make lasagna, guys.
I do.
I love that.
I actually
I gotta make lasagna too.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta make lasagna. Okay.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for jumping on, Griff. Look forward to seeing you again next time.
Like, yeah,
Thanks, Annie. Thanks,
trying
Luna.
to catch
Thanks,
it, but most times I miss it.
It's all good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Better late than never.
That's my motto as an EP.
Better late than never. Yeah.
All right, y'all. Let's go eat our lasagnas.